Reborn as Strongest Fairy ch 101 to 125, Chapter 101 to 125, Chapter 101 A New Name and Departure. TL, Yuki. When the magic power surrounding her dissipated, a woman looking closely Japanese with black hair and eyes, and wearing a witch outfit, took form. The woman slowly approached and talked to me. "I'd like to praise you for doing great. And I'm sorry that the dungeon defense mechanism caught you at the end. Thanks to that though, I'd say I'm lucky that you ended up here. It makes me really happy." Sorry about that. I got a bit too excited since I haven't met anyone for quite a long time. You can rest assured, as I am currently holding back the system around us, that one is also coming to help you using that string on your wrist. You will be able to return later. Who are you?" I asked the person who suddenly just went on a non-stop barrage talking. After all, it felt like she would just continue without stopping if I didn't intervene. That was bad of me. "For now, let us introduce ourselves," is what she said after realizing her mistake and while bowing down. "My name is Surbruko Akabane. I am one of the 16 great witches that created this dungeon and a descendant of the hero." Oh. A surprise character showed up. I didn't expect to actually meet the creator of this dungeon that the old man mentioned. I wonder if I should be careful about how I speak myself. No, I don't think I need to, and I want to hear more about this place. "I see, I'm idle. I have a lot of other things to ask. But first of all, what's with the mechanism of the floor after 20? It was my masterpiece." "No, that it was just insanity. I even thought I would die, you know." "Phew, ha. That's just the privilege of a dungeon maker. Sorry about that, but I had to do it." "I really had to. Anyway, Adel, could you hand over the holy armor for a bit?" Okay, here." After reluctantly taking out the armor and handing it to her, Surbruko touched the armor as if observing it. I could also feel she was holding on to something dear to her. "I see it has finally returned, Idiashi. That should be good enough. You can have it back." "Are you okay with that?" "It's fine. I'm just a bit fond of it." "I would like to thank you for purifying it." "Now then, we shall proceed to the main subject. That armor would also be quite relevant to you in the future." The witch then waved her hand and something resembling a video screen appeared. It seems like it was showing something set in the past. It was about the humans that have disappeared from the records of history. "I was born from a person known as the Sage who partnered with a hero. During that time, in order to counter the Demon King, a few heroes would be summoned, but they would usually be alone. A lot of things happened in this world, and the heroes did long for the previous world, but two people fell in love and I was the result. They fought the Demon King, but he died." "Did they failed?" "No. They were betrayed by another hero. It was a real tragedy." After the fight, black smoke erupted from the remnants of the Demon King and possessed the holy armor of the dead hero. Normally, a holy armor would lose all of its power in order to not be exploited by others and could only be activated by another hero. However, while the holy armor was still in the middle of diminishing its power, the Demon King's soul possessed it. The Demon King was able to do it because it possessed powerful skills under the curse branch. As a result, the armor was transformed into a hideous monster. Moments after that, the possessed armor went berserk, killing the remaining heroes one after another. When everyone was dead, it then stood in front of the Demon King's throne. As the video continued, the view changed into a tattered royal castle and a cityscape full of monsters. It was supposed to be a country, yes, but it has now turned into a dungeon. As expected. And so in this world where the hero that was supposed to wield it disappeared, a cursed armor was left behind. A pitiful possessed armor that couldn't rest and would only curse and kill everything that came near. After that event, the world went into turmoil. None of the heroes came back after all. Everywhere was a hellish picture due to the damage received from monsters. But I wanted to save that armor, the armor that was left behind by my father. It was the only keepsake that remained. That's why, along with my friends, we developed it. The dungeon creation magic. Wait. Aren't dungeons are created via natural phenomenon? That's right. You could consider a dungeon a mutation of a monster that manipulates space, and it is created by absorbing the surrounding environment. In exchange though, a dungeon core would also be created along with it. One won't normally find it. but there will always be one within it. And we got a hold of one of those dungeon cores," she continued. "Using the altered dungeon core and its features, they encapsulated the armor and sealed it in the depths of the newly created dungeon, never to be seen by anyone again. They then changed the dungeon to make it look like a naturally generated one. The 20th layer is supposed to be an area where no normal human would be able to pass, and would even trouble heroes unless they possess a skill called Trap Removal at X rank. I was really surprised by a small group of people that cleared the areas with such great momentum, and with their non-stop advance they even reached the point of defeating that armor. I couldn't help but laugh at the hilarity being presented to me, to the point that my stomach was hurting. Oh, is that so be the way? Why do you call yourselves witches? The answer is simple. A dungeon is a monster that is harmful to humans, and we created such a monster. That's when we got labeled as witches. In actuality though, there were those who supported us even while knowing that people would hate us to the point that they would want to eliminate us. I don't know how my other friends passed. My only regret is that I was not able to witness it. After all, I used myself to become a pillar managing this dungeon. Managing? Wasn't that the old man's job? Hearing me, her happy expression changed and she became a bit dark. Her tone of voice also became depressed. She then turned off the video with her hands, and with a voice as if making a confession to atone, she answered, "About that kid, it was just an unexpected incident that caused it. We simply did not expect that a fairy would actually manifest in the dungeon core, and because that happened, the administrative controls that I was handling were suddenly taken away from me. Halfway after being born, he was merged with the core, and since I lost some administrative functions, I was not able to interfere or do anything about it." That's probably how her biggest miscalculation started, and also the beginning of the old man's misfortune. "But, can't you communicate via the dungeon core? Didn't I tell you already? I am nothing but a soul. I have taken form now because of the influx of magic power, but I was not able to do that at the time he was appointed as the manager. It was really vexing. All I could do was watch that one desperately learn things as he watched the adventurers that enter the dungeon. That's why, this time I have the chance and I would like to do everything I could possibly do." It's kind of ironic that the being that was able to help the both of us was from a similar race as him. That little has finally been freed. Because I forcefully removed the administrative functions, Cerberca was able to return as the administrator, and laughed happily from the bottom of her heart. Is this what she truly feels? Her story is bitter, tragic and painful, and she ended up like this. Is it really alright to let it Benno? Isn't this just the right time to turn things over? Alright, I've decided. I will also take you out. Huh? It's simple. I'll just have to remove about 90% of this place to take you out. Do you even know what you are saying? How are you even going to do that? Well, you should take note of this and keep it as a souvenir. There is nothing impossible when it comes to fairy magic, and so, using all of my power, I took control of the system around us and forcefully created a new core. Using the skills of the dungeon fairy as base, I forcefully fitted a similar skill structure to replace what was needed. This time, there are no functions that would bind a soul in this place anymore. But she was about to say something bad again, but I silenced her with my reasons. At this point, of course I definitely want you to meet with the old man, talk to him, and tell him you are his first friend ever in this world. You are also alone in this place after all. I don't want only one of you to have a happy ending. I won't ever forgive such results. And fairies never admit defeat. That's why. Moments after completing the rewrite, a hand of light grabbed me from the string in my left hand. I then offered my empty hand to the witch that was sobbing and couldn't do anything on her own. Come on, Cerberca. I want you to name that child after we leave. Ha. Fine, I give up. It's really amazing. Fairies, that is. Finally, after grabbing my hand, our bodies were sucked into the string, and the space we left was crushed by an intense bright light. Gramps, you're back. I got her. Help me pull her out. The old man came halfway out of the dungeon core, and then her best friend was holding his hand. Adel, Master, you are safe. Everyone immediately rushed to confirm Adel's safety, but Adel's hand was still stuck inside the dungeon core. The others were wondering what was happening. Adel? Sorry Arena. Wait for a bit as I pull this idiot out. Come on now, don't be shy. Or do you have some kind of communication disorder? Don't tell me something much like you're embarrassed to appear in front of many people now. What happened to that rapid non-stop talking you were doing earlier? Come on now and just come out. After a bit of time, Al forcibly pulled out what seemed to be a human, leaving the core with creaking noises after she pulled her out. However, the old man seems to be the most surprised seeing the person that was pulled out. Creator, after a while, things have finally settled down. The normal Arena and Alalai Lavale were now sitting with me on Morris that transformed into something like a sofa. The children were seated on chairs prepared by the old man while he and Subraka were surrounded by everyone. This is to prevent both sides from running away. As we were doing so, Mika started talking to me. Hey, Adel. Is that person Japanese? I'd say half. You could say that one of her parents married someone from this world. Oh, isn't that kind of romantic? It does sound like a nice romance story. I also like those kinds of stories. Now then, right now Subraka was looking at Gramps as if she had done something terrible. I already told Gramps about all the things that I have witnessed inside the core, but he just calmly listened. How should I start this? Nice to meet you I guess. I didn't expect that Creator was actually in my immediate vicinity, not to mention that I was actually given the chance to meet her in the immediate future. Well, about that, it just couldn't be helped. Eddie also wanted to communicate with you, but I just couldn't do anything. Ahaha, that is really embarrassing. When I was younger, I definitely did a lot of things that would make me look like I was making a fool out of myself. No, I'm actually quite happy that you were able to get that far, not to mention that you were actually able to help us get out of the core under such circumstances. You are way more amazing compared to me and I'm really sorry for not being able to do anything. I'm sorry. Gramps did not respond to her apologies and just started to pat Subraka's head gently. Subraka was a bit terrified and raised her face to look up at Gramps, who greeted her with a gentle smile. It's alright. You did try to protect the world even to the point of giving up your life while worried by a lot of things. Whatever the results, I also thought that you did what was right. We definitely both felt lonely because of that, but I'm more happy by the fact that I could share that experience with someone else, so please don't look like that anymore. After all, I also wanted to give my thanks to you. I see. Then I would like to thank you for all you have done so far. I want to give a gift to you, who'll walk in a brilliant future from now on. As the first and last parent who created you, I will receive it with great respect. Subraka then lifted her hands to his cheeks while the old man kneeled down and bowed his head in front of her. The two were now both smiling. Then I shall give you your name. Your name will be Quad. It was a name that according to my father should have the meaning Ophonescence. And as your parent, I'll also add my name to it. So from now on, you shall be known as Quad Subraka. I want you to accept this in happiness and continue to pursue your happiness in your future endeavors. After doing so, Subraka started fading from her feet. It seems like the excess magic power that made her materialize was now running out. Arena attempted to supply her again with magic, but this time I held her back. Sorry, but you must not prevent those who are already satisfied from passing on. Okay? I hugged Arena as I watched over the fate of the two unfolding before my eyes. Gramps held both her hands as he said in tears, "Yes mother. I wish you a peaceful rest. Please have a good sleep." "Yeah, farewell then, my beloved child." Just as Subraka was about to disappear, she turned towards me and bowed a little, saying her last farewell. "Adel, please, I ask if you would look after my child, Quad. I swear I won't let him live a life of regret. That's why I may take a peaceful rest." Subraka, "Yeah, I'll do so." And so, the descendant of the hero who has lived for over 10,000 years finally had a peaceful rest, and the existence she left behind was also satisfied while feeling their love for each other even after they had parted. Chapter 102 Loot and Invitation. Lavale, you became smaller again after a long time. Indeed, at the time of the battle with the holy armor, Arena increased the duration effect, so I was okay. but this time I got tired in a lot of ways. It was quite a struggle. So how much do you want? Until I am full. Alright. Now you Matilda. I put my hand on top of Lavale as she was lying on top of Morris and holding Arena. She was on the verge of falling asleep after the duration of her magic transformation ended. I then slowly let my magic power flow through her, to which she gave out some cute cries. And as I was petting her like that, she grabbed my hand and started suckling and play biting with my fingers. Kilo and Mika on the other hand were teaching the children how to cook. It was only a simple meat and vegetable stir fry though. I did warn them to pay attention to the use of seasonings, so it should be fine. I really do hope so. Oh, that's right. After taking care of Cerbrica, I haven't really asked Quad what he would want to do. Hey Quad, what are you going to do now? I only wanted to release you, but would you like to come along with us for now? After that though, at the moment, I do wish to follow Adelsama. I want to at least give back something in return, and it seems like going along with you guys would be fun. Would that be alright though? Of course. Then, I guess, please take care of us too from now on. Yes. I look forward to working with you. Nice to meet you. With that, our dungeon troubles should be over now. It should be a good time for us to return, but before that I should examine everyone's status and our loot. Alright, everyone gather around Tilda. First up are the kids. All of them should be over 100 now, and they have reached the point where they will be able to live well on their own now. With their current status, they won't be needing any backers to help them in the city. Ashia's children group has also become great. Thanks to Adel-san. They are going to be great when they grow up. Average status of children. LV.120, HP 700, MP 320/320, 8TK 260, Def 210, Matk 290, MF 220, INT 80, SPD 280, Skills, Throwing, D+C+, Trap Dismantling, C+B. If they were adventurers, their status alone should be around D rank. They could also throw knives from mid-range and could hunt monsters on their own as a group. Almost all of them could dismantle properly and are not afraid to fight. They have also watched our way of fighting a lot, and at night, I would play board games with them to increase their INT. As a result of this quest, I'd say I give everyone a passing grade. Next up would be Kilo. She was also around the same level as the kids. Good work Kilo. It was the first time I worked really hard to train myself. Look here, it's like I have some abs now, right? Are you implicitly telling me to lick your wonderful belly button? That's not what I am saying at all. Well, you know, you did roll up your clothes to show me though. Kilo Fulbronad Lavale Rad opening parenthesis 15 closing parenthesis LV.130, race, human, HP 1340 MP 2470 8TK 1215, Def 989, Matk 2166, MF 2370, INT 330, SPD 911, Inherent Skills Prophecy, God's Eye, Skills, Water Magic, B, Throwing, C, Cooking, D. Titles, Saint, Priestess. Kilo should have more than enough physical strength to get by, and her water magic that she uses in healing every day has also grown decently, and the daily muscle training until exhaustion has also shown its results. Good work. Now you are more than capable enough to fight back if attacked by regular adventurers and fanatics. I would say, she had shown the most growth out of everyone. I wonder why I mostly have to train people that are in representative positions in their countries, such as Fauna, but it can't be helped because they are friends. Let's go next without worrying about it. Mika really helped a lot this time. The useless hero has now graduated. Mika Sakurada, 20. LV.387, race, human, awakened, HP 145,611 MP 313, 350 333,350 ATK 31,477 Def 22,400 Matk 56,780 and 51,102 INT 4,200 SPD 53,900 Inherent Skill Systematic Recovery, Holy Sword, Automatic Translation, Item Box, Mental Resistance, Skills, Sword Arts, B+, Concealment, C+, Appraisal, Titles, Hero, Otherworlder, Blessed by the Goddess. Arena told me that she did her best fighting against the mass of scorpions, and she also struggled fighting against the rampaging undead during the Holy Armor battle. It must be that she acquired the mental tolerance skill due to being stuck on those really grinding battles, so I think she would become a great hero. Well, that's what I've been told by everyone, at least. With that, I hope she becomes a good guardian for Kilo when they return to Lavale Rad. Lavale's level didn't really increase that much though. Well, that's to be expected since I am already in a really high level range. Not to mention that I only did the minimum while controlling the battlefield, so it can't be helped. It's okay though, since I was able to get my fill of that mead. Well, if it was not for Lavale, we would have really struggled getting past the 20th floor, and I wouldn't have been able to concentrate on my fight with the Holy Armor. That's why I consider her the MVP. She's also an indispensable straight man partner. Finally, Arena, who is the center of support and assistance, which greatly helped Mika during the ghoul battle. Her levels have now surpassed Testania-san. That's great, Arena. You might now have become the best in our fairy village. Bu-tilde-2-tilde-nia-tilde. You don't have to force yourself to wake up. You may continue sleeping. N-tilde-ZZ. Arena, 103, LV.366. Race, Fairy. HP 1571,570. MP 13. 13,420 ATK 899 Def 6,420 Matk 3,590 and 10,057 INT 16,500 SPD 530 Inherent Skills Fairy Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Limited Growth, Skills, Concealment, SS, Parallel Thinking, SS+, Twin Sword Arts, A. I don't really understand her growth despite being from the same fairy race. Her INT has grown to more than double compared to mine. I don't think I would be able to normally win when competing with her. I do wonder though just how far her growth would reach. As for Quad, probably an after effect of being linked and released from the dungeon core, there was a huge change in status and race. Quad Cerberus, 0, LV.300. Unique race, Amartis. Awakened. HP 5985 5985. MP 420025/420050. ATK 30. Def 3677. Matk 388,021 and 365,470. INT 35,500. SPD 73,344. Inherent Skills Fairy Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Fairy Eyes, Precise Usage. Skills, Humanization. X. Titles, Reincarnated Fairy. Precise Usage. Increase all skill ranks by 1. First of it, after being separated from the dungeon, the race changed to Amartis. It means servant, though if I think about Quad's situation, he should be the one needing servants. After all, he did serve the world for a very long time. I don't really know why the race changed, but it definitely had something to do with reincarnation in his title. As for me, I'm glad to have a companion as a reincarnated individual in this world. The skill Precise Usage will also be quite useful when learning new skills. Or rather, why doesn't Quad have a fairy-like temperament? Well, I don't know about that either. But it is not inconvenient, so I don't really mind. Well, I also don't mind being in the presence of a dandy old gentleman. However, despite his appearance, He is still a fairy, so he does possess the mischievous part of being one. I do want to get spoiled by sitting in his lap all the time though. Then, as for me, my status didn't change at all. If there are any changes, it's only the new title Dungeon Ruler that was added. It was probably because I was forcefully linked to it a while ago and served as something like a proxy. Well, it couldn't really be helped, so I set it up in full auto and left it be. More importantly, it's time for magic tools. I'm really glad that we found a lot, but I don't know what will be useful, so I let Quad explain about them one by one. Revenant Board X6, a board made from Revenant ore. By channeling magic power, it enables movement in the air. The speed increases or decreases depending on the magic power flowing through it. By the way, it seems that all these magical tools were brought by the witches. They said it was the best of their creation that they had brought in case someone had actually cleared the dungeon. I guess they were all really having fun. It's kind of like a surfboard in size. It's designed to hold your feet in place, so you only need to relax and try to not let it flip. Oh, it's floating. You seem very excited, Master. Even though you could fly on your own. Adel. Unfair. I want to do it too. The board apparently changes its direction of travel by shifting and tilting the center of gravity. There was no problem in making single turns or sharp turns or even a sudden stop. The Revenant ore seemed to be pure, and there was no apparent problem even if it consumed a little more magic power. If we can mass produce this, we can definitely sell it. Mika fell face first. It hurts. Oh, come on now. Don't cry. You'll learn how to do it with practice. I'll help you out, so hang in there, okay? What's the use of your mental tolerance? For I held her hand and guided her on how to float and balance herself, and after a while she was able to learn it, so I told her to teach Kilo after. I then asked Quad to explain the next magic tool. Quad then held a bell the size of the palm of his hand. Bell of Monster Avoidance X6, a bell that emits a sound that monsters hate for a certain amount of time. The sound is inaudible to humans. Oh, this would start a revolution if we sold it to merchants. I can't mass produce it because the adventurers might go out of business, so the stock will be limited. Magic Light Sword X10, a sword with a blade constructed out of magic that is generated while magic power is consumed. The sharpness depends on the magic power consumed. This looks interesting. Let's test it out. Because it is a thing that I have not used for a long time, I think that it is better for me to use it to the degree of getting used. Right. I let the magic flow, and a magic sword appeared. I punctured the walls with it a few times, and it shattered after hitting around 10 times. The strength of the sword also changes with the amount of magic power it consumed. This might be a good substitute weapon for people who mainly use magic. Mass production is also possible. And last but not least, isn't this huge? What kind of magic tool is it? It was a round sphere made of some kind of metal. It's called Magic Metal Body. In the center of the sphere, there is a revenant ore that has been processed. When you pour magic power into it, it transforms into whatever you imagine. For example, if you use it as a weapon, no matter how many times it transformed, it will return to its original state after, so you don't need to maintain it. While saying that, Quad channeled his magic, and the sphere wriggled like slime and detached part of it. Then, just as Quad has said, the part that was detached turned into a simple spear-type weapon. The metals that detached, even if brought apart, will still possess the magic power of the Revenant ore and will be possible to pull back to its parent. When Quad thrusts the spear against the wall, the spear turns into liquid metal again and returns to the sphere. So that's the basic usage. It's fun to see how many different ways this can be used. If I can make a smaller version of this, I can use it for infinite knife throwing, giving me an advantage in battle. Alright, I'll take it. I put away all of the magic tools, finding them mostly useful, and then we all ate together with the kids, who had just finished cooking dinner. Quad was so impressed with the meat and vegetable stir-fry made by the kids that he shed a few tears as he ate it with a smile on his face. This is so good. Taste is such a great sensation, isn't it? Is this the first time properly tasting something? Yes, my body was in the core, so I was enjoying all the tea and sweets just for the atmosphere. It was delicious though, The ones you have prepared. It's reproduction of the knowledge and sensations that was present in the core. Now that I think about it, I wonder if they belong to her, mother that is. Well, thinking about it, she did throw herself into the core after all. Her soul was even present for such a long time with her memories intact inside the core. It's definitely not a surprise for Quad to inherit her knowledge. Adel-san. I had just finished eating and was about to go to bed when Ashia called out to me with the others behind her. What is it? After we get out of this dungeon, are we going to leave the city? Well, do you still want to continue as stray beggars? If it's your current condition, you should be more than capable enough to survive in the dungeon even without the help of grown-ups. I'm pretty sure that if everyone grows up well, they would be among the top-ranking adventurers. Yes, but I don't think the people of the Adventurers Guild would leave us alone in this state. We may end up deceived and used for their own good. So, is there any good country that you could recommend us? You were able to predict it, so my words were pretty much unnecessary at this point. I patted Ashia's head and kneeled in front of her. How about after we get out of here, why don't you all take the Red Dragon Express to Ladaria? Ladaria is it? Is that the place Adel-san and everyone came from? Yes, and just in case I'll give you a letter I wrote, and you can give it to the black-haired man and woman who will be at the gates. He will definitely take you to the castle and listen to everyone's story. I handed Ashia the letter I had prepared in advance. The black-haired ones are the heroes, and they probably haven't been changed from the time I just deployed them at the gate. Ashia took it with care and put it in her purse. In any case, I need to prepare a necklace for the red dragons to be recognized as a follower. If hundreds of red dragons suddenly appear in the sky, they'll probably think it's the end of the world. Well, Ashia and the others can get used to their new life in Ladaria before us. We'll be back in Ladaria soon enough. Thanks for everything, Adel-san. Thank you. Yeah, you're all welcome. I smiled and happily accepted their thanks. Nishishi tilde. Do Ashia and her friends like to sing and dance? The same as what Rina-san is doing? Yes, we also like to do it. Opening parenthesis Yoshi. Not I have secured some new members closing parenthesis. Chapter 103 10,000 years of experience. This is the edge of the 49th layer. As usual, there was a sea of sand all around, and huge worm monsters and fast-footed bird monsters specialized in desert environments were throwing themselves at each other in a world where the weak and the strong devoured one another. Today, however, something happened that the monsters had not expected. A rock wall that was buried under the sand for a long time now began to resurface. Loud grinding sounds and strong vibrations spread out as it slowly arose out of the sands, followed by a really loud roar. The rock wall was something that the demons could not break no matter how many times they attacked, and so, thinking that the source of the roar was the master of the structure made the demons flee far away. And then, boom. Air finally out. Why did you do it using your fist, master? Don't you have a holy sword that you could use? Well, let's just say that I'm not in the mood of using it. This is just ridiculous. Ridiculous tilde. My holy sword can't even scratch it. It's alright. Isle-san is just strange, so don't think about it. Ahaha. That is certainly quite a bold move. Hoot. We finally decided to make our escape. It was fine getting into the shrine, but we were not able to get out. That was a really bad miscalculation. But well, knowing information about the dungeon, I do know that the layers are connected, so with that in mind, I decided to just break the walls in order to get out. And since Mika's holy sword can't even put a scratch on it, I decided to smash it with my bare fists. Brute force for the win. I immediately set up a water and wind barrier cooler as before, and asked Lavelle to lead everyone as I repaired the wall that I just broke. Now then, this desert area should be the last part of this hierarchy, right? Lavelle, do you know where the other red dragons are? Yeehaw, I think you should be able to notice it too. It's quite faint, but you should have been able to detect the place where their magic power is gathering. Perhaps they are also finally done with convening to other what I told them. Yoshi, then let's pay them a visit then. Leave it to me. Lavelle transformed into a red dragon and got all the kids on board. The kids were so excited to know that they could travel in the sky again. and we were soothed by their excitement. Quad also followed excitedly behind them. I felt my eyes tearing up a little. I am quite excited. After all, everything that's happening right now is still new to me. Why don't you also try returning to your fairy form as you watch over the kids? You might also find that fun. Ooh, I will do so. Quad turned back into a fairy and flew towards the area where the children were sitting. When Quad is in his fairy form, he looks just like a normal young boy. He still had the same green hair, making him look like a young version of himself. Why is it that when he humanizes, he becomes a dandy old man? Is it because of his mental age or something? Mika and Kilo also took their spot at the head of Lavale with Arena, while I sat at the back. When Lavale jumped up, Quad was the one who shouted the loudest in surprise. "We have been waiting for you, O revered one. We, the Red Dragons, are ready for our journey." Then I ask everyone, "You don't have any problems using humanize?" Of course. While we were waiting, we all practiced together. Everyone acquired it as a skill, so it's not a problem. The Red Dragons were found around the 30th level. There are about 300 of them, and if they've all acquired the humanization skill, then there's no problem. I mean, they were all too clever for that. They all have a rank of D in humanization. They'll still have some monster characteristics, but we'll be able to say they're new beastmen. I'm sure Fauna wouldn't mind. All of you Red Dragons, don't let the people outside make a fuss about you. Well, they're going to make a fuss about you anyway, so for now, I want all of you to wear a necklace for a follower's contract to keep them from thinking it the wrong way, okay? A monster contract? We don't mind doing so if it's only that. Distinguished fairy. You sure are quite perceptive. You may take that off if you are in human form. We don't really mind either way. After all, we were mere kin of a much higher being. Oh, I got the immediate okay. I was relieved to see that they all wore them without any discomfort. I thought they would be more proud, but they were obedient. But well, for Lavale, she would only find something like this to be boring. I know because of the way she is. And then I need you all to give the kids a ride when we leave. I'll draw you a map of the location and give it to you later. Those children, they were proudly carried by our most noble being. There is no reason for us to decline it. I see. Thank you for the work then. And so, after everyone was mounted, we once again took off. The children worked in pairs with one older kid supporting the younger ones. Good luck, big brothers and sisters. Please look after the younger ones. Also, it was decided that we should leave the dungeon at midnight. If a large number of red dragons disappeared into the sky during the day, the surrounding countries would be wary. Let's go out of the dungeon at once when everyone is asleep, and have them go in human form to the outside of the city. We all agreed that once we got out of the city, they would turn into red dragons from there and take the kids to Lad area. What about floor 20? I've used fairy magic to take control of the space from outside the door to allow me to activate magic. We then destroyed the scorpions in just a few minutes. Everyone looked super refreshed after. The traps were easily disarmed by the kids and we moved past them in an instant. From the 19th level, it's a meadow. There's almost no adventurers moving above the 10th level. Even so, just to be safe, I used fairy magic to detect if there are others around. If we are spotted, the adventurer might report us, so we all move quietly in the daytime in our humanized state. Still can't hide your tail, huh? I am sorry for my inaptitude. Well, it can't be helped. The red dragons are now in their humanized forms. However, there were horns sticking out of their heads, a long tail growing out of their bottom. And incidentally, I could also see red scales on their arms and legs, though they were thinner than usual. Their eyes were also more reptilian. Their bodies on the other hand were slender, neutral, and very beautiful. And although they were all naked, their specific parts were properly covered in scales. Kilo and Mika were blushing when they saw the guys. We took one long break around noon. It was a measure to get the kids moving late at night. We let the kids take a nap, and the red dragons rested as firmly as possible. Adel was being taught something by Quad in the meantime. It was regarding the way he recreated food from knowledge and memory. The taste of those teas and pastries were wonderful. That's why she thought that if she could recreate the taste from her previous life, she would definitely want to be able to do so. However, Quad was looking apologetic. That took me 10,000 years of practice to do it. I'm not sure if it will live up to Adel-sama's expectations. Well, I don't think I will be able to do it like Quad, but as long as I can reproduce it to some extent, I'm fine with it. I don't care how long it takes, so will you please? No, I'm not at all reluctant to teach you. I'm actually more than happy to do so. I did it, I exclaimed while waving Arena around in delight. In her previous life, Adel was not really what one would consider a normal girl. Even if she had the ingredients, she could not make a dish she had never eaten before. The food specific to this world is great, but she thought it would be great to have it with the food from her previous life's knowledge. Once again, I am very happy to have a Quad as our new companion. Now, let me tell you directly how I create my images using fairy magic. You'll learn faster this way. Quad put his hand on Adel's head and activated the fairy magic. Boom. Then Adel's head looked like it puffed up and then blew off. With a whooshing sound, she fell towards the group of red dragons. All the people who were watching the event were stunned, but they could only watch. What Quad did was simple. He just gave Adel the same experience that he had practiced directly into Adel. Yes, it was more than 10,000 years worth of experience. As a result, for reasons unknown, Adel's body exploded and was blasted away. She had retained her original form, but one could see that she was twitching suspiciously. After a while, the situation finally registered in their minds and they began to make a fuss. Adel? Oh no, I should have kept it short. This is no time to be talking about that. I don't even know how I should react in this situation. Lavale retorted against the old man, but then realized that this one is indeed essentially a fairy. Well, let's see. Can I just pray to God? Kilo, she is not dead. Probably, as the red dragons, who were distracted by Adel's strange twitching, kept their distance, Arena came running and sat down next to Adel. She then picked her up and put her on her lap and started stroking her head as usual. For some reason, the smoke from her head began to dissipate, and Adel stopped convulsing. Adel tilde, are you awake tilde? Gah, I thought I was going to die. Opening parenthesis, opening parenthesis, opening parenthesis. What the heck happened? Closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Oh, that was a close one. I would have gone through the gates of Hades if I hadn't been healed by Arena. All of Quad's accumulated experience was instantly transferred to me, and my brain nearly went poof. That was a close one. Master, fairy or not, aren't you too strange? I'm sorry, Adel-sama, it seems like I made a mistake. It's fine. Thanks to you, I'll be able to do it earlier than I expected. Lavale, it's because for me, Arena is an all-purpose panacea. Really, just being pampered by Arena is enough to relieve my fatigue in an instant, so this is no small feat. Now then, that's a huge amount of fairy magic experience I almost died to get. I'll have to practice it as soon as possible. I'm still a bit new to this, so I'll get used to it in time. My goal is to conquer Japanese, Western and Chinese food, so look forward to it, Arena. Untilda. Alright. Let's give it a try. What is this result? Mun, bitter. Jelly tilde. The result, something incredibly bitter, irregularly spasmodic and gelatinous. Chapter 104. We meet here, but it's been 1,000 years. I practiced my fairy magic until midnight and came up with something gelatinous that just barely tasted like something, but I didn't regret it. So, since I think everyone was mostly asleep by now, we got into action. We put the kids on the red dragons and flew them out of the dungeon in a straight line, with Ashia and Run left behind. And I asked only one red dragon to stay behind. We'll have to inform Jess at the entrance of the dungeon why we're here. Thank you, Anit-chan. Sure everything will go well tilde. Say hi to Fauna for me tilde. See ya later tilde. Be well out there tilde. I waved to the children as I replied to them, who thanked me verbally and then disappeared into the sky. After all the red dragons with the children on board flew away, the remaining hundreds of dragons took off in pursuit. The last one left over here was the leader, the red dragon. You're a very disciplined one too. And so we quickly made our way back to the entrance of the dungeon. The moonlight and the stars were more than bright enough. It's always beautiful. No matter how many times I see it, I never get tired of it. Adelju. Sure, you may go ahead. Thank you very much. When I gave permission to the strangely squirming quad, he turned into a fairy and flew away into the sky. I guess he couldn't hide his excitement at his first time being out in the sky. He was like a child. Well, his fairy figure was that of a child after all. He'll probably come back around sunrise, maybe. When I went out to the hut, I found out that the counter was still bright even at midnight. I found Jess covering his head and was asleep inside the structure. I tapped on his shoulder, and Jess, who had snapped awake, looked at me and the others with sleepy eyes. What the? Oh, it's you guys. Oh, you're back. Keep your voice down. I'm sorry. Hey, why are Ashia and Run the only kids in the house? Ashia intervenes and clears up the misunderstanding before it gets any stranger. No, Jess. We all made it back. And I got the other kids to leave the city first. Furthermore, we're going to stop being stray baggers and start living in a different place. So Run and I stayed behind because we wanted to say thank you to Jess. Thank you? Huh? A thank you to Jess, which was an affirmation of the children's life as stray baggers. The children have been ridiculed by the adventurers every day and forced to live on the edge every day. Sometimes they were violent, and at worst, they would die in the dungeon. But Jess have never been negative about such children. I know that Jess-san bowed to people to ask for the scraps of food from the market and the inn to give to the children, and I know that you approached the prostitutes who abandoned their children to see if they would let you take them in. His face was getting paler and paler as they continued. TSK. That's why Jess-san. Shut up. Jess interrupted Ashia's words with an angry reply. Then, instead of turning her head, waved his hand as if to shoo her go away. If you can live without us, then go wherever you want. Don't ever show your face to me again. With that, Jess walked out of the cabin, leaving Ashia and Run watching him go while tears streamed down their faces. Jess-san. Maybe there's some reason he can't be honest with us. We'll ask him later, so you two better get going now. But Run tried to argue, but Ashia stopped him. Run. We can't keep everyone waiting. I'm sad, but let's go, okay? Opening parenthesis suck closing parenthesis. Ashia and the rest looked at Adel as they rode the red dragon. They nodded at each other and Adel gave the red dragon a signal, and then it took off to the skies. After looking up at the sky where Ashia and the others had disappeared for a while, I then looked back at everyone. Now, shall we go to the inn? We'll have to ask Jess one more time tomorrow about what's going on. Everyone nodded at those words, and we started walking. We found an inn that was just barely open, and we all huddled together for the night. Maybe it was because the kids were gone, but it was a little lonely. It was a late morning, and while I was having breakfast at the inn, I was surrounded by a bunch of adventurers from outside. What do they want with a good little adventurer like me? It's morning. Shall we do some crushing? Are you still a little sleepy? An angry Lavale snarled and said that it certainly stinks of men here. Among them, a well-dressed adventurer appeared. He was working in the front counter of the guild. When the innmaster tried to call out, he was glared at and silenced by the clerk. And then, the problem was explained while looking at us here. I didn't mean to come here in order to go on a rampage, though I won't know what would happen if you resist. We wouldn't do that. So, what is your business with us? You are the adventurers who monopolize the stray baggers to dive in the dungeon, aren't you? You could say that. I guess a grin surfaced on his face when we affirmed it for the time being. Then, would you like to come with me to the guild? I have to explain the situation and the reason why you returned without stray baggers. You thought we were in the way, didn't you? Even those pieces of trash are used as expendable tools when the regular baggers are not around. In other words, they are treated as guild's equipment. We can't let a lot of them be consumed without permission. So I need you guys to tell me where the kids are. Now that you know, won't you come along? Saying so, one of the men suddenly kicked our table where our food was placed, but well, they were only able to knock down the table. Everyone was quick enough to grab their meal, especially Lavale. How dare you try and take away my plate of food? You're annoying. We'll head later, so get lost. You'll just spoil our food. I'd rather eat my meal in peace. Do any of you wanna have a go at it? Crude tilde. Here Arena. Have a bite of this. Mogu. Mogu. You've got to be kidding me. Do you even realize what situation you are? That's when the man's words cut off, as Lavale unleashed an intense killing intent at the men. Well, he was about to take up arms. I guess they were prepared to retaliate in case things got a little out of control. It's not going to end up all right with how things are going right now, so I'm going to put a word for the time being to at least prevent things from further escalating. I'm sorry, but a lot of us girls want to eat in peace. Can you just leave one person to wait for us and have the others wait at the guild? We'll follow that one when we're done eating. Would that be alright? Hey, we're going back. One of you guys stay. The man shuddered but seemed convinced. He nodded at my words and ran back with everyone, leaving one adventurer behind. The remaining one shrinks back in the corner of the room with a pale face. Adel, can I give him some food? Then Archangel Irina came to me with a proposal for mercy. Apparently, she doesn't like the way the atmosphere has deteriorated, so she's trying to soothe the adventurer. It can't be helped. Alright, here you go, come and take it. Untilda. When Irina was handed her meal, she offered it to the shrinking adventurer and began to eat with him. Lavale looked at me suspiciously, but I didn't really care and started eating my own portion. You're a naive girl. That's just typical Irina. That's the only way I can describe my dearest and best friend. You are. When we finished eating, we found a huge crowd of adventurers waiting in front of the guild. I guess most of the adventurers have been gathered there. Did they come for work? How for us? What's the event? There's a few dozen more than the usual crowd. The guild leader has said that you guys are the ones to watch out for. The strongest of these guys will be watching you. Come on, get in. Yes. When we entered the deserted guild, we found a battered man lying on the floor. The moment we saw the man's face, our emotions instantly bubbled up. Jess-san. Kilo and Irina jumped out and helped Jess up and started healing him. I glare at the men. Are you telling me that the other witness is Jess? Yeah, I've been keeping tabs on that guy. I knew that if I made a move, you geese would come back. That's why I made him talk. It's not safe to be connected to criminals, you know. Is that so? Lavale. I understand. I'll be patient. No, it's fine, do it. If they don't die, I'll fix everything, then we'll go after. Are you sure? Well, as long as no one dies. I pretty much ran out of patience. I want to ask Jess some questions. But first I'm going to have to deal with this mess, as well as another person. I called Morris and put Jess on top of him. The adventurers are surprised, but I silence them with my killing intent. Okay, let's go to the guild leader's office. Irina, are you alright? I held Irina's hand and brought her with me to the guildmaster's office. And so we decided to confront the man who was probably the leader of this city. Instantly, Lavale moved to the side of the man sitting in the chair. And it's been 1,000 years since I've seen you, and I found you here, you bastard. Hey, wait a minute. Guildmaster? She beat him up with all her might. It was an attack strong enough to shake the whole building just from the impacts, so much so that it dented in with the belly of the man who fell down after the hit. Although it's just a fake body, that was some powerful impact it absorbed. As the adventurers screamed, Lavale grabbed the blue-haired guildmaster and threw him in front of me, and asked him as she put her foot on his chest and slowly crushing him. Now then, you will tell us what you are doing in a place like this, won't you, Lucerets? Wait, why are you here in this form? Lavale. No, more like I'm sorry and I apologize, so don't continue crushing me, and please don't drag me back to the Gramps. The guildmaster desperately came up with excuses and many other things. What exactly did he do? Lavale, is that person not a human? Indeed, I knew the moment I saw his face. Also, this is the garbage I was looking for. He's so carefully wearing a lot of magic tools of concealment in his body that you won't normally be able to tell. Tilda. Hey, don't call me garbage, aren't you terrible? I'm just trying to stay out of the picture, but hey, ouch, stop it. Garbage, like you should not be allowed to talk. You know, you're just being unreasonable. Lavale surely isn't holding this time against him. For now, let's take a look at what he is. Lucrets opening parenthesis 1125 closing parenthesis cell V.773, unique race, blue dragon, ancient, not humanized. HP 10,541 26,907, MP 15. 551 15,551, 8TK 34,688, Def 51,121, Matk 98,922, MTF 101,993, INT 1,600, SPD 207,350. Unique skills: Dragon Scale, Water Inferno. Skills: Dragon Magic, A+, Water Magic, S, Body Difference Correction, A+. Title: Descendant of the Ancient Dragon. Alright, I found the second Ancient Dragon. Though I also want to smack this one a lot. Get out of the way, Master. You can't kill him, Abi. We do need to wait until we hear everything we need from and then kill him once. Are we done waiting yet, Tilda? If it's against Arena, then maybe after the third time. I want to go at it 5 times. Arena murmured some disturbing things while we were having some tea. Is this maybe you can't stop me from killing him or something similar? Binashi is stopping Adel from killing the body this time. Do not. Ancient dragons won't die unless you destroy their cause. Chapter 105. I just wanted to say thank you. Lavale ordered the blue dragon Lucrets to disperse the remaining adventurers. Lucrets didn't know that she had come here either, so we asked him to tell us the whole story and why we ended up here. Well, we were all wearing hoods, you know. It's no wonder he didn't know it was us immediately. Let's see. Where shall I start? Ahaha. Oi, what are you laughing at? You think this is funny? I can't believe he's the same ancient dragon, but I can't talk about that with Lavale here anyway, so I sat Arena on Lavale's lap to soothe her. That should be good. So, what did you want with us? I'm talking about the stray backers, of course. If they're all dead, you're all in danger because you acted recklessly and carelessly. I just wanted to confirm and get you people banned from the guild as soon as possible. If you didn't want that to happen, I was going to ask you to hand them over and stop any more of this nonsense. Before we answer that, why did you assault Jess-san? I was thinking that he may have been involved with the deaths of the children. We have to use some force to get him to talk. Information is also as important as life after all. Even though you've never really cared about the children's lives, you didn't kill them out of spite, did you? He's just blatantly dodging the subject of the matter. I think he knows that the Red Dragons brought the children out of the dungeon. The matter with Jess was only serving as a warning, to show us that he is superior in terms of position and power. That's why Lucrets changed the subject with a triumphant look on his face. I was surprised, though. I never thought I'd see a violent dragon working with a weakling. How did you manage to tame it? I simply beat her, that's all. Lucrets claps his hands and starts laughing. Lucrets, who began clapping, continued as if he heard an incredibly funny joke. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. You even started to lie. I think you're leaning towards the way I am now, aren't you? I thought you said you didn't want anything to do with humans. The one you are talking to is not a human though, neither is anyone in our group. What? Lucrets stared at me again. Looking at you again. The flow of your magic power is indeed strange. Rather, what is with this ridiculous amount of magic power? What is the meaning of this? Let me tell you something. You fool. That one over there is a monster that can no longer be harmed even if there were hundreds of me against her. Trying to venture into murky waters, are you? You might end up falling into an abyss, you know, and she can easily wipe you out of existence. I took advantage of her words towards him and gave Lucrets a dose of powerful killing intent for a moment. No, I'm not going to kill him, for now. Lavale. What was that just now? I felt like I being glared at by our parents, and several magnitudes. I'd rather not talk about it, more than that. Way don't we start this conversation once again from the beginning? Yes, I'll talk about anything. Lucrets has been an adventurer in Amon for a few decades, and within a few years he became the head of the guild with a major title in his hands. From then on, they tried to induce various people to have many children, but there is no place to raise children in this city, and most of them were abandoned. Lucrets had an adventurer tell him about the children living in this city and that they would not be able to survive in this situation. and followed with, "They can live as stray baggers. That way, adventurers will be able to hire them." In fact, for many years Amon was in a shortage of baggers carriers. That's why he told them that because they were children, they can't become adventurers just yet, but they could take them in as a bagger. That's what I got the guy there to tell them. He'd been worried about the kids since then. It seemed it was Jess who he pointed at. "I see, that's why he said it like that and walked away. Because he felt guilty that he let something like that happen." And so began the hellish earning of the children's daily bread. Sure, there weren't enough backers, but still the adventurers thought that it was better for them to do it themselves than rely on the kids. However, the guild master also promoted this, saying that they could be hired every once in a while, so the adventurers hesitantly agreed to it. It's a life-threatening job already, so protecting a child in a dungeon is quite difficult, and if you let them die, you'll feel guilty. That's what Lucrets did anyway without much concern about it. Stray baggers are equipment. They're just forsaken children, and if there's no use for them to be alive, we'll use them ourselves to make their life at least worth something. It is what I suggested, and the rest is as you see. It was fun to see their negative cycle slowly spiraling until their minds got corrupted. I look at the trash with a cold stare as Lavale spits at him with ridicule. "Master, as you can see, this is this one's true nature. That's why he wants to be in the human world. This is why grandfather asked me to bring him back, kill him if needed. He told me not to leave the trash of a monster who is not even considered an ancient dragon anymore at large." This was the first time he had heard of this fact, and Lucrets began to shake again, looking pale. "Well, it seems that there are countless charges against you, or perhaps you'll do anything as long as it gives you pleasure. Are you sure about this? This is a human world. I'm the guild master here, and if you kill me, you'll be in serious trouble as adventurers. You're living in the human world now, aren't you? Come on, you can say something, too." "I'm sorry to say, but I'm not going to let you get away with it. It's true that the death of the guild leader would be a problem for the Adventurers Guild, but that's only if you're still the guild leader." Hey, I'm the guild leader of this city, right? Then let's check with the person in that mirror then." I had only seen that magic tool once before. Something that only guild masters have the authority to use, a communication mirror. From the moment I entered this room, I had activated it with fairy magic. I had it muffled and disguised, so it wouldn't have looked like it was active. And the channel we tuned into, I've heard all of it. Guildmaster of Amon-san. It was Havel's Guildmaster's office. Long time no see, True-san. That's what I'm talking about. Please report back. I'll take care of it. I'll make sure to tell HQ. Amon's guild leader is a child predator and a trash who has no place in an adventurer's life. But it seems like you are still the same. Just like the time you got involved with Havel and the royal capital. Aren't you always happy to see me? Shut it. Can't you get a grip? Nah, it's you after all. Then the communication was cut off. I turned to Lucrets with a refreshed look on my face. Okay, what was that again? Guildmaster? I no longer need to hold back. I took out my holy sword and activated it with all my might, and Lucrets looked horrified. How are you able to use a holy sword? You are not human. Don't worry, the other one is a normal human, you see. Isn't that right, Mika? Yup. Holy sword, activate. What? There's two? Damn. Perhaps thinking that we would cut him down, Lucrets acted quickly. He threw himself out the window of the room and immediately transformed into his true form. It was a blue dragon with indigo scales glittered as it took flight into the sky. The adventurers and the merchants were astonished, but Lucrets didn't care and ran away as fast as he could, his face serious because he knew well the persistence of Lavale and the fear of fighting against a hero. Lavale tilts her head and looks at me before asking a question. Are you not going after him? Nah. We don't need to chase after Hit. Because a sound of something exploding was heard from the roof. After a few minutes, a fairy came into the room humanized into an old gentleman. Welcome back, Quad. I'm back. By the way, Idle-sama, I dealt with a rare species of dragon that suddenly appeared when I was on my way back, and I took the jewel from its body by hardening it with fairy magic. What would you like me to do with it? A nice middle-aged gentleman, Quad. was showing off the jewel with a nice smile. He was probably thinking that it's just a monster that was a little stronger than usual. I feel sorry for the dragon who ended up in this pathetic state. Thank you, Quad. I'll take care of that. Okay, here. What about the body? The effect of the fairy magic I used turned him into water, and was dispersed. What kind of image did he use? The jewel was placed in a small bottle. This was also made very strong with fairy magic, so it would not break easily. Then I threaded a string through the vial. Fill the vial with water, mix its super dense magic power into the water, and cover it with a lid. Okay, I guess he won't die with this. Lavale, I'll leave this to you. Yes, I'll handle it. Lavale took it with a wicked grin on her face, and judging by the way Arena went to be carried on Quad's shoulders, she thought it was a fair punishment. Can I borrow your ear for a moment? Yes. Okay, thanks. No, it's but a small price to pay. Well, it's all been a bit of a prelude so far. Let's get to the original objective, shall we? I slap Jess on the cheek and wake him up. What there? Stop hitting. I'm awake and oh, wait. Why are ya guys still here? What the hell is this mess? Now, calm down. It's just a little about the guild master not being the guild master anymore and locking him in a vial right here. That's not an explanation. After I managed to calm him down and explain to him what had happened, I asked him about the topic again. You didn't honestly accept the children's thanks because the guild leader encouraged you to go ahead with the bagger plan, didn't you? Before Ashia, you told me that there was someone else who was the leader of the kids. It was me who gave him the idea of stray baggers. He was so happy that he gathered all the kids and made them all stray baggers. We were all dreaming about making a guild dedicated to baggers and making a lot of money when they grew up. I'm sure you'll agree that it's a great idea. But he died. The child died in the dungeon. He talked about his dreams and kept dreaming. That trashy bastard told me. He said he had them killed in the dungeon because there was a chance they would rebel. I knew he wasn't the kind of guy who would want that. That's why I rebelled and stopped being an adventurer. To stay close and watch over the children. To make sure that would never happen again. It was the last atonement Jess could make. Every day, I watched them being mistreated by the adventurers. I felt like my head was going to explode. But it was the only thing I could do. That's why I'll never expect to be thanked for it. I'm never going to be able to face him again now that he's dead. He just turned his face down, saying that he didn't deserve it, being the one who caused the death, and the one who caused all of their suffering. Okay, you've had your moment of weakness. Lavale, carry him. Oi, what are you doing? I let Lavale carry him, and we left the guild. They should have been waiting outside the city for a while now. Seriously though, I should have asked one of the red dragons to do this. Jess is currently yelling, flailing on Lavale's shoulder. Hey, where are you taking me? Let's go outside. We went outside the city and had Lavale drop Jess off, and Adel signaled to the sky, to all at once, ordering them red dragons calm down now. Jess was startled and slumped over, but he quickly came back to his senses when he saw the people riding them. And those kids also saw Jess and came down immediately. Uncle Jess-san. Oh, you guys Ashia and the others really wanted to thank Jess for being the one who had been looking out for them, for using his own money to clumsily and stealthily bring food to a child who was dying of hunger, for leaving a blanket from his own house for a baby, and for always telling them to come back even if they died whenever they went into the dungeon. So, we knew everything that Jess had been told by the guild leader. Ashia and the others had been told directly by the guild master the day after their leader had died. That it was Jess who had started the stray baggers. That the leader died because Jess tried to make the leader dream and become a business rival. But we had to work like that to survive. It's true that he did terrible things, but Jess did it all for the best. Even the leader must have known about the possibility of that happening. The kids had also gotten their thinking skills from the board game Adel had put out. That's why it seemed to them now that Jess was not that bad of a person. And also because their leader always had a smile on his face. And the leader had always been grateful to Jess. We're the same way. Surrounded by children, Jess listened to it while standing on his knees. He couldn't find the words to argue. He should have denied it. He should have not forgiven himself. He thought it was natural for people to hate him. He can't get the words out of his throat. Only tears flowed down his face. Uncle Justice. Then Ron pulled a sheet of tattered paper out of his pocket. If Uncle Jess is crying, he wants me to give this to you. That? Jess looked at the piece of paper that was handed to him. On it, in poor handwriting, was written the following. It looked familiar. We owe you a debt of gratitude, stray bagger leader, Rasta. Amok. That stupid idiot kid, why just why? He couldn't stop crying. Run, Ashia and all the kids just couldn't stop crying. Even though it was cold, everyone felt so warm inside. Jess-san. Thank you very much. To you brats too, thank you. Those words certainly melted the frozen heart of this man. That's the best end of it. Indeed, it is a good story. Guth, that was really good. A happy ending. Huh? A perfect score of 100. Chapter 106. Cleaning up the remaining troubles. Are you sure you want me to go with them? No problem. It'll be easier for them to talk to the people there if there's an adult around. They'll need one, right? I was entrusted with that matter. Hurry up and get on, human. Oh, it sure is weird being able to talk to a dragon like this. After some discussion, Jess-san decided to go to Lad area with the kids. He has no family in Amon, and only owns a run-down house. With no family and a ramshackle house with nothing left but the bare necessities. And he was basically living for the lives of the children. But is it really okay, letting someone like me to run an orphanage? It's okay. I'll leave it in your good hands. When I was working over there, Kilo asked me to be the manager of the orphanage. However, I think that Jess-san is the best person for the job because he puts the children's needs first. He's not prejudiced against beastmen, and I'm sure he'll be able to care for them. Then Jess-san, I leave everyone to you. Oh, Asia and the others, get along with the beastmen, okay? We will. This time, we watched as Jess and the kids left for Lad area, and we headed back towards the city. We still had some unfinished business to attend to. The Amon of today was about to reach the point of chaos. First, the adventurers didn't understand what was going on at all. The leader of the guild, Luceretz, suddenly disappeared. He was the person who controlled all the adventurers in the city. The adventurers were happy to follow the man who gave them sweet deals and prevented the merchants from taking advantage of them. So it was inevitable that they would turn into an annoying bunch when he disappeared. On the other side, the large merchants were willing to use this opportunity to take back their influence over the city. It all began several years before, when it was the merchants who were buying and selling materials from demons. The young merchants who succeeded them did the same, but it was quite unbearable for the adventurers. Everyone was thinking of leaving the city. But then Luceretz took over as the guild master and silenced the big merchants, though I don't know how he did it. As a result, the merchants stopped haggling. And following that, they were able to sell them for a price much higher than before. Because of this, the adventurers were so pleased that they began to more actively hunt monsters in the dungeon. However, what about the merchants? Since they started their business in Amon, they already made it into their base, and they couldn't leave so easily. Even if they tried to charge a decent price, the guild would interfere and force them to trade at a premium price. So, most of the time, they could only hope to do business with the bare minimum, while feeling bitter about the results. Now that the privileged relationship has been shattered by the incident of Luceretz being ousted as the head of the guild, the last thing remaining for them is their pride. The only reason for them to deal with it is because of their own pride about their work. Opening parenthesis. Now then, how should I shatter that pride? Closing parenthesis. So, you're the adventurers responsible for Luceretz's disappearance? Yeah, that is so. Fumioso, what do you desire? Adel and the others were now in a conference room in a building where the great merchants of Amon gathered. What they were doing here was, of course, to discuss the future of this city. The merchants, acting on behalf of the Merchants Guild, had their network of information and knew that Luceretz's disappearance was due to them. Or rather, they found out about it when the adventurers who were watching the whole incident asked them for help. Adel then showed a sheet of paper to the big merchants. We have come to ask for your seal here. If we can get it, we will leave the city quietly. If we don't, We will do exactly what is written on this paper. I then handed them that piece of paper. When the big merchants read the paper, staring at it with greasy faces, they turned pale and approved it as if they were going to scream from the ridiculousness. We understand. We will definitely not get in your way. All right, let me see your seals. Adel's group was smiling cutely, but the content of the paper was ridiculously scary. We shall follow the rule in Amon to which the purchase price of materials from adventurers will be at the same value as before. If this is not granted, Lucerettes shall be recalled to serve as guild leader once again. Although they were thinking that they had finally gotten rid of an eyesore, they were baffled and couldn't say anything after this. The merchants knew who Lucerettes was. They also knew that they would be killed if they spoke about it. That's why they've been holding back for so long. But this is not the way they want to end things. The large merchants were forced to accept Adel's proposal, as that was something that they could not refuse. But on the other hand, they could run the city again on their own again and would not need to follow Lucerettes' ridiculous demands. After confirming the seal on the document, Adel said goodbye and left. Now let's make it a safe and secure business. Oi, what was that you were doing this morning? What were you trying to do? Along the road to the Adventurers Guild, Adel drew a circle on the ground and stood inside it. Next to her, Arena and the others were putting up signs and were calling out people in. If you defeat this adventurer, you get 1,000 gold coins. If you lose, you must sign this contract. Even if you lose, you might still be able to get 100 gold coins. Come on in, Tilda. It was similar to the business that Arena did. This time, however, the prize money was different. If you win, the prize money is 1 billion yen. Even if you lose, you might get 100 million yen if you could at least make me move out of the circle. It was a lot of money, more than enough for one to live on for the rest of their life peacefully, no matter which way you won. However, not everyone was blinded from the contract if you lose part. What's this contract you're talking about? It's this. Okay, let me see. I took out a similar paper and we showed it to them in as we called them out. Similar but with Lucerettes' story left out, and some other parts changed. You're one of them, aren't you? The adventurers instantly turned sour, but Adel invited the men to join her with a provocative gesture. Are you not confident about yourself, Ana-chan? Huh? Of course I am. It's just a pain dealing with something like this. Even with a contract like this, you never know when they'll try to sell us off again. It will be already done when it comes to that. I've already got the paperwork signed by them too. What did you just? The adventurers were truly surprised that the great merchants, with their known stubbornness, have approved the contents of this document. But Adel proved it by showing them the stamped document. That's how it is. This still doesn't make sense to you? Alright, fine. The man who had been arguing finally drew his sword. The adventurers got excited and started cheering him on. The rules are simple. A one-on-one fight against me. If you can beat me, you get 1,000 gold coins. If you can get me out of the circle, you get 100 gold coins. On the other hand, if you can't meet either of the requirements within a minute, you lose. No magic is allowed, but support tools are fine. If you get disqualified from the match, then it will count as a loss. Arena showed him the hourglass. The man checked it and nodded. And this is the marker. Only one challenge per person. You only have today to do it. Also, you don't need to ask someone else to take the challenge, since I'll be asking every adventurer in the city to participate. With a thud, I put out 1,000 gold coins on a desk that I prepared and smiled wryly. Adel is saying that she will win over all the adventurers in the city on this one condition, as the greatest provocation. Naturally, the men who were easily provoked in such a way by a single little girl were blinded by rage, and they all declared, I accept that challenge. And so the battle started. Ora! I handle the first challenger's uppercut with my sword and parry it. Of course, I didn't do it seriously. If I swung it seriously, I'd smash him along with my sword into pieces, and I'm only using an ordinary iron sword. I missed choosing a normal iron sword. I'm sure I'll only be able to ruin a few of them this time. What's this? Is that all you've got? You are not hitting anything, you know? Yo, you tilde. A man, with his face turned red from my provocation, desperately struggled to hit me, and I jumped around to avoid him. Not yet. Take that. He tried to kick me while I was still in midair. But that's a naive move to attempt. You can't get me with only that. While in midair, I grabbed his ankle and twisted it with a little force. It hurts? Hey, look over here. Ah, Gyufu. I swung the iron swords flat in the face of the man who was holding his ankle in pain. He rolled over and passed out after a dull thud, which was followed by Irina, who grabbed him and untwisted his ankle and took him away to be recovered. She then came back after. Alright, next. After that, more and more adventurers challenged them in rapid succession. Their strategy was to watch and try to find their weaknesses, and to tire Adel out without giving her a break. At first, some of them tried to take the gold secretly, but Miku and Lavale silenced them by teaching them the fear of what a powerful being is like. So they gave up trying to force it and tried to attack Adel in succession. Why isn't it hitting at all? Oops, watch out. Be sure to watch your feet, too. A Fuga. Adel was dodging all the men's attacks with tricky moves, and from time to time it looked like things were becoming very dangerous. That's because I wanted them to think that they might be able to get a hit in. And so they did bite into it, and that's why the adventurers keep trying and trying. And well, they also keep on losing. Every method of attack had been tried, but with the skill and status of these men, no matter how hard they tried, they were no match for Adel. A few hours later, the last person to confront Adel, who had fought through hundreds of corpses without losing a breath, did not point his sword at her, but signed the piece of paper from Lavale and quickly fled. What a quick ending! Compared to the non-stop scorpion rampage, this is nothing. That's true indeed. The scorpions were much stronger than these adventurers, and there were far more of them steaming in continuously. A few hundred adventurers were nothing compared to the sheer number of scorpions that Adel had to deal with by herself. She was a little disappointed that there wasn't anyone to have a bone to pick with, though. After that, I'll give this document to the guild officials for them to handle it. This also falls under the category of a duel, and since we're both agreeing to do it, it'll be effectively applied. Adel raised her voice to the moaning corpses. Adventurers, I've won. If you do not abide by the terms of this contract, this is what will happen to you, so be prepared. Cover the world in ice. Ice flower. What she chanted was a spell that created a flower of ice that could encompass an entire city sprouting from her hand. Some of them had witnessed it before, especially those who were present during the martial arts tournament in the royal city of Galania. And that ice flower became a legend at that moment. Peach from the land of blooming ice. Was that the person who won the martial arts tournament by defeating a hero? After hearing the words "the one who won by defeating the hero," the fallen adventurers all looked at Adel at the same time. Adel takes off her own hood and shows her face to the adventurers. Pink hair and rainbow eyes. A few of them screamed and immediately ran away, knowing that the features were a perfect match. To think that the one we've fought was the person who defeated a brave guy. Please don't kill me. Well, I'm not really going to do anything. Adel put her hood back on and quickly returned to her usual routine. We're leaving the city, but we won't do anything else as long as you promise that you won't do anything else. So everyone, be nice to the merchants from now on. You lost to me, and if you don't keep your word, I'll make another one of it and seriously drop it on you. Got it? If you don't answer, I'll drop it. Do you want me to drop it? We will obey everything you said. Is that so? She pointed upward, and in an instant, the giant ice flower turned into snow and began to fall silently throughout the city. The adventurers buzzed their heads in silence, and Adel nodded as if satisfied, then turned back to Kilo and Mika. Alright, we're done here. Time to move out. Chapter 107 Air Travel Dream. Now that I think about it, that was an unusually forceful move on your part, Master. I can't help it. It has to have that kind of impact. Besides, we have to use the name value of the Martial Arts Association, right? You know, for the fun of it. That was beautiful, Tilda. That was good. Here, lick the next one. Hammer you bitter Tilda. Hammer you indeed. It is Tilda. It's not going well. After handing over the documents to the guild officials in a moan, we quickly sent out the carriages and Gillam horses and departed. It was a good thing that my stay in Amon was shorter than I had expected, because even in that short time I was able to make Kilo stronger, and Mika got enough strength to fight the heroes. And so here we are, on our way to Lavalrad, Kilo's hometown. It gets colder the closer we get to the north. But it doesn't matter to us fairies. However, Laval was cold, so Arena and I, in our fairy forms, stuck together and used fairy magic to keep her warm. And I've been practicing adjusting taste with candy balls while Arena and everyone else taste tests them. The worst taste I've ever had actually made my tongue hurt so badly. Would you even call that flavor? I don't know why it would end up spicy when I'm trying to make it sweet. That's because you think of competing flavors in your mind, and when that happens, it's easy to get the opposite taste. Wish I could think of something simpler. The old gentleman quad answered while happily pulling the reins of the Golem horse on a rider stand. But this horse doesn't really need to be reined in. I don't know what it is about me, but I'm not good at thinking about one thing, solely because I think with a human sense. I think I can do it if I just let myself go with the flow, but I want to be able to bring it out in my daily life. Everyone tilde, I got it tilde, taste it tilde. Ah, and wow, super yummy. It's true. It tastes just like World Tree candy. I'm not sure what to make of this. And Arena is learning to use it faster than I am. Isn't that too high a spec? Oops, it looks like the hero and the saint have reached their limits again. It's time to take a break. With the snow-covered mountains in the distance and the meadows still in sight, we were drinking warm soup and talking about the future. According to the story, Lavalrad should be over there. So, what kind of country is Lavalrad? All I know about it is that it's full of hero believers. You don't know anything about it. Well, Lavalrad is a secluded country with lots of mountains. Of course, it's not really dangerous at all because there are special roads, right? And it's a beautiful country with pure white buildings all over the place. Also the people are warm-hearted and kind to those who come from outside. After that, I listened to the two of them talk. The rules and peculiar dress code of the brave cultists, the location of the church, the terrain, and the castle with the cathedral where Kilo's house was also located. Where's Gautani? Do you know what he's doing now? Right now I don't know what to make of it. Information from Lavalrad doesn't usually get out that much. The only thing people know about us is that there was a hero cult. Besides, the takeover was instantaneous. It is possible that he has already taken the position of the Pope. The people can't see the face of the Pope normally after all. Besides, if it's the Pope's word, all his followers will act accordingly, and if he's not careful, he could be adding a lot of rules. I don't think he'd be that obvious of a fool. So we won't know if they have taken over. If the people are not living in ignorance, they'll probably try to rescue Kilo's father and be done with it. But if the people are living in ignorance, I guess we'll just rescue Kilo's father and be done with it, though we'll have to get Gautani out of Lavalrad. The concern is that new rules may have been imposed based on the Pope's words. I hope it's not to our disadvantage. So let's figure out a plan. Do you two have anything? Regardless, I need to go get my holy armor. With it, I'll be able to fight Gautani, and with my current status, I can win. I will rescue my father. If the real Pope can speak, we can undo the Gautani takeover. The way in is through a tunnel that we escaped from. We can go through it. That's enough for a proper attack. If we can get our group in there, we can do it safely. That is, if there are no irregularities. Okay, let's pick a group. After a short discussion, each group was decided. The team that aims to regain the holy armor and defeat the Gautani. Laval. Mika. Team to rescue Kilo's father. Quad. Kilo. Lavalrad Exploration Team. Adel. Arena. Okay, that's perfect. I'm gonna beat you to it, Master. Supplementary information. Arena is cute, but when the Master does it, it's infuriating. Well, because I want to explore a new country. It's not like I'm going to end it all on top of everything else. If anything, I feel like I'm intervening too much. Besides, I have things to do, you know? I said explore, but basically what I'm doing is gathering information and seeing how the country is doing. I don't even know how it has changed. After that Kilo, about the previous mentioned tunnel, where is that connected to? The Pope's chambers and an abandoned mine in the mountains. They probably know, so you shouldn't use it. Okay, that's true. Kilo was disappointed to hear those words. No, there's no way they don't know about it, and there's no way her father hid that from them. There's got to be a trap. So how do we get in? If they check the gate, they'll know for sure, right? Especially Kilo. Well, if not from the ground, then from the air. I told them how to get in, then got up and stowed the golem horse and cart. Now, I think I'll stay in the tent until night. It'll be warmer if I keep it warm with fairy magic. Hey, don't just talk and start preparing. Oi, isn't it cold enough for you? I'm going to die. I was thinking about it when three blue-faced individuals grabbed me by the shoulders and protested. What about Arena? She's having tea with Quad. I'll lend Mika Morris to cushion her. Lavale will keep her warm until she lands, and Kilo will be safe with Quad holding her. Besides, Quad is better with fairy magic than I am. I'm sure he'll be able to handle it without me. Yeah, that may be true. But, well, there you go. I stood up and invoked my fairy magic. Opening parenthesis. The image is that of my alter ego when I created it in Galania. This time, it's not restoration, it's activated exclamation mark closing parenthesis. From the palm of my hand, my alter ego appeared as a fairy. The fairy spread out and split into two more bodies, each of which rested on one of my shoulders. Arena then said, "Hey Adel, I want one too. I want one too. Can I have one?" But she'll just have to put up with it for now. Amazing, an adorable fairy. A less articulate Adel was born. Let go of me, you fool. Wow, that's one way to talk. Alright. It talks just the way I think. It's much noisier, though. This time, there's more than one, so it will be a bit one-sided. I don't know if that shows that I'm not a good speaker, but I didn't think I was that bad. Mika will be punished later. It's an alter ego that can communicate, so it can connect to me if you ask. Just make sure to replenish its magic power regularly. Fairy magic, as usual, is completely questionable. Stop. Lavale is playing around with my alter ego and seems to be a bit obsessed with it, while Quad puts it on his head and smugly gives it candy bars, saying, "Interesting way to use it." Mika, for what reason would someone try to peek between the legs of a person's alter ego? This piece of junk is in the middle of the night, in a land surrounded by mountains that could be called extremely cold. The silvery land of Lavale Rad would be illuminated by the moonlight, and far above it, a red dragon was waiting for its moment, descending gently. Is this where we drop off? I'm scared. I can't do this. Quad, Kilo, don't let her go. She's gonna pass out. Yes, Mom. Quad took Kilo by the waist and lifted her up. It shouldn't be cold yet, but Kilo just couldn't stop shivering. At times like this, you just have to go. Kilo struggled to break free, but Quad was unfazed. Okay, let's go, shall we? Oh, wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. Have a nice drop. Then Jaya Oh, they fell. When I turn to Mika, she hugs Morris even tighter and starts shaking. It looks like she's about to squeeze the slime in two parts, though it's still sucking in her magic. You're like a demon right now, Master. I knew it. Then humanize Lavale. It's a good scream, too. Now, I have to tell Morris to synchronize. Morris, Mika's probably going to faint too, so please take care of her, okay? Opening parenthesis puri closing parenthesis. I'm pleased with myself for doing it. But you're also enjoying yourself, my master. I think it's just right for a pervert hero that tried to look at a fairy's panties. I know you were terrified when you saw Kilo's condition, but you should have a taste of Kilo's suffering too. Evil grin. We watched, Arena and I turned into fairy form and then we both flew down. Adel, what about us? Let's just go in as normal. Alright you see, we're adventurers, after all. We've arrived safely, but it seems like you're not going to wake up for a while. Landing lightly with fairy magic, fainted while blowing bubbles and with white eyes. Mika, we're here. Wake up. landing comfortably with dragonic magic. She bounces off Morris's body and crashes face first into the ground. Chapter 108. Mika sighed. The cursing hero. You meanie. My face still hurts tilde. After this, you need to stop peeking at the master's underwear. Right. You are tilde. Lavelle and the alter ego Adel gave me a dumbfounded look, and I slumped my shoulders. But it's not like that. You see, when you look at a figurine, you can't help but look at the whole thing, because you're interested in the shape and form, right? I didn't understand it at first, when I listened to them talking about it in the other world, but Adel is cute, and her fairy form is even cuter, so I just had to see it. It's a matter of necessity. Anyway, Mika, do you know where this area is? It's okay, I know this place. I looked around and got a general idea of where we were. Great, we're near the cathedral. It's close to the castle, and I can go and get it done quickly. That's the direction to the castle. We're at the edge of the country, so let's move along the wall and aim for the castle. My holy armor is on the highest floor of the castle, so let's approach it from the outside and climb up. Okay, I'll contact you then, Master 2. Got it. Opening parenthesis Master 2 question mark closing parenthesis. When Lavelle asked the alter ego to communicate with her, she gave it a strange name, and then it nodded and stuck to Lavelle's ear. What is that? It's so cute. I want to do that next time. Master, we have arrived safely. Okay, Kilo and the others are a bit far away, but they're down near the cathedral. We'll go through the gate, and you can start moving as soon as possible. If you think it's dangerous, don't hesitate to use my homemade transfer stone. Alright, then. See you later. Be careful, okay? Bye. When the communication was cut off, the alter body left her ear and went back on her shoulder. I tried to use it, but I'm more familiar with synchronization, so I didn't need it. Mika, you can keep Master 2. Why didn't you just let me use it from the beginning? Sorry about that. I regained my composure and ran around the edges of Lavelle Rad in the midst of the night when people were sleeping, avoiding the patrols as I went on. It's hard to keep your footsteps as silent as possible since there's almost no sound in the city. I never thought the night would be so quiet. Even the taverns in Lavelle Rad are closed after the sun has completely set. I think the only places with lights are the inns. That's one of the rules of heroism. It's really annoying. Haha. I think so too. Lavelle and I talked about this as we made it to the walls of the castle. The guards are not that many. I used concealment to hide myself, and Lavelle did the same, so we then jumped over the wall. Was it just my imagination? I heard a little noise and the older guard turned around, but he couldn't see me, so he didn't notice. I let out a sigh and took out my holy sword. Why did you take out the holy sword? It's like dowsing. If there's holy armor nearby, it can respond. Okay, there it is. Let's go. That is quite convenient. I didn't expect it to be left in the same place as it was, but that's a good thing. With that, I can use my special abilities. Thinking of this, my steps naturally became faster. We waited for the guards patrolling the vicinity of the tower to leave, and then we entered the tower. The tower was a simple structure, with a straight spiral staircase leading to a room at the top. It was originally meant to house the great sinners, but Goutnikant said he would keep my holy armor in there, and I remembered something and stopped in my tracks. What's the matter, Mika? We're almost at the top chamber. That's right. There's no way Goutnikant didn't set any traps. Lavelle, can you use magic now? I can't use it. This feeling, it's like when we were in the 20th floor of the dungeon. Tu-chan, can you communicate? The alter body shook its head. We can't do this, we have to escape. Lavelle, the entire tower here is a magic tool that prevents magic from being used while it is activated. In addition, Goutnikant can also place a curse, so the moment we enter the room, we may be subjected to the curse. That's why Adel has to be there. Impossible. I see. Then let's go outside for a while. I can't even channel my magic here. I'm surprised that my synchronization can't be used. It's more powerful than floor 20, restricting even a covenanter. That I think about it. You've just realized this now, Mika? That's a few points deduction. You are tilde. I'm sorry. Lavelle was angry but only gave me a forehead flick. We then tried to use the concealment again to get out of the tower. That's where we ran into them. I got called in, but who are you people? Exclamation mark. The man standing in front of Miko and Lavelle was wearing the holy armor of a hero and was looking at us while holding a holy sword in one hand that he had already drawn. If you're here, you must know about the holy armor, right? Are you some kind of hero's spouse? Let me see your face. Long time no see, Gautani. Huh? Sakurada, huh? When Mika took off her hood to reveal her face, the man called Gautani's face lit up, and he began to giggle like a child. Oi, it's been a while indeed. I was a little worried that you might have put Kilo-chan in danger after leaving with her after I put a curse on you and was not sure what to do, but it seems like it was alright. NN? So who is that girl over there? Where did Kilo-chan go? That's not the case. I was helped by these people. They also helped me return here. Is that so? When Gautani found out that it wasn't Kilo, he instantly looked disinterested and replied curtly, but Mika, who knew about the anomaly, didn't react and continued talking. What are you doing here? Huh? Of course, it's to keep others from taking your holy armor. That's why I put up a lot of my curses around here, you know? I didn't expect you to fall for it, though. If you've come this far, you've only just realized that my abilities have been activated, haven't you? You're always like that, aren't you? That is. Mika paled at Gautani's words and hurried to check the status of herself and Lavelle. Sakurada Mika opening parenthesis 20 closing parenthesis cell V.387. Race, human. Awakened. Status reduction due to curse skills. HP 14,561 14,561. MP 33. 335 33,335 ATK 3,147 Def 2,240 Matk 5,678 and 5,110 INT 4,200 SPD 5,390 Automatic recovery, Holy Sword, automatic translation, item box. Mental resistance. Status limitation, curse, restricting alarm, curse. Skills, swordsmanship arts, B+, concealment, C+, appraisal, title, brave, otherworlder, blessed by the goddess. Lavelle opening parenthesis 1653 closing parenthesis cell V.1085. Inherent race, red dragon, ancient dragon. Human state, status reduction due to curse skills. HP 4030 4030, MP 2102 2102, ATK 5268, Def 8687, Make 13088 and 13269, INT 2200, SPD 25798. Inherent skill Dragon Scale, Inferno, Super Synchro. Status restriction, curse, restricting alarm, curse. Skills, Dragon Magic, S, Fire Magic, S+, Body Size Difference Correction, A+. Title, Descendant of the Ancient Dragon. Status restriction, curse. Reduce all statuses to 1/10 except INT. Restricting alarm opening parenthesis curse closing parenthesis. Keep certain people aware of your whereabouts. You know what to say. Hina always says. You should check your status often. You haven't learned anything, have you? Exclamation mark. Biting down so hard that her lips bled, Mika endured the words, regretting that it was her fault and thinking that he was right. After all the help Adel had given her, she had grown stronger. She was angry at herself for being so lax. However, there was still some hope. So, where's Kilo? I wonder. The fact that Gautani was here meant that Kilo and the others could go and help the Pope without any obstacles. But that's only if Gautani hadn't planted the curse on them. What good does it do to Lilo? Oh, right. The person behind you said you were a collaborator. I'm sure you're not the only one who has a problem with this. If you have holy armor, you can certainly block my attacks and abilities, damn it. And if so, What? Kilo and the others should have rescued the Pope by now. What the hell is wrong with you? You really don't know anything, do you? Gautani mocked her, and Mika, unable to hide her annoyance, tried to release her holy sword. But Lavale stopped her and stood in front of Mika. Lavale, don't pull the trigger here, Mika. We can't win now anyway. What's the meaning of that smile, kid? Oh, you're a woman, aren't you? Well, I'll tell you what, there's another hero in this country right now. There's me, Sakurada, and one more. No way. I'm not lying. I said, one of you useless bastards is dead. Send one over here. I asked Asahina, and she was happy to send me. And I asked him to get the Pope. I'm sure they'll be happy to help. And I'm sure they'll be happy to help. Mika couldn't control herself anymore and released her holy sword to slash at Gautani. Gutilda ta tilde ni. Oh, want to have at it. Gautani swung at Mika's holy sword and knocked it down, and then hit her in the stomach with the handle. Mika blacked out, losing all the air in her lungs as she slammed into the wall across Lavale, and Lavale just watched quietly. Ha, idiot, a small fish is still a small fish, even if you raise the status of it while it's under my curse. So, you're not scared of me, are you? Is that what you're trained to do? That's not why I'm here. I'm just not going to waste my time. So, kid, if you get us, what are you going to do then? Huh? I think we should execute all the bandits except Kilo-chan. We don't even need Sakurada anymore. You're lucky, aren't you? You can go down in history as one who died with a hero. Is that so? For some reason, Lavale smiled when she heard those words and raised her hands. It was a sign of surrender, but Gautani didn't like the look on his face and punched Lavale the same way he had Mika. Ha! Sore loser. Lavale's consciousness faded away without losing her smile until the end. Next time, Kilo sighed. Chapter 109. Kilo sighed, a new hero. Miss Kilo, are you okay? Ugh, thank God Uncle Quad was here. I couldn't live as a priestess anymore if people saw me like that. As Kilo fell from the sky, she leaked out some things, but they were immediately cleaned by Quad's fairy magic. She was deeply relieved to be able to wear her pure white underwear without any stains. Although Kilo wasn't the only one who had the courage to meet her father in the same state she had leaked in, most people wouldn't have the courage to do so. Now, Miss Kilo, where is your father being held? Yes. Well, I looked around and saw the building of the cathedral some distance away. Thank God, it's not that far away. I've figured out where it is. There are probably guards there, so let's head there while taking cover. I understand. Then I'll follow your lead, Miss Kilo. When the dandy uncle turned into a fairy, he stepped inside my hood. It tickled a little, but I could feel his body heat and that made me feel less nervous. Shall we go then? Yeah. Oops. Pardon me. But feeling his breath in my ears was tantalizing. We walked down the corridor, using Uncle Quad's fairy magic to get past the guards in the cathedral, and came to the room where Father was probably being held. I tried to communicate with Adel earlier, but I was so startled when he grabbed me by the ear that I made a strange noise. As to what I'm going through, without hesitation, Uncle asks me a question. How do you know where your father is, Miss Kilo? It seems that he is not being held in a prison. There's a good reason for that. There is a room that is reserved for the Pope, but only the rightful heir, namely my father, can enter the room, and nothing in the room can be taken out. His work as Pope is also basically done there, so if Father is being held captive, he should be under house arrest there so that no one can enter the room at any time. In other words, your father himself is the key to the room, isn't he? That's right. And here we are. Patting my chest softly at having arrived safely at the far end of the corridor, in front of the Pope's room, I turned to Uncle. Uncle, I don't know what kind of trick is inside. Do you think your fairy magic could do something about it? Leave it to me. With a reverent and beautiful bow, Uncle walked to the door and gave a small wave of his finger. Then, a glowing green horizontal line appeared on the wall above the door, and it went down and then it disappeared. What did it do? The uncle looks back at me with a smile and tells me in a reassuring voice. I've just checked, and I didn't find any suspicious traps, skills, and so on. So you figured it out now? Yes, I gave that green wire an enemy spotting skill, and I used it to check. I could barely keep my voice down from how shocked I was at how easily he said that. Is fairy magic capable of doing such things? Isn't it like the power of God, granting skills and so on? God, I see. I hadn't thought about it, but this is not a magic that is that versatile. If you use it, you will be burdened, and if you try to do a significant amount of things, you will reach your limit after just one use. It is certainly a great power from the perspective of other species, but it is not that easy to use. It only resembles the work of God, in that it can freely do anything and everything. Miss Kilo. That reminded me of the time when Adel felt the burden of removing my curse, and I had heard that the attempt to remove Mika's title had been bloody difficult. I realized that Uncle was not using it without repercussions, and I had to reflect on the fact that I should not have let him use fairy magic so easily. I'm sorry, I'll try to avoid asking you carelessly in the future. No, it's fine. I'm used to it, and I can do most things without any burden. Besides, Miss Adel said that fairies love people so much that they are willing to do anything for them, and I agree with her. I'm glad that you can genuinely rely on me. Yes. Shall we go then? Yes, let's. I don't know why my face turned red, but I pulled myself together and opened the door where my father would be. Then I peeked inside. Whoa, who is it? My eyes met with a woman's. At the same time, I see my father sitting on a chair. I looked at his back, which I hadn't seen for a long time, and called out to him. Uncle jumps out at that moment and stands in front of the woman. Father. What, Kilo? You idiot, why did you come back? Well, are we back in business? Yes, if you could give me a moment, please. Don't be so foolish. Well, there's still time. My father yelled at me and hugged me tightly. I couldn't help but burst into tears at the warmth and smell of my father, something I hadn't felt in a long time. However, the woman seemed to give me that reprieve, and I decided to take advantage of it for a while. Now, who are you guys? That girl over there is the Pope's daughter, right? However, I'd like to hear about you, dandy old gentleman, only if you'll tell me. No, I'll answer that. My name is Quad Cerberaka. I am from the dungeon city of Amon. May I have your name, please? The black-haired lady? Quad answered without pause, causing the woman to look dumbfounded. But he wasn't lying, because this was the first time Quad had ever been able to introduce himself, and he was elated. What was the name of the woman with black hair, black eyes, and with one eye covered by her hair? You answered me so easily. Well, now that you've introduced yourself, I'll answer too. My name is Inamoto Satsuna. I'm from another world, and I'm the third-ranked hero. You're a hero? Kilo, who had used her skill upon hearing the word hero, caught a glimpse of her status and let out a scream. Right, you're a priestess. You must have seen my status with your divine eye. I'm sorry, I must have startled you. Inamoto's eyes twitched slightly looking at Kilo, and then she bowed, realizing that she was probably being cautious since her body was still facing Quad. Quad continued to speak happily, though. Thank you for introducing yourself. I see. I have heard that there are 40 heroes, but if you are ranked third, you must be very strong. If you don't mind, may I take a look at your status as well? You're a really interesting person. I can't see your status at all. Well, if you can see it, why not? So well, Inamoto smiled in disgust at Quad's frankness, and motioned with her hand for him to proceed. Quad, pleased to have his offer accepted, activated his fairy eyes and marveled. Satsuna Inamoto, 21, LV. 4680. Race, human. Awaken plus. HP 608,402,755. 608,402,755. MP 13. 104,006,812. 13,104,006,812. ATK 325,776,630. Def 353,681,110. Matk 639,974,577. 522,000,000. 4,054,054 INT 5,500 SPD 704,010,870 Inherent Skills Automatic Recovery, Holy Sword, Automatic Translation, Item Box, Holy Armor. Skills, Swordsmanship, X, Concealment, X, Tampering, X, Appraisal, Throwing, X, 4 Attribute Magic, X. Title, Brave, Otherworlder, Blessed by the Goddess. Well, that's quite a status you got there. Hey, did you get to see that? I'm surprised. The concealment doesn't work on you. Does it? That's a new discovery. Kilo was horrified at the sight of Inamoto's status, which had intrigued Quad so much that he hadn't lost his smile. Even if it wasn't as strong as Adel's, it was still incomparable to Mika's. Well, I'm fascinated by that old gentleman over there, but let's talk business for now. Are you ready to resume the talks? If I don't finish my work, Gautani is going to come over here and bother me. You wouldn't like that, would you? Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm sure you're here to rescue the Pope. That goes without saying. But I have to stop you from doing that. However, I don't have a taste for torturing the weak. I don't want to see that lowlife happy, so if possible I'd just walk away from here as if nothing happened and let him go if he never shows his face in this country again. What do you think? Kilo was unsure. If she fought, she would lose without being able to do anything about it, and if she called Adel, she could probably counter her, but they would risk their own deaths in the aftermath of the battle. Quad will probably prevent that, but I don't know if that will be enough to block it if I get hit by someone with that status. By the way, Inamoto Dono, may I address you as that? Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, are you familiar with the existence of fairies? 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 Yes, I've heard of them. I've never seen them here, and on the other side they were mythical, fictional beings. Do they exist? No, I've been searching for fairies for some time now. I thought that maybe if you were a hero, you would have been able to confirm their existence. I wondered. I've always wanted to meet them. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. But why are you telling me all this? If you're trying to buy time, I'd have to say it's a waste of time. It is simple curiosity, miss. I'm no match for you. I just asked you what I wanted to know. Smiling playfully, Quad turned to Kilo, wagging a finger. Now, I don't want Miss Kilo to get caught, you know. But at the same time, I have a goal to save Miss Kilo's father. Sounds like it. So, what do we do? Let's do this. With a final wave of Quad's finger, the room began to ripple and move like a wave. Then, from where the ripples ran, the wall thrust out a pile of thorns and headed towards Inamoto all at once. Inamoto was startled for a moment, but it was only an attack made of material from the walls, so slashing with her holy sword was enough, but it was getting in the way and she could not get close to Kilo and the others. Uncle, Miss Kilo, please run away. I'll hold her back as long as I can. Oh no, you're coming with me. The next moment, without any context, Kilo and the Pope were tied up with rope. Miss Kilo, oops, and Quad, who was about to rush over, was suddenly knocked down on his face. On his back. Too bad, we can't let you go now. Inamoto was standing on his side, the flat of her holy sword touching his neck. She looked at Kilo alone, not even glancing at Quad with pity in her eyes. Quietly, Quad looked towards the direction she attacked, where there should have been traces of what must have been an attack just a moment ago. I'm pretty sure she was there. Did she move at a speed I can't perceive? In that case there should be some traces left behind. But there's no such a thing. Are you curious? How could I have done this? Yes, I'd be happy to know for reference. It's a secret. Oh, that sounds fascinating. Even though they were on opposite sides of the table, they felt a sense of closeness. However, the two who were being rolled around had only a look of despair on their faces. There. Oh Tilda, it's over, Inamoto. Yeah, it's over. Gautani, the man Kilo wanted to not see the most, showed up, and when he saw Kilo, he twisted his mouth and called out her name. I've missed you, my dear. My little Kilo. And that night, the four were captured by the heroes. Oh, Quad, how unfortunate for both of us. No, not really. We had a good encounter. Well, let's hear the details, shall we? Why, Do you look like you're having fun? Gulp. Chapter 110. Depressed, laughing, inciting. As the sun rises, the people of La Vale Rad wake up. Then, they all go outside together, and the first thing they do is pray to the rising sun. The rising sun can be seen through the huge gates of La Vale Rad, allowing sunlight to reach all of the buildings. When the prayers were over, everyone began to pray towards the castle, where the Pope lived. But it wasn't the Pope that they were praying to. It was the hero who saved this world. Hello, Kilo. I'm surprised. You know, that's just incredible. Why is it that the curse I placed on Kilo-chan has completely disappeared? It's strange, isn't it? I'm so sad that by the symbol of my love has disappeared. You know? Kilo was sitting on the bed in his room. He was kneeling in front of Kilo, rubbing his cheek against the back of Kilo's hand as he spoke those words. Is that your way of showing love, to make monsters go into a frenzy and attack me? Is that really what you call love? Oh, well, I suppose. The poor little Kilo being attacked by demons must be looking at that useless piece of trash and thinking, oh, please help me, my hero. You're the only one who can help me, right? That's when my love will be felt. So, what do you think? Did you get the message? You're making me nervous already, Kilo-chan. Kilo, who had been repeating this exchange forever, felt only physiological disgust at Gautani's inability to hold a proper conversation. Clang clang. Who is it that's interrupting our time? The moment he heard the knock on the door, Gautani flew into a rage, released his holy sword and glared in the direction of the person on the other side of the door. However, he quickly calmed down when he heard the voice of the other party. It's me. Come on in. I'll let myself in. It was the other hero, Inamoto, who came in. And since Gautani was far below Inamoto in the pecking order, he couldn't ignore what she had to say, and though his gut was churning from being interrupted from his time with Kilo, he tried to keep his cool. It's the usual time. Oh? You should go. I have my work to do. Don't you think you should do your job too? It's the position you want. I'm going. Then he turned to Kilo again with a grin and a smile and squeezed her hands. I'm sorry, Kilo-chan. I've got some shitty work to do. I'm going to have to finish my work, but I'll be back soon, so please wait for me while I kill time with this boring girl. I'll see you later. That's what he said and quickly left the room. Only the two women were left. Inamoto let out a sigh as she walked up to Kilo and bowed her head with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I have no way of stopping that thing. I know this is hard on you, but I'm not going to do anything bad to the citizens. I just need you to trust me on that. Why can't you stop him? Because that's what I'm ordered to do, I guess. No way. Kilo slowly examined Inamoto's neck. Then she noticed a device attached to it, one designed to take away a person's dignity. A slave collar? I understand. I'm sorry. It's hard for you too. Inamoto waved her hand as if to say it was nothing. You don't have to feel sorry for me. It's more of a status report. Your companion is the one I can't help you with at the moment, because Gautani is trying to kill her. Oh, I see. And one more thing. Inamoto drops to her knees and takes Kilo's hand. In a week, you're getting married to Gautani. No reaction? Well, it's obvious, I suppose. Kilo's head is slowly stroked as she begins to cry quietly. The tears don't stop, however. You are now being treated by the people as a brainwashed priestess, and the Gautani let it happen. And those three will be made out to be the main culprits. They were originally going to do that to just Sakurada-san, but the more of them there are, the easier the people will be convinced. And how can he do such a terrible thing? Well, I guess it means he's broken too. We all know that the war was the trigger, but it's not your fault. This is a story about the invasion of Ladaria, a country that Kilo predicted would be destroyed, and the story of the heroes who destroyed it. After all, it's nobody's fault. That war was. The only thing that matters is what the heroes did afterwards, including me, who had given up in that sense. Sakurada-san did more than any of the other heroes, didn't she? After saying that, Inamoto stood up and left the room. Then, before leaving, if you still have friends in the country, let them go. If they try to help, I'll have to move, and as long as Gautani doesn't know I'm there, I'll help. So, it's fine. Kilo looked at Inamoto, smiling as best she could. I won't lose, you know. Haha, well, That guy is just as much of a bastard as I've heard. No wonder you guys are running away. Ha ha ha. I've never been trapped like this before as well. Ha 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 ha. This is no time to be carefree, you know. At that time, the dragon, hero, and the fairy were in the dungeon of the castle together. All of them had shackles on their hands and feet, and slave collars around their necks. Quad could have easily gotten out of the dungeon by undoing his humanization, but that would have been a problem, so he stayed in the dungeon quietly. However, both Lavelle and Quad have smiles on their faces, so Mika was the only one who felt frustrated. What should I do? I didn't think Sechan would be here. Oh, you do know, Mika? What do you know about that monstrous hero? Monster is not the right word. Oh, there she is. Hey, Sakurada-san. I hope you don't talk about me like I'm a monster. In the midst of all this friendly banter, Inamoto appeared from outside the prison, and Lavelle asked, "Hey, you want to fight?" As if inviting Inamoto to join them, like in a convenience store, while Quad smiled and gave her a heads up as if he were looking at his grandchild. Inamoto gave a wry smile to both of them. You know, despite the circumstances, you and your friends are hilarious. Ha! Don't worry, I know a few more hilarious ones. Oh, I see. Inamoto coughed lightly and got down to business. Now, you are to be executed in a week for seducing a priestess, a national treasure, in front of the people. Please don't say it so casually. Even so, it can't be helped since the demented man is saying it. And as for me, I'm extremely unwilling. Besides, why did you come back? If you had just gone into exile in another country and lived in secret, no one would have done anything, you know? How could I leave her alone? Kilo is my friend. Mika instantly snapped at Inamoto's comment. Hearing those words, Inamoto checked Mika's status in appraisal and was amazed. It was hard to imagine what Mika's status would have been a few years ago, and her skill ranks had risen dramatically. With this status and the holy armor, it would not be impossible for Mika to defeat Gautani, Inamoto thought. I see, you've been desperate to become stronger for your friends in this other world. As I recall, you said that Mr. Quad was from a dungeon. Did you train there? It looks like you were forced to raise your level quite a bit. That's right, because of everyone's help, I've become so strong I can't do anything if Sechan is here though. Mika cried out, knowing the strength of the third place in the rankings. Mika was in despair. The strength of the hero in the top 5 was far superior due to the fact that they defeated the Demon King. Even in Mika's case, which had led to her being dispatched in the past, it had been Inamoto who had come to her rescue. The opponents were a trio of delinquents who were known for their bad behavior, but Inamoto calmly took them all on and defeated them unscathed, not even using her holy sword properties. The fact that Inamoto had come to Lavelle Rad was a huge miscalculation on Mika's part. Mika, I'm sure Master will take care of it for now, so don't be so disheartened. Oh, there is still someone out there. Wait, Lavelle. Why are you saying that? Mika became impatient as she mentioned the rest of her friends' names. But Lavelle and Quad continued talking happily, and the scene began to relax again. I'm sure that Master will do something spectacular anyway. And maybe she knew this would happen somehow. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have taken the opportunity to leave us alone. Yes, I agree. I'm sure Miss Adel will do something interesting again. So until then, we will just have to be spectators. Mika. Kukaku. Mika's friends are hilarious. Wait, don't laugh. I think she's really going to do something. The conversation continued in a strange atmosphere even though they were enemies. But then a follower of heroic spirit appeared, gave Inamoto an earful, looked at Mika once, and then quickly left again. Inamoto opens the door to the prison and lets Mika and the others out, but only freeing their feet. There will be a speech in the morning by the Pope. That's where they'll announce you, so I want you to come with me. The slave collar will prevent you from speaking. I just don't know what that guy is going to say, so just be prepared for that. I'm probably going to laugh. Okay. In the castle, there is an opening for the public to see the Pope. However, the figure of the Pope is blocked off, and only his shadow is shown. Today, the Pope was there again, only in shadow. The people all bowed their heads and were not allowed to see him. Normally, a hero would just stand silently beside him, But this day was different. My people, my followers, today, I, the hero, have something to say to you. Please, raise your heads today. With Hero's words, the followers raised their heads one after another to see Gautani. His face was covered by a mask, and he looked down at them with a gentle smile. As a matter of fact, the other night, I finally managed to save the Miko-sama and break her brainwashing. Are you serious, Hiro-sama? Exclamation mark. The believers in the plaza had a picture-perfect expression of joy on their faces, and there was a flurry of questions about the truth. Gautani stopped them with his hand. Of course, let us all welcome our priestess, Lady Kilo Fabrinide Lavalrad. Without saying a word, Kilo appeared in front of his beloved people. Many of them fell to their knees and began to pray for his safety, while Gautani continued with his madness. Gautani went on saying something even more insane. Thank you, the priestess is pleased to see you. Now, I have something even more exciting to report. It will take place a week from now. I, Gautani Shiji, and Kilo Fabrinide Lavalrad will be having a marriage ceremony. And the execution of those who masterminded the abduction of the Miko will also take place. As soon as the proclamation was made, the people rose up in an uproar. Hero and priestess would marry. It was a joyous occasion for the believers. Everyone congratulated the couple on their marriage. Gautani looked on with satisfaction, while Kilo kept her face expressionless and stared down. Then, the three cloth-bagged people were strapped to the cross in front of the platform. Now, these are the faces of those who caused the great sin. The cloth bags were all taken away at once, and among the three who showed their faces was a person the followers knew, causing a commotion. You, Hiro-sama? Why is Miko-sama? Gautani spoke with increased anger about Mika, who had come with Gautani years ago, confirming the fact that she was being held as a sinner. Mika is the great sinner who deceived the priestess this time. And she and her collaborators plotted to assassinate the Pope, in order for them to become the rulers of this country. I don't want blood. However, I can't let fools who follow the Demon King and the Demon Tribe, who have no blood or tears, live. Laval's cheeks were puffed out as she struggled to keep herself from laughing, and Mika's shoulders were shaking as she struggled to turn her face sideways. Then you must be condemned by a swing of the sacred sword. Then, with a new heroic spirit in our hearts, and under the guidance of the priestess and goddess, we will regain our stability. Perpetual peace. Perpetual peace. Raising the holy sword and using holy attribute magic to let light shine from the sky, the storm of praise became even more violent and swept through the country in the midst of all this. Hello, Laval, how was it yesterday? Oh, we've been waiting for you, Master. Good morning, Laval. The two fairies arrived in their usual manner. It's really good production, isn't it? I wonder if you'd be willing to teach me how to act? What's wrong with you, Ma? Chapter 111. Opponent in a fight. Poke. Tilda, feeling something poking me on the shoulder while I was basking in the morning sunlight on my bed, I woke up. I looked behind me and saw Arena's sleeping face and two fairies that looked like me standing there giggling and sobbing. Oh my, what's wrong? I knew it. A new hero was here? I asked, and the fairies nodded their heads. I held out my palm, and they jumped back into it. Then something entered my head. I see what you mean, Quad. That's brilliant. The fairies were only allowed to communicate with each other, but Quad was there to record and video record the events. I don't know about Miko and the others, but Quad left a perfect record of the heroes he fought. He made it look like he was stopping the heroes, but he made sure that the fairies couldn't be seen and gave them time to escape. That old gentleman is too clever. An idle morning. Yes, good morning. Fun. Yeah. The way Inamoto-san was talking, she didn't seem to be too keen on the idea. Maybe we can work something out through discussion. Since we're not in a place like the arena of a martial arts tournament, I'm afraid we'll break many things if we have to fight in a small area. Okay, Arena, let's spend the day in fairy form, shall we? Really? Are you certain? Yeah, I have to meet with Laval and the others. Yay. That's right. It's been a long time since we've been alone together, though we've often been fairies lately. I could hardly look around when I was in Amon, so I guess I should be happy. The only game we played was blindfolded chess with parallel thinking. I'm worried about Laval and the others. So let's go see what's going on in the country and listen to various people's stories. Let's go. Let's go. Well, what do you think of Lavalrad? Looking down from the cloudy sky, Lavalrad is nothing but white buildings that match the surrounding snowy mountains, and the roofs are highly sloped, probably because it snows all the time. The inn where we stayed was also generally long and narrow. The inn we stayed at was long and narrow, and it was common to see 4 stories high buildings, but a goddess sitting on top of a red dragon national flag. Maybe the flag of the country was displayed in many places. Is that how they treat Laval? For now, let's listen to what people are talking about. There is a surprise this morning. Normally, everyone goes to the Pope's morning address every day, even if there's no edict to call everyone. I take it this isn't the usual scripture talk. Maybe it's about the priestess. Yeah, it's possible. Kilo-sama, it's been a while since she was kidnapped, but I wonder if she's okay. Idiot, the heroes are searching for her. It should be fine. I guess so. And that's what they said in the morning. If there is to be an unusual convocation, then it might be Kilo-related. Holding hands with Arena, who was licking candy and following me, I turned my eyes to the surroundings as I listened to the believers walking towards the castle. The people who looked like believers were wearing robes with red and white lines, and those who didn't, were all walking around with the same book. I thought books were expensive, but in this country they are so essential that they are handed out to everyone, so maybe that's the Bible. The words that came out of their mouths were all about heroes and shrine maidens. I don't think I've ever heard a single bad thing about them. They were mostly worried about the priestess and thanked the heroes for their service. It's no wonder. In this way, it's like a venerable hero religion. It's certainly entirely different from fairyism. How solemn. Well, we're just playing along, right? Now, as we came to the castle where all the believers were gathered, we saw a shadow of a person in a place that was overhanging the castle. Instantly, the believers bowed their heads. Oh, that's the Pope. Furthermore, a man appeared in front of them, a sword at his waist, white armor on his body. I looked at him with my fairy eyes and saw that he was the problem child of this time. Gautani Sensuchi, 21, LV, 390, race, human. Awakened. HP 153,550 153,550 MP 246, 531 246,531 Act 29, 566 DF 23,900 Make 60,010 MDF 48,900 INT 1,500 SPD 43,872 Unique skills: Automatic recovery, Holy sword, Automatic translation, Item box, Holy armor. Skills: Sword arts, SS, Concealment, S+, Tampering, B+, Appraisal, Title, Hero, Transmigrator, Blessed by the Goddess. Even Mika can win if she tries hard enough. If she were to use her holy sword property, she should be able to seal the deal, and I really want to let her fight. In order for that to happen, the holy armor has to be returned to Mika's hands. I'll have to go get it soon. It's starting, Tilda? Oh, it's true. Wow, Kilo's looking like a mess. Kilo came out, but the look on her face when she heard Gautani speaking, as if he had gone through many hardships and had reached a state of selflessness. If I were to describe what kind of face she had, I would say it was a serious face. I'll have to go comfort her later. And as expected, when they talked about the marriage ceremony, Laval and the others were brought in with cloth bags over their heads and strapped to crosses. It doesn't really matter, they just put their arms through on top. I can see slave collars around their necks, so maybe that's why she can't use synchronization. Arena, let's go say hello to Laval and the others. Uesu. So, we approached Laval, who was being abused, and Laval spotted us. She turned her eyes to point at her neck while puckering up her mouth. Yes, wait a minute. I manipulated the collars of Laval and the others with fairy magic, and released all restrictions. However, the collars will remain on. Okay, synchronization is connected. Hello, Laval, was it yesterday? Oh, we've been waiting for you, Master. Hello Tilda, Lavale. I was about to ask her about what happened after that. But Quad had his fairy alter ego out, just like me, and he retrieved it from Kilo and handed it to me. The timing was just too perfect, Uncle. I asked him to show me Kilo's condition. I see, Inamoto-san is also wearing a slave collar. I don't know what the reason is, but it seems that she can't take any action that would be detrimental to the problem child. Still, she's not a bad person around, following Kilo to some extent. Seal-chan said she was helped by her before. She's basically neutral and doesn't get involved in troublesome things, but she was always in Asahina-kun's party because of her strong attributes. Miko said in a whisper, turning her face down so as not to be noticed. Then I guess I might be able to convince her. The question is, can I do something about the attribute and bring it up for discussion? I haven't seen her status yet, so I don't know how strong she is. Quad said that even if he really tried, he wouldn't be able to beat it, so she must be pretty strong. Lavale, I'm going to rescue everyone now. Hey, Master, wouldn't that cause chaos? Don't worry, I'll make replacements for everyone. Once they're all on top of each other, Arena and I will use fairy magic to make them all invisible, so we can get out. It's still going to be a mess. Yes, I think so too. But I can't help it because I've been able to do so much more since I got the Quad's experience. Right now, I am still rational, but I have a feeling that if I let myself go with it, something even more outrageous than at the martial arts tournament will happen. It might end up a little bland, but it has to have substance. I'll make it look like a golem, and then I'll transfer the faces, body shapes, and clothes of the three of them onto them. Execute. Okay, we've got the lookalikes. The face is expressionless, but it moves like it's supposed to, so I guess there's no problem. The next step is to create an illusion by manipulating the light so that the followers can't see it. I let the three of them slip out, and put the bland golem in the same pose and position. Then, me and Arena put invisibility on everyone, and the illusion was lifted. This allowed us to escape without anyone finding out. If we had done this from the beginning, everything would have been fine. I was expecting an irregularity like Inamoto-san to be there. Besides, from what I've heard, I was not convinced that the trouble boy would kill Miko and the others yet. He would definitely use them for his marriage to Kilo. And all my predictions came true, so here I am. I was so worried about tilde, you idiot tilde. Come on, stop crying and let's go. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I took out my usual white robe, fashioned it into something similar to the followers, and handed it to everyone. Here, put this on. If you keep it on tight enough, they won't notice. Right? We'll be going to Kilo's place for a bit, so you guys can look for those rumored to be rebels, and Quad can continue to work with Lavale and the others. I'm off then. Arena. See you later tilde. Yes, have a pleasant trip. You too. Don't worry, we'll save you a place to stay. If you're not coming back, use synchronization to let me know. Yes, she's too free-spirited. As the situation progressed, Miko was disappointed that she couldn't do anything and was being swept away, but then Adel came back and clasped Mika's cheek with her small hand. Mika, I'll have your holy armor back by the end of the week, and you can take care of Gautani. Understood? Yes. I'll leave it to you. Okay, that's a good answer. Bye-bye. With a beautiful smile, Adel and the others went away. Once again, Mika thanked Adel in her heart for her willingness to let them finish the job. Then, she once again looked at the opponent she was going to defeat and determined herself to do so. Meanwhile, let's give Kilo a number of homemade candy balls, failures, as a consolation prize. Should I stop? Yes. I was stopped by Arena. Chapter 112. Use one's frustration as a learning experience. Kilo, who had returned to her room earlier, was mentally exhausted after all that. Even though she had friends she could trust, the people's clouded eyes were quite unbearable. You're a respected believer, however. Kilo would still like to seek a faith like fairyism. She believes that a life of free thinking and a desire to live with a smile on one's face should be the ideal way for humans to be happy. It is only dependence that makes it a part of life, leaving all faith in the existence of heroes, popes, goddesses and holy dragons. What we should be thankful for every morning should be our own actions. but I want to avoid making people abandon their faith, because that would just be arrogance. What's the matter, Kilo? Why such a deep sigh? Oh, number. I'm just thinking about how difficult religion can be. Adel and Arena. Hi, squeak. Oops. Kilo silently grabbed the two fairies with her hands and pressed them against her cheeks. Being close to her eye, Arena is catching the large tears with her own body, but the fairy never looked uncomfortable. She scooped up the tears with both hands and spoke to Kilo. Cry baby? Don't cry. Thank you very much, Arena. The tears flowed one after the other for some time. After a few minutes, Kilo stopped crying, and Adel got down to business. I've given you a hard time, haven't I? No, I was able to get a good idea of what's going on in my country. I think this is good. Now, what are you going to do about it? That's the thing, I thought I'd use this. With that, Adel took out the recording crystal that she had used in their young beast group NQ. Let's use this to get some words out of the problem child and use it as material for a counterattack. Then, if Kilo wants, I can switch places with Kilo. I can use my fairy magic and humanization skills to take Kilo's form, and if you just tell me the important information, I'll be able to deal with the problem child. It was Adel's way of being considerate. It must have been mentally demanding to deal with it after seeing the way she had been holding back in front of the people and the way she was crying now. It must be very hard for Kilo to do this every day. However, Adel can take it all away. It's not an opponent for the intelligence-focused fairies, since it is not about her in the first place. No, I won't stop. But Kilo refuses to do so. Why? She stroked Adel gently on the palm of her hand. I have to fulfill my responsibility. The fate that I once ran away from, I want to fight it to the end this time. Like you and Fauna, who rebuilt Ladaria, and like the children who continued to struggle for their lives in the dungeon. I, too, want to be like them. I see. Then I'll leave you with this body of mine instead. You can always contact me when things get hard, and I'll take care of you instead of just healing you, okay? Yes. Adel created her own altar body and gave it a crystal ball. However, neither of them were normal. Both the enhanced altar body, Adel, and the recording crystal were both special versions enhanced with fairy magic. If you ever get in danger, I'll be over here to help you. Also, I can normally let you have the recording crystal and put it on for that problem child. From what to what? It's fine, and looks like they're here, so I'll be going now. Oh yeah, I've already rescued Mika and the others, so don't worry. Yes, please tell them I'm fine. Yeah, I'll see you in a week then. Kilo later tilde. As soon as Adel and the others disappeared, Goutney came in. The alter ego of Adel was on her shoulder, starting to record with a handsome smile, as if telling her, leave it to me, buddy. That was a little reckless, wasn't it? Adel, are you okay? Do you need to rest? Let's wait until we get to the inn. Don't worry, the pain will go away soon. The act of creating a half-body of me sent a tearing pain through my head. It was only for a moment, so I was able to stay in Kilo's presence without incident, but honestly, the lingering pain alone took a lot of my mental strength. But when I thought about Inamoto-san, I thought that since I didn't know the characteristics of the Holy Sword, it would be better to have enough strength to deal with any situation that might arise. If it's just a headache for me, I'll do it. Besides, Kilo said she'd do her best. Support? Regarding Kilo, yes, we'll be on our own and do what we can. Yeah, that's a cute reply. I want to play. The girl was fighting to accept the reality. What I can do for her is to gather materials for her fight. I want to help those who are trying their best, no matter what. Speaking of which, I wonder where Inamoto-san is. Well, we don't have to meet her today, but I'm sure we'll run into her somewhere anyway. If we don't come at them, they won't attack us. But since Arena is here now, I'll do it when I'm alone. So, I used Sync to connect with Lavale and flew back to the inn that everyone had taken. Adel, how was it? How was Kilo? She's not hurt, right? That's when Mika caught Adel. She grabbed the fairy's body and shook it. Ababa. With a lingering headache, it was a double whammy. Calm down. Look, Master's eyes are rolling. So, sorry, Adel. Spinning ruin round. Oh, You're acting like Arena, aren't you? Let her sleep for a bit." Lavale stopped her, and after a while, my shaken brain returned to normal and I got up, humanized. "Oh, I thought it was going to throw up." "Okay, Mika, see Isa on the floor. Let's talk about what we're going to do." "What? Are you using me as a chair? Aren't you happy to be my chair?" "I am." I sat down on Mika's chair, and she started squirming, but I ignored her and started to talk. "Lavale, did you find someone interesting?" "It was very difficult to find people who don't even know how we got here, but there were a few people who were talking about it." They were all talking very quietly so that the other believers couldn't hear them. "Did you get the content?" "Absolutely," and Quad wrote about what they were saying. He held out a piece of paper to me and bowed. As I've learned recently, that's how Quad is. And when I looked at the paper that was handed to me, I saw a few words: Cardinal, Heretic, Brave, Right. The Cardinal was the only person in this Lavale lad who had power close to the Pope, but it seemed that he was working in secret. That was one thing. And he agreed to eliminate the bishops and knights around the Pope along with the heroes and make the Pope his puppet. Isn't that a bit much, gentlemen? I'm sure you'll be able to understand why I'm here. What is the purpose of this Cardinal? If the troublemaker marries Kilo, the next Pope will automatically be a hero, so the power shouldn't go to the Cardinal. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I think it's a good idea. If it's the words of an ally, it's likely that he'll follow them. Is it about a plan to take a sip of sweet bounty together? But what kind of bounty? I don't think they need the money. Oh, but Halaya is taxed, so economically it's hard. So, he wants to use the prestige of his bravery to collect more money from his followers. That's the best I can think of. That would be the least of it. Have you ever met the Cardinal, Mika? Yes, I have. He's really tall, but he's also expansive. He looks like he'd bounce if you threw him. He was always wearing all kinds of ornaments, and the way he treated women was just like Gautny. Thank you very much for your explanation. I wonder if that filth I was talking about is running the country now. He also loves money. That's it then. For now, capturing the Cardinal and defeating the heroes will quickly bring the situation under control. In front of the people, of course. After that, Mika will beat up the troublemaker, and I'll announce the truth, is the general plan. Oh, Mika, I'm going to get your holy armor back in a few days. Why, in a few days? Apparently, she thought I was going to get it today. She stopped being a chair and stood up, holding me in her arms. She wouldn't let go of me. There's no particular meaning, but you see, it happened yesterday. I mean, the security will be a little tight, right? Maybe it's because they are getting ready for their wedding ceremony in a week. And Mika, fake, has been caught. If the troublemaker is thinking that far ahead, I'm sure he's thinking that some people will be trying to sneak into the tower. And it looks like he's increasing the number of curse installations. That's why, if possible, I want to get it just in time to rescue Kilo. If they find out about Mika and the others, they might take Kilo hostage. I see, I understand. So, I'm going to bed early today since I'm tired. I've used extreme fairy magic today, albeit on a small scale, to create half of myself. We're also tired from being tied up. I think we should eat and go to bed early today. Then I'll prepare it for you. I'll just go out and find something to eat. Thank you, Quad-san, I'll leave it to you. Then Lavale used sync on me. When I looked at her face, I noticed that she was looking at me with a serious and also frustrated look on her face. It's unusual for Lavale to look like that. Master, can we have a talk before we go to bed? What is it? Will you help me train? Okay. Shall we start tomorrow? Sorry for the bother. It's okay, I'll plan something for that. What's the best difficulty level? There's sweet, medium, hot, spicy, hellish, and annihilating. The top one, of course. Hey, dominatrix with big tits. I will destroy you. Chapter 113 Underground Exploration and Training. The humiliation for Lavale. For Lavale not being able to fight with seriousness against an opponent who is much stronger than her is humiliation. On the battlefield, it is normal to consider such a thing as a naive way of thinking, but for Lavale, The first time she lost in a battle in which she put her whole heart and soul into was the first time she was defeated. That's why it was unacceptable for her to have that opportunity taken away from her by someone else. No matter how well she could read the situation and how much she cared for her friends, she was an ancient dragon. She is the closest thing to an apex living being. I've used it all morning, but isn't this the fourth time? Maybe that's why it's still better. I'm sorry, Lord. I didn't mean to overwhelm you this morning. That's okay, I kind of know how Lavale feels. Adel and Lavale had come down out of Lavale Rad, over the mountains to a snowfield. It was a place they had searched for and found on the condition that it was not a human path and that demons did not come out that far. The purpose was to train, of course. However, the opponent was not Adel herself, but the countless humanized alter egos she had created. Adels, although they are not as strong as the half-body, they are more than capable of fighting. Adels, alternate body, LV.1100, race, magical creature. HP 300,000 300,000, MP 300, 300,000. AC 1, 000,000, DF 1 million, Make 1 million, MDF 1 million, INT 3000, SPD 1 million. Unique skills, communication, fairy magic, degraded, skills, 4 attribute magic, S, sword art, S+. Even one of them is astounding enough, but there are dozens of them. But it was a request that came from Lavale herself, and Adel had accepted it without hesitation. There was no one who could stop them. Are you sure you want me to defeat them all? Yes, I'm going to be serious to some extent. I will give you some magic power if you become a gem, so feel free to go for it. Of course, you can do it in your true form as well. No, humanoid form is fine. That's what we're here for. The humanoid form does not have the same status as the red dragon form. As a humanoid, there are no status adjustments like there were with the red dragon, so she's going to be fighting an opponent 10 times her own size. Is that good? Because I want to overcome my weaknesses. However, if I find that it doesn't work, I'll simply fight in my original form, so don't worry about it. Okay. Then, I'll leave you to it, okay? Adel let her alter ego take care of the rest, and she turned into a fairy and flew towards Lavale Rad. Lavale saw her off and turned to the Adels once more, holding up her now beloved halberd. Then let's go. With that, hundreds of clashes of magic and sword would echo up from the snowfield. I'm back. Adel, welcome back Tilda. When I returned to the inn, I was greeted by Arena in her humanized form. Oh, that's a lot of kisses on my face. Arena, my face is going to be sticky with your saliva. That's reward, though. Where are Quad and Mika? They're gone. Oh, I guess I was a little late. The plan for today was that we were going to ask the townspeople what they thought about the cardinal. So, we use Quad's fairy magic to disguise the faces of the two of them. We are also planning to check the 3 fake dummies for any flaws as confirmation, and then plunge into a suspicious place found at random. Let's go, then. Yes, the two of us left the inn and headed for the castle, buying and eating along the way. Today we bought something that resembled a doner kebab. The meat and vegetables were stuffed into a thin loaf of bread, and when eaten together, the gravy and vegetable dressing combined to make a very tasty dish. But I don't know what kind of meat it is. It's always the same, isn't it? Well, it's not something that feels good to look at, that thing. I don't want to see. You don't have to look. There were 3 Haribo golems strapped to a cross on a platform in front of the castle, and around them, some believers were saying as many abusive words as they could, sometimes even throwing stones. At first glance, they didn't seem to notice me at all, so I quickly walked away. This kind of person can't forgive those that took away the one they adored due to their zeal. It's true that those who have committed atrocities need to be punished, but to expose them like that is unacceptable and unpleasant. I'm also a pretty naive person, so it will be difficult for me to understand those people. The people around me walked away quickly, probably offended by the scene. This country has a strong conscience. We have to do it right. As I returned to the main street and continued strolling around the back alleys, I saw some believers entering a street. They seemed to be paying attention to their surroundings, though. They were kind of sneaking around, weren't they? Suspicious. It seemed that way. So I followed them to a dead end surrounded by houses. There was no sign of the believers. Where did they go? I looked around, but there was no place to hide. Adel, swoop. Yeah. I stopped when Arena told me to, and to my surprise, she put her ear to the ground. After closing her eyes and spending some quiet time listening, she raised her head and looked at me, as if she heard something. I found it. I see. They were underground. Rather, there's an underground passage in this country. Searching the underground with fairy magic, I found a single hollow spot in the ground. Looking closely, I saw that there was a place where I could hook my hand, so I grabbed it and found the entrance. Today, you are a police hound, aren't you, Arena? So only a few of the faithful have ever seen the Cardinal's face, right? Yes, I have. You're a hero, and you don't know it? Well, that's harsh. I'm a junior who just joined. We didn't wait for Adel, but left the inn first to listen to the conversation. Mikodono insisted on doing it herself, and I wanted to help her. Mikodono's work was very risky, so here I am, listening. The man I'm talking to now is also a believer who works in the market, and he's been very helpful in answering my questions. When I bought something from the store as information at the end of our conversation, he sent me off with a smile. It's a comfortable place to be in the midst of human activity. Thank you, Quad. I just couldn't take it anymore. No, that's fine. Mikodono has her own role to play, so why don't you just do your best there? Yes. I stroked the depressed Mikodono's hair. Black hair is a wonderfully pure color, and I think it's a very good thing. It's the first time I've discovered something like this, and I'm glad. Is this what a nice uncle looks like? It's so cool. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. No, it's going to be a big mess, so let's go, Mr. Quad. When Mikodono caught my hand that was stroking her, she started walking in a straight line. I see, Mikodono is also a woman. Should I refrain from skinship a little more? It's fine as it is. Is that how it is? It's so dark, Tilda. I didn't expect it to be this long. Did you? We were going all the way through an underground passage, but it was a simple path with only lights at a certain distance, like a tunnel. It was probably built close to the place where Kilo said she escaped from. The width of the path was so narrow that only 2 people could pass in a row. Believers pass by here and there, but since we're fairies now, no one can see us. It's the best way for covert action, after all. Now, after flying for a while, I heard some people talking, so I humanized myself and took a peek. I want to intervene, depending on what they're saying. What are we going to do? I wasn't expecting this at all. Well, now that Kilo-sama's back, we're going to have to revise our plans drastically. Why don't we just defeat the Cardinal and return as Kilo-sama's faction? You say that, but we don't have the strength to do that. The plan is designed for several decades. Several men and women, all wearing the robes of the heroic cult, but what made them different from the others was that their emblems were cut up. The atmosphere is uniformly gloomy, but I wonder if their plan is to defeat the Cardinal. Whatever it is, even if he is a hero, if Kilo-sama is here, she can take care of Gautani. He's really in love with Kilo-sama. Maybe she can get him to do what she wants. Are you going to treat Kilo-sama, a national treasure, as nothing more than a woman? Shame on you. But if we don't do something about the hero, we have no chance, right? Why don't we bishops take the place of the Cardinal? We'll take care of the knights afterwards. All but one of them were starting to say very dirty things. Wow, Kilo is going to cry when she hears this. I think they might take advantage of our movements and start something, so I need to stop them. Arena, be a fairy and stay in the hood. I'm going to have a quick chat with them. Okay. Hello. A hooded girl suddenly appeared, and the people present turned around at once. The most talented woman among them, Armani, a knight who belonged to Kilo's guard, was astonished. What nonsense! I didn't feel any sign of her approach. But after a moment of astonishment, Armani immediately drew her sword and stood in front of the 3 of them. The girl did not take any action about it. What the hell are you? How the hell did you get in here? We're the ones who brought Kilo here. We're still working on an operation. but we happened to find our way here and found the four of you saying some disturbing things. So I thought we should have a little chat." "You, Kilo-sama, then the one currently strapped to that cross is a member of yours?" "They were members of our team." "Well, I've already saved them, and those are just dummies." "I can't believe all this." Armani dismissed the whole thing as lies. The girl decided that they couldn't go on like this, so she took off her hood to show her face. At that moment, everyone's complexion changes. "My goodness, aren't you the hero-sama of Galania?" one man says in surprise, while Adel, for her part, didn't expect anyone to know who she was in such a remote mountainous country, but apparently it had already been spread around a lot, so she continued talking. "I'm the one who's been commissioned by Kilo. You know who the martial arts champion fought in the finals, right?" "A hero." "I see. That's a great move to ask." The old man scratches his beard in admiration of Kilo's idea. But Armani did not lower her sword just yet. "If you're taking orders from Kilo-sama, then you must have a request form." "No, there's no way I can produce it." "I mean, it's a private request, not through the guild, right?" "Then what did you take it for?" "Kilo said she saw me in the prophecy, the adventurer who performed a miracle in Huville. I listened and wanted to help, so I took the job. That's all!" That's. The moment she heard that, Armani dropped her sword and bowed her head. "I'm sorry." "I understand. You are indeed a collaborator of Kilo-sama." "I'm Armani, and that information is only known to me and the Pope, who was on guard duty at the time." "The fact that you know it means that you are trusted by Kilo-sama. So now, can you tell me about you guys?" "Yeah, sure." Armani turned to the other three and received their indication of understanding, allowing Adel to take a seat and listen to the four of them. Chapter 114. What do we live for? "What, you haven't changed much, have you?" "It hurts to hear you say that." After that, I asked them what kind of organization this was, but it turned out that this one was so bad that I couldn't help myself. The only sane one was the order led by Armani. First, except for Armani, the other three were all Kilo Papal members who had been abolished by the cardinals, and they had taken advantage of this to manipulate taxes and donations to the Pope at will. The civil servants of the castle were also prepared by them, so the three Kilo Papal members and the cardinal supporting the hero were mostly fighting over the fortune. So, when I started talking to them while using fairy eyes, I found out they were full of lies. I pointed them out and Armani beat them all up like demons and made them sit on the ground. The ground is covered with rocks, so it looks like it hurts a lot. I should have known that the people I was working with were as garbage as the cardinal. I'm sorry, Adel. I know I've said and done some strange things in the past, but yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. But by the way, has this underground place always been here? That's what I'm more interested in now. I'm really curious about the underground base. I asked her about it, and she said that all the people we saw should be members of the Knights, and that they are ready to move at any time. This place is an underground space that has been remodeled over the years. It was originally used as an emergency refuge or counterattack hidden passage when the country was in danger of a disaster caused by demons. But now it was being used as a sleeping place for us Knight members and these guys. A shelter when there's a hero? A hero has not been in this country for hundreds of years now, ever since the creation of the country. That is, that's why this country has always been well prepared. That's right. There is no way that a hero can always be here, and the people themselves have to fight and protect themselves. Nowadays, the heroes themselves exist, but heroism is not a religion for heroes. So, the plan is for Kilo to assassinate the cardinal, and then to seduce Hero. What would you have done if the important Kilo hadn't come? No. Master Kilo had always intended to come back. It's just that it was unclear how long it would take. That's why we waited, believing in the prophecy. That's a faith-filled thing to do. But I'm glad I got here before they sent someone on a reckless suicide mission. Let's check this out then. Armani wants to reclaim La Rad with Kilo as it should be. Is that correct? Armani nodded. I can take care of the hero. I can take back La Lad as it should be. The problem is management. As far as I'm concerned, it would be best if you guys could be the ones to support Kilo when she marries the man who will become the Pope in the future. If you disappear, it would be a problem. Leave that to me. Next time embezzlement or something like that is discovered, I'll immediately chop off the sinner's head." "What?" The three were about to complain but fell silent as Armani glared at them. "You can keep your position and everything. I'm going to confiscate everything but the bare essentials. Don't do it again. I know you were doing it so that Kilo's divine eyes wouldn't find out, but Kilo is pretty well trained. From now on, she'll know instantly it'll be like that." Armani cut the desk in half with a single strike of her sword, and the three of them shook their heads repeatedly like toys in approval. "Okay, that concludes the discussion. Well then, we're going to go full swing in a week's time, during the marriage ceremony, so if you need anything, just come to the inn where we're staying." "Oh, I will." We exchanged a generous handshake and parted ways for the day. "It's about time I got some fresh air." "Yes, sir." After listening to the story and getting to know the country of Lavale Rad to some extent, Quad came to one fact. "They and I are very similar, are we not?" "Similar?" "Quad is a fairy. He is a fairy who has lived alone for 10,000 years. That's why he didn't know any fairies other than himself. He did not know how they lived, what they lived like, or how they laughed. The first emotion Quad felt when he learned about them was joy, followed by curiosity. He was sure that he had the ideal of what he should be, an ideal that he even half believed in. Adel and Arena certainly had it, and they saved his world and gave him freedom. But what about humans? Hero is an existence that can be rightly called the savior of the world, a living legend, a follower of the divine. However, there are few people who know what they really are. Even if they do exist, they are not heavenly beings that cannot be touched or seen. The same is true for the people who live in Lavale Rad, the head temple of heroism. They only believe in their hero, who saved the world, and do not follow their will of that individual. Theoretically, hundreds of years ago, one of the heroes visited, and the country was renamed. A new dragon was honored as the messenger of the goddess, and beliefs were changed. And since then, no hero has ever visited. Then, for hundreds of years, people must have longed for the presence of the hero, for his return. As a result, hundreds of years later, they failed to realize that their faith turned out to be a blind one. I am accompanying Miss Adel on her journey of my own volition and with my own thoughts. That is only if there is a purpose. But they don't have one. No, they should have. They just don't know that they are being distorted. What do you mean by that? It means that what they need to hear is not the word of a hero, but the meaning of heroism. Overall, it seems that ideals and reality are different, Mika thought to herself. I guess that it was too hard. Oops. Lavale was struggling to cope with the Adels that were attacking her one after another. She was unable to attack even once and was forced to fight on the defense. There was almost no difference in status, and there were dozens of them surrounding her. Normally, they would have killed her immediately. The reason they haven't done it yet is due to Lavale's combat experience and the way the Adels are fighting. Still, though, I'm already dying. I'm going to take out at least one of them. Masters. Dodging one of the Adel's sword attacks at the last second, she let her scales crawl up her arm and hit as hard as she could. Yura! What? And with a sound as if two pieces of steel had hit each other, one of the Adels was blown several hundred meters to the side. Lavale was also blown away by the other attacks, but her face was all smiles. I'm not done yet. The incompletely formed scales were shattered, and her fist was broken. Not exactly what Lavale had imagined. As it is, Lavale lost consciousness, and a red gemstone came out of her forehead. The Adels took the jewel in their hands and immediately began pouring magic into it. After doing so, for a while, the jewel turned into light and changed its shape, ending as Lavale's form. Revived. Lavale had died a total of 100 times in the past days. Whenever she came back to life like this, she would challenge Adels again, and then get defeated miserably, repeating as many times as she could. From time to time, the Adels asked Lavale to take a break, but Lavale didn't care and continued fighting, as if every minute was too precious. Lavale, aren't you trying too hard? One of the Adels said. But Lainvale shook her head with a fearless smile. It's fine, This is my grandfather once told me that in order for an ancient dragon to awaken, it would have to overcome many deaths. I don't know if that will ever happen to an ancient dragon, but it did happen to my grandfather. I want to believe in it. I could kill two birds with one stone by also learning new ways of fighting. Adels was fuming when she heard the last words. But Lavale didn't care. She raised her weapon again. Come on, there's more to come, masters. You're going to have to stay with me until my guts run out. Okay? Don't look at me like you feel it would be better not to be here. And then Lavale was exposed to another barrage of magic. Where's Lavale? After going around the city for a while, I met up with Quad and the others, had dinner, and came back to the inn. But Lavale still had not returned. The sun had already set, but was she still training? I found a note on the desk and read it. It's so much fun, I want to fight forever. By Adels. You are a battle maniac. Lavale, is she coming back, Tilda? Apparently, she's into fun stuff. Why don't you bring her lunch tomorrow? Yes, I will. I wonder if she's going to bring Lavale some food, or if she's going to go out of her way to make sure she gets some. Am I supposed to interrupt that? Okay, let's not talk about what's inside the lunchbox, because that's where my characteristic world treat Tabasco roars to life. Yes. Let's discuss what we're going to talk about today, Adel. Time to talk. Lying on the bed, we were discussing the events of the day, Mika letting out a sigh as she relayed all of Quad's words to me. I don't really understand. I've always been on the edge of red on my tests and… Let's see, for example, what is Mika's favorite food? Huh? Well, it's a bit of a cliché, but curry, maybe? Well, let's say that there is a country that believes in curry. The Pope is the one who teaches people how to make curry every day, and he teaches people different kinds of curry every day. Yeah. Then, one day, a world-renowned curry-making expert comes to visit. Of course, people respect him and want to learn his curry, right? Yes, that's true. Okay, you got it. It's a weird analogy for me, but curry, I want to eat it. Pardon me. Then one day, the master says, I'm good at making curry, and I'm great at it, so do as I say. It's true that they believe in curry, but they don't believe in people who make curry, so they wouldn't normally follow what the expert says, right? Oh, you mean you can't bind their actions because the object of their faith is different? That's what I mean, because Quad's freedom and personal will is not based on faith, but on one's sense of purpose. But not in this country. They have been made to believe that their hero is the right one. When it comes to religion, there is some guidance of consciousness from the higher-ups, but in that respect, Gautani was doing too much. Once something like that collapses, it will never come back. When there is little information available, it is only natural to believe the best. If it had been more open, I'm sure some people would have questioned it. So, with what the Pope and I have set up there, there's no problem. Regarding corroboration, I don't think there's much more to it than that. We don't even have to go through the marriage ceremony anymore. What else do I have to do? Mika's training is following that of Lavale. Jaya, what's that archaic squeal? Oh, Arena came back with a huge smile on her face. I'll help you with that. So, what do we put in it? What are the ingredients? Well, let's use this meat that I don't know what kind it is. Let's do that. There are so many kinds of meat in this world. Chapter 115 A Child's Lament. Oh, Wamu. Lavale, who had been up all night fighting since the day before, stopped fighting when a nice scent entered her nostrils. The Adels wondered about it and stopped fighting too. Right then, 3 familiar fairies and a human came flying from Lavale Rad. Oh, Arena. Lavale, good work Tilda. Here's your lunchbox Tilda. Oh, my Arena made this for me, right? Yes, I made it with Adel. Oh, you're such a motherly girl, Tilda. Is she a mother now? No, that's how it's set up. It's been a while since I used that term. We haven't used the term in a while, have we? They hugged each other like they were overcome with emotion. Lavale started crying when she saw what was in my lunchbox. Arena asked Adel if she could write some words on it, and Adel suggested what to write with sauce. She wrote, "I love Lavale," on it. That includes my feelings, you know, I said in sympathy. She didn't listen, But being carried through the air by a fairy was terrifying, wasn't it? I never understood the feeling of the green boy flying with fairy powers. F_note, Peter Pan, /F_note. Mika was sobbing to herself, but it couldn't be helped. When flying over the mountains, the altitude is inevitably high. She didn't move even a bit while we flew. She was stuck with a strange look on her face. Lavale, how long did you last? Gulp. I've barely managed to this morning. I'm surprised at how much my level has increased, Master. Their bodies may be made of magic, but they're still living beings. Although I can't really imagine me getting hit. I don't think I'd feel too bad about it though, because the way I was beaten was so soft. It's not surprising, since I was fighting an alter ego. Oh, I see. If this was Arena's form, she would have chosen to be hit one way or the other, but not in this case. Well, my alter egos are made to scatter into a pink dust cloud when they are defeated. It's not going to turn into a bloody mess, but that's a fast pace for a 2-day fight. Have you learned any new fighting techniques? Something like that, but the unveiling will have to wait. Lavale finishes the lunch that Arena and I made for her in a matter of minutes and stands up, looking satisfied. I want to do this before I forget what it feels like. I'm sorry, Arena, but it would be nice if you could bring me lunch again. I'll bring it. Master, please give me Arena. This is something I know. It's called a commuter wife. Do you want to be executed here and now, you bad dragon? After some joking, seriously, I sent out additional adels. Lavale's smile twitched at the sight of it, but I said, this is different, and turned to Mika. Mika, I'm going to leave 3 copies here for you to win one-on-one. Each time you win, your strength will increase, but hang in there. Okay. Do I have to use the holy sword? I think you have to use it, or you'll never win, right? So strong. Why are they so strong? She was surprised when she saw my alter ego's statuses using her appraisal. That's right, it's as strong as the ones Lavale is fighting. I think you'll have to be innovative to win, right? Yes, well, first, it's still me technically, and I'm a sword fighter. You can do whatever you want. Here we go. Holy sword, activate tilde. The brutal fight began, with no time for questions. Of course, I'm going to have to hold off a little because it's not like in Lavale's case where there's an infinite number of resets available. I see, so Mika is training here too. That's right. Good luck to both of you. Yeah, I'll leave that one to you, and Arena, you keep an eye on Master to make sure she doesn't overdo it. Okay, I'm on it. She doesn't trust me at all. Yes, this is Kilo. I've been able to feel much better thanks to the presence of the Adel's altar. Even as an altar body, her status slightly surpasses that of the other 2 heroes, so she's so dependable that it's almost scary. Even now, this altar body is watching over me, spinning the recording crystal around in her fingers. I'd like to give her some sweets later. So, Kilo-chan, let's hurry up and decide on the design of the dress. That is why I can endure this situation. Gautani has been using my lap as a pillow for a while now, showing me a number of dresses that I could wear, drawn on sheets of white paper made of good material. They were all beautiful, probably designed by master craftsmen, but they did not touch my heart at all. Maybe it's because of his dark and cloudy eyes, unlike Mika's. Gautani-sama. More importantly, what about the doctrine of today's lunch? No, what have you been doing so far, huh? Is that more important than my marriage ceremony? Well, if we're going to get married, I'd like to hear about the daily work of the person who will be my husband. I thought. I see. I'm sure you're right. A wife would be worried if she didn't know her husband's work routine. Okay, I'll teach you, Kilo-chan, follow me. He grabbed my hand and started walking at his own pace. I ran after him. The altar body in the background smiled and told me, we were getting some good pictures. She looked so cute. I waved a little to her because she was so cute. We were brought to the Pope's office. What were they doing in my father's room? When I entered, Inamoto-san was standing beside my father, just like that night. What do you want? You're here with your future wife. Oh, they asked me to show them my work. So, I thought I'd show you some of my ongoing exploits. I see. After hearing that, Inamoto-san turned to father again as if nothing happened. Rather, I am very curious about what father is doing now. Father is? Oh, he's in the middle of making a new Bible. He's having me fix it up based on the notes I got from him. You don't have to answer that. I'm sorry about that. I decided there was no need to bother you. Is there a problem? Nothing. But don't talk anymore. I'll leave it at that. Inamoto-san really knows how to handle Gautani, doesn't she? However, perhaps due to the power of the collar, she immediately turned her head back to father when commanded. Does it bother you? I guess I can't help it. He's your father, isn't he? But don't worry. All he's doing is helping us as a couple to live a better life, right? Answer me, father. He kicked up his chair and father fell out of it. I immediately tried to run over to father, but Gautani grabbed my hand. Let go of me, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. I'm alright, so don't mind it. See, he said it himself. We glared at the giggling Gautani, but he brushed it off as nothing. I was astonished to see what was on the desk when father fell down. It was a piece of paper with the following inscription on it. There is no one equal to a hero in this country, but only a hero who conquers the world with prestige. What? It was as if the word arrogance had been directly written down. Are you going to let the people read this? To the people, to the faithful? This is what is this? Is this how you want the Bible to be written? This? Oh, come on, that's a terrible thing to call it, isn't it? This is it's important. You know, people all over the world don't even know about us heroes. They don't know how precious we are, how much we've contributed to the world, how hard we've worked. Gautani held up his hands and opened his eyes unnaturally to look at me. His eyes were filled with insanity. I went through that hell, and I thought I was made to experience that murder, that genocide. And I thought the human beings in this world should be even more grateful to us heroes. They should bow their heads, and thank us for saving this world, give us money, offerings, and women. They should pay tribute now. The hero with a shining holy sword stands before me as a pathetic man. That's why I chose the most obvious way to do it, he said. It's very peaceful, don't you think? I really wanted to crush them by force and make them obey me, you know? But then I met Kilo-chan, and that changed my mind. Heroism is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Do you know how happy I was when I came to this country, when I was greeted with smiles and gratitude by a beautiful girl like Kilo-chan? Those longing eyes, the praise, and awesomeness that the people directed at me. Laughing loudly, laughing like a child, laughing like a madman. I thought to myself, I really thought that this woman was the goddess reward for my hard work. You are my hope to live in this world. So, I'm not going to hold back anymore. I'm going to have everything that the people in my class envy and live happily ever after. This is the first step. It was like a lament. But I was the one who predicted it. I'm the one who knew it and let it happen. Maybe it's not my fault alone. But is this the hero of today? If so, how much madness has our world put on their shoulders? He, whom I now knew with all my heart to be horrible, was just a pathetic kid clinging to my legs and saying selfish things a child would say. So, I'm going to teach them a gentle lesson in the Bible. You know, how great we are, me and Kilo-chan. I mean, me, my accomplishments. Kilo-chan, you'll recognize me, won't you? Right? Still, I don't have an answer. What he's doing now is not a good deed. He's just a child who's putting himself on the pedestal and spouting barbaric and falsehoods. So, what I can do now is just pat the child's head. Did he fall asleep? Yeah. I realized that I had been mistaken. It wasn't me he was looking for. It was salvation itself. Wasn't it? Not everyone can keep their heart as strong as me, Asahina and the others. At that time, we were children who didn't even see the color of blood properly in the previous world. We were the same as the children who play around in this world. The past generation of heroes, they could have become great warriors, but our time was different. Half of the heroes are a bit, well, both father and I were at a loss for words. To be fighting the Demon King and the Demon Tribe with such weak mental strength. That doesn't mean I can pity him, though. Not everyone is as deliberately crazy as he is. It's just that he was extraordinarily weak-minded. See, Pope, he said, more hyperbole there. We have to hurry. Okay? They want to make it to the wedding day. Ukji, okay, got it. You, too, leave him there and go back to your room. And think long and hard. Think about the future of your country, and think about him. If you can't forgive someone, don't forgive them. Especially you and Sakurada-san, right? Yes, I guess so. I lowered him gently to the floor, bowed to them both, and went back to my room. I am sorry, Alter. I don't think I'll be able to give you any candy today. Yes, Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll go. I'm coming, so don't make a fuss. What's wrong? It's an emergency. Let's go, there's a candy crisis. Chapter 116. Awareness Reform. That's what I thought. I think Inamoto-san is the one I want to help. But Kilo felt a bit sorry for him, right? Yes, I'm truly ashamed to say that the way he was looking at me has changed a bit. It's true that what he did to me and Mika, what he did to Father and the Order, is very hard to forgive. But you were crying in your bed when Alter called me. I rushed over to help. I then looked at the crystal recording to see the cause. And that's what I saw. It's going to be a public execution the moment we start the mission. I'll just change the ending later, I guess. Anyway, let's modify the direction a bit. I'm pretty sure that we're going to crush them. Well, I was hoping to keep it as peaceful as possible. I only need to be able to punish them. So, no, they need to feel some pain to come to their senses, don't they? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill him. I'll only half kill him at best. But this is the deal. This country needs to be brought to its senses, both by the faithful and the faithless. If Asahina hadn't dispatched him, my labor would have been minimal. Asahina, seriously, I can't forgive him. Kilo. The problem child is an idiot. He's strangling himself, and he can't stop it. So let's destroy all his silly thoughts once and for all. To do that, you need to face him without fear. Okay, just putting up with it won't solve it. Yes, I'll stop avoiding eye contact with him, because I have to say to him what I have said to Mika. Kilo gives Alter some sweets, and I'm jealous that a beautiful girl is feeding her. What? It was the best, right? Of course, it is. I was so caught up in the conversation of desire that I almost forgot my main point. Oh yeah, Kilo. Do you know where the cardinal is? I still haven't found him. Lavelle wakes up for the 100th time in her continuous cycle. She woke up as usual and looked at the Adels. There were almost half a dozen of them. Mika was still struggling with the first one. She couldn't tell how many times she'd been knocked out. It seems like she is also struggling. Oh well. Alright, next round. Come, masters. For the umpteenth time in what seemed like an eternity, the one-sided battle started again, and while the defeat of the Adels had made the fight easier, it still wasn't the kind of fight Lavelle was hoping for. I can't say I feel sorry for those masters, Lavelle thought as she dealt with the attacks of the Adels, which were much weaker than before. Her race isn't awakened yet, although this should be the way her grandfather told her. The way things were done for hundreds of years has not changed. Still, she kept repeating what she had been doing in order to awaken. Oops, damn. But this isn't just training. Alright, let's give that a try. Lavelle devoted almost all of her magic power to her body. Red magic appeared from all over her body, so dense that it was visible to the eye. It turned into heat and began to melt the snow under her feet and the soil beneath into mush. The halberd in her hand couldn't stand the heat and began to melt little by little. The Adels stopped moving after noticing this condition. Lavelle, what are you doing? Mika, who was watching, stopped fighting and asked Lavelle, but she didn't pay any attention to her. It's just a little experiment. Come on masters, try and kill me. For the first time, Lavelle attacked the Adels with serious intent. The Adels immediately spread out and fought with their water magic, but Lavelle returned the favor and vaporized all of their attacks before they could touch her. Clad in a fierce, hot wind, she plunged into the center of the Adels and brought her halberd down and then sideways with all her strength. The attack blew the Adels away, but the halberd exploded as if it had done its job at that moment. However, Lavelle unleashed another, true weapon. No, it was released. When Lavelle saw that weapon, which wore the same dense red magic power as Lavelle, She forgot about the battle and couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, I did it. At last, it's here. This thing. Ha 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 ha. Lavale was skewered by a water spear while laughing loudly. Mika rushes over to Lavale, and upon taking a closer look at her, finds a pea-sized gem on her forehead. Oh no, it's gotten so small. Wait, everyone, hurry up and give her the magic power. Due to the emergency situation, all the Adels poured their magic power into Lavale, and the gem gradually grew larger. By the time it was palm-sized, most of the Adels had disappeared. When the last of the Adels disappeared, except for the one prepared for Mika, Lavale was resurrected. But her figure had shrunk to that of a child. So that's how it happened. The Adels are gone, but that was a close call. Wasn't it? Yes, that was a close call. What were you doing? Mika urged. But Lavale brushed it off. It can't be helped. I had to do this to get that weapon out. But now I've learned it as a unique skill. My level has increased, and I have successfully awakened. Mika felt a certain amount of fear as Lavale looked at her status with a smirk. She was at the verge of dying, yet her awareness of death was too low. Mika slumped in place. Do you have to go that far? Mika is human, so she might not understand. But we ancient dragons live among demons, a dangerous place. Everyday death is a constant threat, even if we are dragons. But because of this, we are greedy for strength. Even if it kills us. But if you die, Arena-chan, we'll grieve. Ugh. I don't like it when you say that. But this is a behavior that is similar to the instincts of an ancient dragon, and I can't change it. It is in the face of death that strength resides. It is in the midst of death that we find our way. Isn't it the same with humans? Lavale sits on Mika's lap and looks up at her with red eyes that seem to burn everything away. I don't want to die, either. But if I have to, if it means that the lives of those I care about are in danger, if it means that my hopes are crushed, then I have to risk my life. So, to prevent such a thing from happening, I will do it, even if it means training myself in the thorny ways of the evil demon Shura. To win, to protect, to survive. That's impressive. What, you're talking like this, but at the heart of it, it's quite simple, isn't it? Lavale stood up and looked at her. Even as she stood up, her eyes remained on Mika, who was sitting down. She reached out and patted Mika, looking into her eyes. I'm fighting for the pleasure of patting and adoring someone's head like this, you know. If Lavale was a man, I'd seriously fall in love. Sorry, I have Arena next to me. Uh-oh, Adels, I'm running on empty right now, so if you stab me with that sword, I'll die for real, okay? At the mention of the word Arena, the two of them were struck by the sheer terror on the faces of the Adels waiting around them. Fu are you? After that, Lavale said she was tired and went straight to sleep, and while the remaining Adels were kneeling over Lavale and keeping her warm, Mika turned her attention to what she was going to do. She had to create a plan to win over the person in front of her. But she can't think of anything. I only have the holy sword, weapon and skills, and I can't combine them with anything else. I can't even make a technique that utilizes my race's characteristics like Lavale. Wait, Adels-chan. Gather around? The three of them all came over with straight faces and scowls. She was about to awaken to something. Bad idea. Mika knew she had to take it seriously. Well, you know what? I want you guys to lend me your wisdom, and I want you to give me some random opinions. Okay. So, she decided to ask them to help develop her fighting style. And after about an hour of discussion, I don't know if I can do any of these right away. Some of them might work with practice, but she didn't know if they would work for her. No, she shouldn't give up before even trying. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, MGH noises ZZ _ deadly technique. Let's put a chain on the holy sword and spin it around. Why don't we shoot holy magic at a very high density and make it look like a laser? Women should shut up and talk with their fists. Combining. That's it. There's a limit to how far one can go. Chapter 117. I didn't mean to. The marriage ceremony was only 3 days away. As for me, I've been half-heartedly letting my alternate record the situation with the problem child, the Pope, Kilo and Goutney. But things have changed a lot in the past 2 days. For the better? I'd say, probably for the better. For example, today, when Gautani barged into Kilo's room. I saw it too. It was a strange way to start the morning. Gautani-sama, being a hero, one must live a life of discipline. Always knock when you enter a lady's room. Isn't that how a gentleman should act? Yes. Kilo-chan, you seem different from yesterday, huh? Gautani-sama, you should not call a woman who is still unmarried by such a name lightly. Normally, you should be discouraged from even entering the room of a woman before marriage. It is only because of your achievements as a hero that you are allowed to do so. Now, with that in mind, let's consider your and my position again and call it not by name me, Miko-sama. Yes, what can I do for you? After pointing out the problem child's way of treating her, this smile appeared on her face. I thought Kilo was going to be more gentle with him, but he has become very flustered. Maybe he's just being himself? Well, he came here to decide on a wedding dress for you today, but in that case, I've already decided on it. You had a good night's sleep last night, didn't you? I've already made the arrangements, so Gautani-sama will be training as a righteous leader from today. If you are a superior, you must know manners, or you will not survive. If you don't even know what etiquette is, I will include it in the training. Isn't that good? Yes, about that it will be alright, won't it? Yes. I'll call him Gautani, instead of problem child. Perhaps it's because he wasn't immune to women, that's why he talked like that. Well, that's okay, because Kilo is so energetic. Shall we go see the other one? Arena chuckles. Kukakaku. He seems to be having fun. He seems to be enjoying this well. He's certainly smiling. But what we arrived to was a room in the castle, the cardinal's private room. The cardinal actually has a separate house outside the castle, but it seems that he lives here for fear of being attacked by people from the Pope's and Kilo's faction, which he himself revolted against and eliminated. I gave a barrel of honey wine to my informant, Almani-san. Wonderful. Well, the cardinal, he looks well. He's fat anyway. In a nutshell, his body shape is like a Daruma doll with wrists and ankles. I think his thick eyebrows are a charm. It's supposed to be winter now, but he's sweating indoors. He should get some exercise. His name is Ran McGull. It's amazing that he's built like that, but his stats are lower than the fauna of the early days. What's he doing now? I don't know. I recorded the video from above as he was giggling while looking at some stuff like that. Thank you for the hard work. Good job, me. And when we looked at it too, we saw that there were a lot of embezzlement that happened. It seems that they are using the government's money to build rare magic tools and villas near tourist spots. They have been doing this for a while now. Well, I guess that's the least of our problems. I'm going to expose the underground authorities, but I'm sure Almani-san will take care of that. We'll look at this guy some more and then move on. Maybe he'll show us something else. Treasure? No stealing, okay? A few yes, let me press those puffy cheeks. Quad, where is Lavale? You're still asleep. Lavale, back in the inn room. Quad kept an eye on the sleeping Lavale, who hadn't woken up since yesterday. Miko said that the body of Lavale had shrunk to the size of a pea, so who am I to argue with Lavale's stupidity? I'm going to have to give her a lecture when she wakes up, aren't I? Arena, you want me to push your cheeks again? Okay, Quad, and I'll give you one on the other side. I was wondering about Mika too, but she finally beat one of the altars. It's great that she got our input on the plan and went ahead with it. But is that what you want, as a hero? It was probably okay, because it was Mika. Is Quad sightseeing? No, I've finished my tour. I think I'd like to spend the day watching Lavale. What will the two of you be doing? I think we'll spend the day practicing fairy magic, since we're going to go get Mika's holy armor in 2 days. We'll do all the preparations the day before. I see. So you'll be in your room? I plan to. Come on, Arena, let's start your training. Aye sir. We lay down on the bed, held each other's hands and closed our eyes. As I said, what we're going to do now is train in fairy magic. However, we will not use magic directly. We'll just use multiple thoughts, and play a game with synchronized Arena and all her thoughts. All in a different kind of game. Well then, please. Black. I'll take top right corner. Center. 2 6 steps. 5 2 flying. Candy. Monster. Concentration. Dojeza. I'll take the last one. Alright, All right. Right hand blue, left foot red. Pawn in d to d5. Pawn on f to f3. Now I had 6 parallel thoughts, each with Go, Shogai, Shiratori, Jenga, Twister game, and chess. Anyway, it's working hard. The only chance I had of beating Arena Wasari, there was none. I have never, ever beaten Arena in any of those games. Call it an INT difference, but the simple fact is that Arena played more games than I did and knew more about them than anyone else in this world. What was even worse was that she had sublimated all of this to the extreme, and had probably read the game to a point that even Quad couldn't break into it. In any case, if I make one move, it will be handed back to me in no time. Though I would try to think of a wise move, the move would be returned as if she had waited for me, and she would lead me to a loss, quietly and surely, never allowing even a single counterattack. I lost, though. It was frustrating, but fun. This was a method of training that I had done several times, but I found myself most at ease during this time. When I use everything I have to throw myself into my opponent's thoughts, I feel like I am in a world where I am alone with Arena, in a lukewarm place forever. I feel like I'm connected to her in a very deep way. But I'm not going to lose. I won. Yes, I've lost a total of 3,499 games. No, I couldn't win. No matter how good it feels to be connected, Arena was not so naive that I could win with just that. Her sweet attitude is so gentle that it makes my brain melt. tilde. In addition, while we are linked up, Arena can feel all the good feelings, and when we are finished, she will hug me with her cheeks dyed red. She would give me a cheek-to-cheek hug. There was no way I could win, right? No, I have to endure it. Even if I were to die with love gushing out of my body, I'd have to win at least one game to make an example of myself in many ways. However, in reality, the current me will not be able to win against Arena by doing a somersault from standing on my head. In any case, I couldn't win even if I used all my INT and fairy magic. Doesn't the status difference matter? Let's try it, the forbidden way. Arena, I'm going to change my character a little, but please give me one last shot. Sure. Okay, then, fairy magic chappy. My consciousness was cut off there. What's going on? We were lying on the bed, naked and hugging each other. What happened? We were playing a game, right? What did I do? Well, it looks like you've finally regained consciousness, Adel-sama. Why don't you put some clothes on for now? Quad said, holding out our clothes. What? Why do you have them? I took off my clothes and gave them to Arena. What was I doing? Seriously, what did I do? Arena, are you okay? I'm not sure if her lips are a little puffy or not, but she speaks in a slurred voice. She is naked, her eyes moist, her cheeks red and puffy, and she is standing next to me. Okay, I've calmed down a bit. To sum up the situation briefly, it seems that we were hugging each other in the nude and playing the same game as before. It seemed to be a very close game, and we played until midnight. Well into the evening. The game chosen was Shogai. The winner was me. They said. So that's what happened, huh? If that's the case, this can be used as a real last resort. However, my ego will be missing, and I'll blow the whole process out of proportion to the result. If possible, I'd like to think that this one was only for a name sure Lavale would have been willing to engage, but no matter what, Lavale would. I'm really sorry, Arena. Were you scared? Not at all. It felt so good. You want to do it again? No? Oops, Miss Arena. Miss Adel fainted. Oh no. Lavale woke up a few hours later and said, why am I sleeping while you are still awake, Master? I didn't wake up. Next day. Today, too, is another morning where Arena is sticking to me. About 30% more than usual. Well yeah. I wonder why. Chapter 118. Spartan Lady. He wonders what happened to her, staring at the dishes on his desk. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He had expected her to be more obedient and gentle, to forgive him for everything. But when he opened the door, he saw that she was not intimidated or afraid. Instead, she was determined to confront him head-on. The schedule was strictly organized: meal etiquette in the morning, Lavale rad etiquette during the day, church etiquette, understanding the Pope's job description, joining the Pope after lunch to revise the new Bible, and me let it again in the evening. Gautani, unable to put a slave collar on Kilo because she would be his wife, and under the pushy pressure of being absolutely necessary for the marriage, managed to remember. Look, it's different again. That one is still wrong. Sama, Gautani-sama, our marriage ceremony will be the grand occasion of the world's representative hero and me, Amiko. Naturally, all the countries will pay attention to it. But if Gautani-sama is a sama, we will not be able to hold even a proper marriage ceremony. The marriage is not the end of the story. Cardinal Maguire is probably preparing the wedding venue. But what are your plans for me? What about? You are going to be my husband. You are going to be the next pope. Of course, you have to memorize the entire Bible, and you have to think about your daily words for the people. You can't neglect a single part of your job, and you will continue to do so until the day you die. That is the responsibility of the one who will be in the position of Pope. Are you really ready for that? Gautani grunted involuntarily. He didn't have the slightest bit of such resolve. He had thought that he would let someone else do all the work, that he would leave everything else to the cardinal, and that he would spend every day with Kilo in the sweet life. Naturally, he was not prepared for anything. Kilo was stunned by Gautani's inability to say anything. Do you really want to marry me? I am ready to take a husband as my groom in a few years, and the candidates before were all sincere and ready to commit their lives to this world. My divine eye skill can discern this. So I have no doubt about it. The humiliation of being compared to other men almost made Gautani lose his temper, but he was not about to let his feelings get the better of him. He replied in his own way. It's true that I may be ruder than those guys, but my feelings for Kilo are real. Don't doubt me. Besides, a wife should listen to her husband. It is also a wife's role to support her husband. If it is the person I am going to marry, I must say it even more so. Otherwise, people will not be satisfied. If you make one mistake, the whole nation will laugh at you. Since you are going to be the face of the country, you must try to be perfect in every way. It is an inevitable part of your marriage to me. If you refuse, I will have to refuse as well. What do I care what happens to this country? I'll destroy the Pope if I have to. Then what will you do, eh? Kilo's expression did not change. No anger, no pity, just a blank expression and a nonchalant, straightforward statement of the facts. If you kill the Pope, I will be sad. My pillow will be wet with tears. But that is the end. No matter how hard I try, I am Miko. Nothing I do will change. It is my mission now to be the foundation for the next generation. What I need is someone who will share it with me. Thoughts alone are not enough. Love alone is not enough. Gautani-sama. Ukyu. Stuck with those words, Gautani violently kicked the door of the room open and walked out. The door shattered, and the wreckage spread throughout the hallway. Kilo, however, only sighed and quietly resumed eating her meal again. What the heck is that woman? Damn. Hey, don't come to the Pope's room for anything just because you were beaten in an argument. You're interrupting my work, okay? Shut up. Unable to come up with any response, Gautani could only run away. He broke into the Pope's room and clutched his knees in the corner of the room. Inamoto saw a different Gautani and chuckled. Gautani, annoyed by this, yelled at her and threw a nearby chair at Inamoto with all his might. Oops! Just before it would hit, the chair was shredded in midair and fell to the ground. The Pope was surprised that he did not even see her draw her sword, but her body turned to the desk on its own, and she solemnly resumed her work. How can you be a good husband to Miko-san if you keep throwing tantrums? I thought you would have been ready for this position by now, since you wanted it. It's a tough road to walk with her, so tough that it would be impossible for me, or perhaps even Asahina, who is a hero among heroes. He glared at Inamoto for saying such a thing now, but in the last 3 days, just 3 days, Gautani had been minutely recognized. It may have been simply because Kilo was like a Spartan trainer, but the upper level of Lavalrad was not originally a place for the public. What are you going to do? We can still stop it now, and I think we can start over peacefully, you know? Don't be silly, there's also the execution to consider. Besides, the people are on my side. She's going to marry me no matter how hard she tries, so it's okay if I hurt her a little. right? It's the husband's role to discipline his wife. Kui. You know that kind of thing is not allowed in our world, right? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Yes, no problem. The magic made it completely painless. I didn't think you'd resort to violence. When Gautni returned at night, he hit Kilo as a form of discipline. Of course, he took it easy on her, but hitting a beautiful girl, he finally crossed a line he shouldn't have. I can cover it up to the extent that it wouldn't be uncomfortable, though, since I mitigated the impact with fairy magic from my altar body. Or rather, hurting a beautiful girl. What were you doing with the greatest treasure of mankind? The right thing to do would be to attack her with love. But still, Kilo, you're being quite hard on him, aren't you? I have to crush everything except for the last path. I know it's bad, but I can't lose either. In the end, I have to make a connection with the fairy cult. That also means you haven't given up yet. Of course. Nice smile. Well, if I could see the look on her face like that, all the better. Now, it was already night, and the day after tomorrow would be the marriage ceremony. Time to leave the cathedral and to get my act together. The destination is the castle tower where the holy armor is locked. Dark, so dark. I wonder if this is really a characteristic of a holy sword. This is. I tried to go inside like I did with Miku and the others, but the ground was covered with curse. Looking closely with my fairy eyes, I saw that the entire floor surface was completely black. The walls were black in places, too, and even the handrails were fully covered with it. That was truly relentless. But we are fairies. We could get through all this if we just flew. We climbed up smoothly and quickly arrived at the front of the room. Well then, this is where we start. There were a lot of curses placed on the door, too. It could not be opened normally by hand. That's where fairy magic comes in. Yes, the two of us activated our fairy magic like we were using telekinetic powers and opened the locks and doors with our hands, saying move, 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 move. By the way, Arena, who was doing it next to me, was copying me. That was so cute. Finally, we found Mika's holy armor. The shape of the armor seemed to fit Mika's body. The chest part seemed indecent, didn't it? It revealed her cleavage. How indecent. We have to get her to change as soon as we bring it home. And I should save it on my recording crystal. The holy armor was kept in the jail on a stand. The jail was also filled with curse, so I telekinetically moved it around. So it's on the holy armor tomb. What should I do? Holy sword? Do you want to try that? At Arena's suggestion, I activated the holy sword and tried cutting. Oh, only their curse was cut and dissipated. I then removed all their curse attached to the armor, and her original pure white armor appeared. All right, now I should stow it away and mission complete. Now then, let's go home and give it to her. Present. Mika was so impressed that she held up the holy armor to the sky. Her face had a somewhat bad expression. Oh my holy armor, it's back. Don't lose it again, okay? I didn't lose it. Mika immediately put on her armor and returned to her original heroic form. She seemed to be checking on her condition, but then looked doubtful, as if something was wrong. What's wrong? No, something's different. I'm not sure if it's lighter than before. What? Maybe it's just my imagination. I mean, my skills are normal, holy armor, and all. Maybe it's because Mika is stronger. Unlike before, your status is also much higher. I don't know. Oh well. Thanks Adel. Now I could finally fight properly. Specifically, I can beat up Gautani. Oh, about that, can I have a word? What? I showed Mika the video of Gautani so far. I showed Mika all the footage of Gautani in his madness, his interactions with Kilo, and all the scenes of violence. Oh, my goodness, is Kilo okay with that? She was rather motivated. She said she's going to block most of the escape routes. Wowie, we're fighting on the day of the marriage ceremony, right? Yeah, but what? What's your plan, Adel? Well, we will deal with whatever happens. I told Miku about my plan, which I had not yet told anyone. The basics were similar to what we had done at the martial arts tournament, but with a different ending this time. Per Kilo's request. When she finished, Miko silently clenched her fists. I didn't know what emotions were mixed in there, but I could tell they were difficult to accept. Adel is always a bundle of chaos, you know. I get it, I will work that way too. but go easy on him a bit, okay? I'll think about it. Just think about it and get it over with. I'm also Japanese. After all, it is a country with a culture of perception. But more importantly, did they beat the Adels? The second batch was magic-based, so I guess neither of them could win in the end. Yes, I guess so. The limit is tomorrow night. Do you want me to do it until the last minute? Yes, definitely. It probably won't take that long. Yeah. Then here's your dinner. Sleep tight and keep warm at night, okay? Yes, thank you. And so I returned to the inn. Lavelle and Irina, still tiny, were cackling in bed, so I jumped in there to add my oohs and ahs. Oh, Quad, what have you been up to today? I was out eating with Lavelle. Quad was awesome, Master. Every restaurant we went to was excellent. It's business as usual. Hero buckwheat, hero buns, hero pizza, hero meat. Wait, that last one's not right. Chapter 119. Day before the decisive battle. 1 day to go until the marriage ceremony. Apparently, they don't know that we've retrieved the holy armor. Well, we did it without knocking out the guards, without making a single sound, and without being seen by anyone. Unless the guards came to the top of the tower to check on us, no one would know. And the moment I climbed up, I was cursed. Then, this morning, I went to give Mika her lunch in the pouring rain and found her sleeping on the floor with a snot bubble coming from her nose. Poyonen. Hey, don't touch the bubbles because they are dirty. However, seeing that Adels were nowhere to be seen, it seemed that they had been successfully defeated. I guess the holy armor makes a big difference. Since it should have protected her from the Adels' attacks, it would have been a relatively easy victory. Hey, Mika, if you're finished, we're going home. Until the earth is spinning. Does that mean a whole day? Also, we're in Alvana, not Earth, so you can't expect other people to understand that, you know? Well, let's just take her back home with us. Okay, let me handle it. Quad's fairy magic levitates Mika, and we returned to Lavelle Rad as usual. I'm going to be up all night today. I have to work hard. Adel gathered all the alter egos and their recordings. Then, she applied fairy magic to the recording crystals which she received, and fused all of them together. After that, she kept using fairy magic to do something with the crystal, sticking her hand into the crystal in the form of a fairy and working on it. As Irina watched curiously from the side, Adel began to explain what she was doing. This is all the footage we've taken so far, and I'm connecting and editing it all together. We're going to use this tomorrow to show the truth to the people. Well, look forward to it. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. It might be my imagination, but I have a feeling you will make something outrageous. Don't worry, I'm just going with the flow, so you won't end up with anything bad. Well, it's a week's worth of work, so it won't be that easy to finish. But I just have to use spatial magic and fairy magic to speed up my perception. If I use them for too long, I'll get a headache, and then I'll immediately go bonkers. So, please take care of me, Irina. Hug tilde. The secret technique, hug and whisper words of love was completed. I really don't know why, but when Irina was petting my head or hugging me, my headache would vanish. So this is how I plan to spend the rest of the day. I could hear Irina's ganbare close to my ear, so my tension and my spirit were rising. Watching the scene, Mika uttered a heartfelt thought. I wonder if Adel is really a fairy? I don't know. Well, you should get some sleep today, Mika, because you will need your strength up tomorrow. You must still be feeling a little tired. Well, yes, I'll do that then. Good night. As Lavelle pondered what to do, a teacup filled with tea came out from beside her. Would you like a cup of tea, Lavelle? Oh Quad. Good timing, it's delicious. Well, I guess we can play a game of Go today, huh? Yes, I'll be your partner. And so, the two sipped tea, gathered around the board, made a bow, and their elegant afternoon started. Maiko-san, you are not with him today, are you? Yes, I am having a quiet day. You look tired. Gautani finally stopped showing up at Kilo's doorstep, even though the marriage ceremony is tomorrow. He was terrified of Kilo, who showed no sign of breaking even after he hit her in an attempt to discipline her, before fleeing the scene. In the past, he never would have been able to do such an act of violence against the woman he loved, and now he was tortured by the guilt. Finally, Inamoto appeared. Having finished composing the Bible, Kilo sat her down in a chair and began preparing tea. "Well, I guess I've been the most tired since you came back. Anyway, now that that's over, I can sleep for a bit after the marriage ceremony tomorrow. I have one question, if you don't mind." "Yes, what is it?" Kilo asked while making tea for two. "What would you do if there was someone nearby who could take that off you?" For the first time, Inamoto unleashed a sense of intimidation toward Kilo. The room began to creak, and a crack appeared on a teacup. Kilo felt cold sweat running down her back at the change in the atmosphere. "Does that mean I can assume you can do it? If so, what's the point of asking that?" "One of my people, one of my associates is the one who can unlock it for you. She will act tomorrow, although it is a definite matter. At that time, I believe she will not hesitate to remove your restraints since that stands in her way. If she does, won't you be able to be free?" Inamoto stood up from her chair and looked down at Kilo, a sad smile on her face. "Thank you, your words gave me peace of mind, even if only for a moment. But there's a misunderstanding, so I'm going to correct it. This thing of mine is indeed a binding, but it also serves as a restraint at the same time." "Restraint? I can't say any more. But if you could stay in touch with them, I might suggest you stop now. If you remove it, La Rad will be instantly destroyed." Well, the tea was delicious. "Good night." Wait, what does that mean?" Inamoto's smile remained plastered on her face as she disappeared from Kilo. "You haven't even taken a sip, have you?" As soon as the door closed, the teacup broke in half. "Enfufufu." Inamoto hummed down the hallway, thinking back to her words earlier. "What if I can take it to well, for now, I want to go somewhere where there's no one and live quietly. A beautiful flower garden and a lake would be even better. I would like to build a cabin there and sit in a chair under a tree while reading a book. I would have no complaints if I could spend the rest of my life there." That idea was already like a retirement plan, but she knew better than anyone that it was hopelessly impossible. The words she had just said were not a threat, but because he was genuinely convinced that it would be. That was why she sincerely hoped that, if possible, she would not meet that person. "If it had only been a binding, I could have broken it off myself." Damn, we won't it work. At the time, Gautani was holed up in his room crying as thunder rumbled in the background. No matter what he did, he could not make Kilo do what he wanted, and no matter what he said, he was denied. Rather than denial, he was repeatedly told where he needed to fix things, and where he was not good enough. He was unable to take it any longer and ran away, but he had to see Kilo tomorrow for the wedding ceremony. Gautani finally realized that he had walked into a crossroad, and he regretted it. He was ashamed that he had lived his life with only one thing in mind, to love a beautiful woman, and that idea was full of holes about everything else. But that didn't stop him. He had never even been a member of society before, and he could not endure days of work. That was why he was so happy when he was transferred to another world. But in reality, everything was not easy. Overall, no matter where he went or what he did, it was the same for him. He certainly didn't want to do this. But still, the reason that he didn't break completely was because Kilo was still there. "It's okay, it's still okay, still okay." The silver hair that shines in the sunlight, the beautiful voice that seems to enchant people just by listening to it, the good looks that people cannot take their eyes off once they see it, these things were all within his reach. Once he saw her, he couldn't take his eyes off her, but her personality was not included in his desires. "It's done." Oops, excuse me. What time is it? "Midnight." Arena must be tired from being in that position for so long. "Thank you. But now the preparations are done, and after a week of wasted time, tomorrow should finally be the end of our work here in this country. I would like to go back to Ladaria and check on the others. Or rather, I want to do nothing but play for a while, since I remembered my month in Huville. Besides, I'm really going to lose my mind soon from all the fairy magic I'm using." "Good night." "Okay." "Yeah, thanks." "Good night tilde. Oi asumi tilde zzz. Good work today, Aranese." And so, The longest day of the Holy Imperial Kingdom of Lavalrad was about to begin. A game of Laval versus Quad. How many more times do I have to wait? As many times as it takes. Smiles. Fuga tilde Gino jar tilde. It was an elegant afternoon. Chapter 120. Public execution starting after a raised hand. Not a single citizen was outside the city that day. The gates of the country were closed, not allowing anyone in. This was because the people had been waiting for this day more than anything else. This memorable date to welcome the return of the bond of the heroes. Kilo and Gautani looked at each other in the clothes they respectively should be wearing without saying a word to each other. Gautani, who had black hair, black eyes, and eyes that had become even darker over the past week, wore a disproportionately white tuxedo with his hair pulled back in. Kilo was Kilo, dressed to perfection in mermaid A-line wedding dresses and lace, her lips painted with sun-red lipstick, a beautiful girl who Gautani could not have been more pleased with, if she had kept quiet. Kilo was 15 years old. In the old world, that would be a crime. Beautiful. What the heck? Kilo-chan is adorable. I'm glad to hear you say so. Today is a memorable new beginning for the country, so I can understand Gautani-sama's excitement. Your figure, combined with the unique color of a hero, suits you well, don't you think? Oh, I see. I'm so glad to hear that tilde. At Kilo's words, Gautani almost forgot all the pain she had been through yesterday. Today, she was smiling, though only a little, and that was a big part of it. But the mark was still there. But I'm going to ask you to put on a dignified face in front of the public, like you did a week ago. Yes, of course. Then the cardinal appeared, walking with short steps. Today, he was especially adorned with jewelry, and every time he walked, they made a jingling sound. The two frowned and caught the figure in their eyes, as if the sound displeased them. The cardinal exhaled his words as he made the noise. Deeply his belly was in the way, and he couldn't bend at the waist, but he bowed anyway. My lord hero, it is time. Alright, let's go then, Kilo-chan. Yes. Gautani held out his arm. Kilo modestly accepted it and started walking along. The front of the cathedral was overflowing with citizens and tourists. In front of the entrance, there was a special ceremony hall, attended by ambassadors from various countries. A priest walked between the ambassadors and came out in front of the people. I now proclaim that the marriage ceremony is about to take place. First, the groom, the hero, Gautani Senji-sama, will make his entrance. In the silence of the ceremony hall, a man appears with an imposing bearing. At the sound of the priest's voice, he was the hero of the people, Gautani Senji. The people applauded and prayed for him. The priest held up his hand and called for the next one. Next, the bride, the priestess, Kilo Fabrinide Lavalrad, will make her entrance. The bridesmaid is the current pope, Kairos Fabrinide Lavalrad. The attendees stood up and then they all kneeled. The whole nation saw for the first time the pope's face, with the same silver hair as Kilo's, kept short. He has no beard, and his eyes are the same color as his daughter's. The Pope was slightly unsteady on his feet, but he walked firmly down the aisle with Kilo supporting him. His face, though, remained grim. Along the way, Father Kairos exchanged a few words with Kilo without breaking eye contact. I'm sorry for what I've done. No, Father, you did nothing. He must apologize too. I should have faced him better. I should have been more open with him instead of relying on a prophecy. No. That was too rushed. I couldn't handle it properly either. Next time, I'll take better precautions. And I'm probably going to have a rough time from here on out, so please bear with me. I believe you. Just protect those who are not involved, okay? Of course I'll be on my way. That was the end of the parent-child conversation. But that was all that mattered, for they were father and daughter. Two devout believers who had both carried a heavy mission on their shoulders. Their bond was stronger and deeper than anyone else's, so even a few words were enough to convey their feelings. Kilo left her father's hand and stood next to the brave. When the priest confirmed this, he quietly recited a passage from the Bible, followed by the wedding vows. Thou, O groom, Senji, do you swear that you will support your bride Kilo in sickness and in health, and in sorrow, and that you will support each other with your love all the days of your life? and that you will live together until the day of death do you part? I swear. Gautani managed to get the words out, his body trembling with nervousness. The priest then turned to Kilo. Thou, O bride, Kilo, do you swear here that you will support the groom, Senji, in sickness and in health, and in sorrow, and that you will support each other with your love for life, and that you will live together until the day of death do you part? I swear. Gautani a little nervous, but as those words came out, he struck an imaginary guts pose inside his heart. Now there was no one who could stand in his way. The only thing left to do now was to let the evening be known for what it was. The priest then asked the people about this vow. Does anyone present here today have any objection to this marriage, with good reason? If so, raise your hands. If not, stay in silence. The people naturally choose silence. Not a single person uttered a sound, hoping that the contract would be signed now or later. 1 minute in time. The priest, seeing no one to break the silence, tried to look down to continue, but, objection. Someone raised their hand. It was not a mistake. The voice came from a woman, and her hand was raised calmly. Following that raised hand, a path opened up in the ceremony hall at once. While everyone was stunned, that person, wearing a white robe with a hood, walked through the crowd. Walking neither quickly or slowly, the figure came up to the ceremony site, exposed to numerous gazes, and stopped just before the aisle. The priest, although it was a new experience for him, tried his best to calmly ask what her name was. State thy name and state the reason for your objection. At his question, she first took off her hood. Ooh! The people gasped in admiration at the inhuman beauty and loveliness. But many of the believers glared at her as if they were looking at their parents' killer, because she was ruining the ceremony. My name is Adel, and I am here today at the request of Kilo for Brunad Lavalrad. And as for the reason for my objection, you can see it here. She took out a large crystal ball. With those words and the tool she produced, several of the merchants present understood what was going to happen. But, of course, there was someone who tried to interrupt the showing. Wait. You are one of the great sinners who seduced the priestess, Gautani said, and the people turned their attention to the 3 people who had been brought to the spot and were kneeling on the ground. And when they turned again from those figures to Adel, their eyes glazed over even more. But she did not panic. She continued, unwavering, letting the situation pass by like a gentle breeze. What I'm going to show you now is something to clear up this misunderstanding. So, I would like everyone to take a look at it. And, with a huff, Adel's figure vanished from the scene. Everyone looked for her, noisily wondering where she had gone, and then noticed a light shining overhead and went to look up. In the center of the cathedral's stained glass windows, there was something shining brightly. It was standing on a crystal, looking over everything, emitting pink particles. Then, with a flash of light, blue light flooded from the crystal and formed a giant screen in the air. On that screen was projected the image of a creature unknown to the onlookers, but they all thought it was the little creature from just before. Gautani was stunned and could not take his eyes off the creature. Then she smiled in an excellent way, letting her image on the screen be burned into the memory of those watching so that her words would reach every corner of their brains. And then she spoke. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Adel, and I am a fairy who has come to rescue the priestess of prophecy from an unjust marriage. An amplified voice echoed through the air. Then Adel started playing back the crystal recordings. Several screens arose, as if to make it easier to watch. Then came the title. The title of the program was, Doki Doki Adel's Week of Investigating the Reality of the Heroic Young Master. The Cardinal will also appear. It was the beginning of a public execution. With pop music in the background, an anime-style Adel appeared on the screen and started to play an edited video while also narrating. Coming back to his senses, Gautani loudly protested to stop the video, but it was muffled by the sounds and voice that were being amplified. Hello everyone. My name is Fairy Adel. Nice to meet you. My friend Kilo-chan told me that she was in trouble, so I tried my best to find out the cause of her trouble. The video changed. The scene followed Kilo and the others' failed attempt to rescue the Pope, complete with audio courtesy of Quad. I missed you, Kilo-chan. I know you were probably thinking of rescuing that old man and taking back your country from me, but there's no way a mere adventurer or mercenary like Sakuda can beat me. That was the perfect surprise for the reunion. Kilo-chan. Gautani's face turned blue. The people are in a panic. Everyone was confused. Then the animated version of Adel began to give a supplementary explanation. It seemed that the whole program was like this. Kilo-chan was being forced to marry the hero, and when she refused, he cursed her and kicked her out, saying that he would make her the plaything of the demons. That's terrible, to put such a curse on an innocent girl. That's why Kilo-chan came to me in Galania thanks to Mika-chan, right? So, I used my fairy powers to break that curse. The people noticed that a piece of paper had fallen down. When they unfolded the paper, they found that it was a status list issued by the guild. It shows Kilo's status before and after the curse was lifted. Of course, it was made by Adel. So this is why we have come to rescue the Pope with my friends. The guy who captured Grandpa was strong, so they failed. But everyone has already been rescued, so it is fine. With one turn of the finger, the 3 substitute Gillums disappeared, accompanied by a burst of pink smoke, and a group of 4 hooded people appeared on a special stage in the ceremony hall. Moreover, one of them was clad in holy armor, which surprised the audience so much that their jaws dropped open. The next scene showed the kicking out of the Pope's chair, the creation of a new Bible, and Gautani's wailing. At that moment Gautani snapped perfectly and activated his holy sword, called forth their holy armor from his magic box and clad himself in it. But I won't let you go, Gautani. Sakurada. Mika was this time facing Gautani. Meanwhile, Inamoto, who was watching the situation, was talking to someone through the slave's collar. Why do you have to intervene? It was justified. I think Lavale Rad will be truly at peace if it ends like that. I get it. As you say, Mr. First Place, die. With that, Inamoto cuts off the communication and releases her holy sword with a sigh from the roof of the cathedral toward Adel. A brilliant joker, but apparently the top won't forgive this. Please hate me for not being able to give you a happy ending. Now, big sis. Don't be so scary, come play with me. Oh? For some reason, their main body, human Adel, who had disappeared earlier, was standing right next to Inamoto. Inamoto realized that she was holding his shoulder and was about to invoke the holy sword characteristic, but her vision suddenly switched, and she realized that she was standing in the middle of a snowfield. She did not even blink. It was really out of nowhere. She was stunned, but this was a different world. She quickly shook off her head to assess the situation. Did she use some kind of transfer magic or skill earlier? If so, was her purpose to stop me in my tracks? No, she must have heard about my status from that old man. You think you alone can stop me in a fight? I wonder. Adel appeared directly in front of her. She was holding a shining sword, and her status was exposed to Inamoto's judgment, without being hidden, except for one skill. Adel, 3, LV.1340. Unique race, Dimensional Fairy. Awakened plus, Sacred Sword Open, Status X10, HP 306,665,999,980 306,665,999,980 MP 636 000,230,023,630,230,230,030,230,023,0 AC3 428,039,000 DF310190100000 Make 54226999944440 MDF 502387703400 INT 7100 SPD 201212290690500000 Inherent skills, Fairy Magic, Fairy's Eye, Dimension Magic, Manifestation Dependence, Holy Sword, Second Level, True Holy Armor, Dormant, Skills, Singing, S+, Swordsmanship, X, Humanization, S+, 4 Attribute Magic, X, Adjustment, S+, Concealment, S+, Servant Contract - Parallel Thinking, S+, Title, Dragon Killer, Rebel, Master of Ancient Dragon, Battle Master, Dungeon Ruler. An amazingly astonishing status. So many skills she didn't know. She was also surprised that the Holy Sword and Holy Armor were different from the usual ones. Even so, Inamoto still didn't lose her composure. How should I put it? Many things about your status are a bit of a surprise, right? Yes, I knew you would react that way. But you're strong, too. Yeah, well, I'm still the third strongest hero, but my strength is not based on my status, it's based on my skills. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to end this without showing off my status because I have to stop this quickly. Do you want to talk about it? Unfortunately, we can't. At this point, Inamoto did not understand. She did not understand how unreasonable the existence she was dealing with was. Holy Sword activate, and then the space within a 100 meters radius stopped. TL Note, Zawarudo. Chapter 121.1 The Hero of Cancellation. Gautani felt the people's trust in him shattering into pieces. That's why he had to kill that joke of a creature at any cost. He was even angrier at Mika, who was stopping him. Gah! How the heck did you get past my Holy Sword's ability and get to the Holy Armor, and why did their curse that was attached to the Holy Armor disappear? Too bad for you, but I had a friend help me out. You. Damn it. The sword Gautani wielded was the same as Mika's, which he had wielded with great force in the past. He had not trained himself at all since the end of the invasion of Light Area. The swordsmanship he did not use, no matter how high his rank, was not the same as that of someone who had been training and practicing. He was being pushed by Mika partly because of the difference in status, but mostly due to the overwhelming difference in combat experience. Those had a tremendous impact on their battle. The believers were watching Gautani, a brave man, being pushed by Mika, who was also a brave. They wanted to help if they could, even if it was only a small contribution, but for those who lead a normal life, the battle between the two was not something that could be handled by sheer force of numbers. And then, Mika's armor. Why have you turned against us? Why are you stopping us? Because I need you all to see it. Like everyone else, that video must be seen. Is that true? At these words, Kilo's eyes opened wide, and she looked at the believers again. Her eyes, which had activated her divine eye skill, reflected golden ripples. I swear that this information is true, by my name me, the goddess, and the holy dragon. The words of a priestess with divine eye would be more trustworthy than anyone else's skill in this world. And as a priestess, Kilo's popularity was greater than anyone in this country, even above that of the Pope. Exposed to the light of her eyes, which showed a certain will, the believers have no choice but to nod their heads while breaking out in cold sweat. And while these exchanges were going on, Adel's public execution continued. I see, Gautani, you've been through a lot too. But don't let your tantrums turn the country into a free-for-all for you, okay? People have their own lives to lead. Oh, there's something written on that paper over there. What is it? A plan to build a statue of Gautani the hero? I think that kind of thing should be done only after a great person's policy was put in place. And is your statue the only statue of a heroic person? Everyone worked hard, so you should build one for everyone. Gautani's face turned red when he was introduced in this way, even though it was his own idea. Still, he couldn't help but shout. He felt like someone was reading his black history in public. The Holy Sword's attribute. I won't let you. Holy Sword attribute. The two sides invoked Holy Sword attribute, covering the ceremony site in a dazzling light, and Quad, in cooperation with Arena in SAT mode, had set up a transparent barrier over the entire square to repel any attacks so that the people would not be harmed. Lavale was watching the battle next to the Pope at this time. The Pope looked at Lavale, but did not seem to be bothered at all. So, who are you guys? Oh, we're just hired help. Well, enjoy this party for now, so allow us to help you. I see. I'll let that happen, Pope. McGill. What a piece of spoiled meat. It doesn't look good. The Cardinal, who heard the commotion and came running without time to worry about his sweat that was splashing around, came running up to the Pope, wheezing and catching his breath. Why don't you stop this? You are still supposed to be leading the country. What kind of man would you be if you can't move in such a chaotic situation? But even though you say so, Cardinal, look here, I have this thing on me. The Cardinal glanced at the slave's collar and was about to order him to do something about it when he heard a voice from the crowd. Chapter 121.2 Grandpa, this is in the way, isn't it? I'll take it off for you. Harina came from the side and touched it with her finger. With a click, the collar came off and fell to the ground. Hey! The Cardinal's reddish complexion turned pale as he looked at the junked collar with his eyes wide open. He then turned his eyes to the Pope without changing his expression, who was looking at the girl that took her off his collar with a happy face. Thank you, young lady. I felt very liberated. Gladly, if you don't mind, I'd like you to join Kilo and let the people see the images that girl is showing. Can you do that for me? Yes, of course. Nah, what are you talking about? Oh, look, the Cardinal is looking at something strange. What? He tried to refute the Pope's words, but Adel's voice in the video made him look in that direction, and this time he gasped. What is that? It's a bank account book. Wow, this is terrible. Let's see. 20% of the church's donations. It seems that they also took quite a bit of the support money from various countries. No, Cardinal, it's money that everyone worked so hard for, so it has to be used properly for the people. The religion of the heroes is about everyone's happiness, isn't it? The followers stared at the projected Meet Daruma man with a piercing gaze. The Cardinal thought he was going to get bagged and tried to run away, but his shoulder was grabbed with great force, and he dropped to his knees in pain. He looked at the owner of that hand who spoke to him. Where are you going? Cardinal Rand McGill. Armani, why, and you too, you demons. Did you think we were dead? Yes. You did witness our knights and your fellow bishops disappear into the snowy mountains with the heroes. We have literally crawled back from the depths of the earth to return, you miserable bastard. Jebi. To his surprise, the bishops, who had been tied with a rope, were brought to the ground by other members of the order, all of them kneeling on the ground together. Armani also kneeled in front of the Pope. Pope, I am grateful for your patience. Don't apologize, you made it back in one piece. You geese should see that together. I've never had such a good time in my life. Yes. Harina then produced a microphone with audio amplification and handed it to Pope. The Pope stood next to Kilo with it, said a few words to the people, to the faithful, everyone, please look at that quietly, and fell silent. Further, the collar. Let's watch. We'll talk about it later. Yes. Chapter 121.3 Yes, this is Adel of the Underground Explorers. I was just doing an interview with the head of the Holy Knights Armani, and it seems that not only the cardinals but also the bishops have been embezzling money. Armani-sama, is it true? Yes. They all confessed. We were banished to the snowy mountains by the Cardinal and Hiragautani's takeover, but we had escaped to an underground facility from the old days. At first, we were willing to cooperate with them to take back the Pope, but thanks to Adel-san, the bishop's crimes were discovered. That's right. The above is from the Underground Explorers. Pope and Kilo, who did not expect to be interviewed and appear on the show, looked at the video of Armani, who was wearing firm light makeup, and then turned to the actual Armani. You were in it? Were you interviewed? I was. They chuckled at the expression on her face, and then turned their attention back to the screen. What was shown next was Kilo's Spartan manners class. The public saw Kilo incessantly pointing out the dishes served on the white table to Gautani, who was unable to touch any of them. Kilo was giving him a heart-to-heart talk in order for Gautani to become the next pope. I heard that there are many more things he has to learn to become pope, but Gautani is already fed up. I know how you feel, but you are going to lead the future followers of the church, so at least you must be able to do this with a straight face. Good luck. As they were arguing, he finally said something he shouldn't have said. It is a wife's role to support her husband, especially if it is the person I am going to marry. I must say it. Otherwise, people will not be satisfied. If you make one mistake, the whole nation will laugh at you. As the face of the country, you must try to be perfect in everything. It is an unavoidable part of your marriage to me. If you say that you will refuse, then I will be forced to refuse as well. I don't care what happens to the country. I'll kill the Pope too. That's a lie. I never said that. Be quiet. You're in my way too. You useless bastard. You're useless. No matter how many curse he sent to Mika, they would all disappear before touching Mika. That was the power of Mika's holy sword attribute, cancellation. There were two main effects of cancellation. One was for abnormal condition, and the other was skill cancellation. Abnormal conditions cancellation was just what it sounded like, but their skill part was completely removing the effect of a skill with cancellation. This hurt Scoutney the most, because their curse skill was always active, and once it was cancelled, it would disappear from the skill column. Originally, Asahina decided to use Mika as a deterrent in case of an emergency, and it turned out to be exactly as envisioned. And one more thing, cash in. It's the same, no matter how many times you do it. The sword blow, which neither had a shape nor effect, got cancelled before it hit. Another effect, that of physical cancellation, was allowing Mika to completely prevent her opponent's attacks, as long as they were physical in nature. Once a physical attack is cancelled, any resulting impact created by that attack is considered to have never occurred. Therefore, Gautani could only damage Mika with magic. However, he could not keep up with Mika's movements and did not even have time to do proper chanting. He was outmatched by Mika's status, and outmatched in melee as well. It was a complete dead end. Kaehu, why are you so? Do you have any idea how much I've trained over the past half year or so? I've been training to beat you. I'm no longer the one scared when everyone else in the class was fighting. I'm not useless anymore. Mika had never missed a single training session since the day she ran away with Kilo and met Adel. Gautni, on the other hand, had been sitting on his high status for the past few years since he came to Lavale Rad, and his physical strength had decreased dramatically. Mika's strength and stamina had been built up over the course of her journey, along with the experience she had gained in Ladaria, the dungeons of Amon, and training with the Adels. Gautani was no match for Mika. There was no way they could lose. She didn't even need to use her newfound skills. Yui, don't look down on me. Come back to your senses, you idiot. Mika finally flicks off Gautani's holy sword and swings her fist at him with all her might, right into his face, right into his jaw, just enough to not kill him, while his skills are off. Gaku Yuga. His head was shaken and his vision blurred. He tried to stare at Mika with the force of his emotions in an effort to stay conscious, but he was at his limit and finally collapsed, as if his strings had been severed. Mika looked at him, then turned away and raised her fist high in the air, now looking at her best friend's face. I won, Kilo. Yesam Ihiro-sama. Beside Gautani, for some reason, Quad rang the gong. Lavale and the Pope were happy as they splashed their drinks. That's enough from you, Adel. Chapter 122.1. With the hero of moments. The holy sword attribute of the Inamoto was often mistaken by those who noticed it, but it was not stop time, but rather the removal of her presence from all recognized events. Time was simply included as well. Therefore, Inamoto appeared to be moving without motion, and no matter how hard she was observed, she seemed invisible to the opponent because she could not be recognized. Currently, when all the events have been recognized, Inamoto already finished all her actions. That's too bad. As for me, I wanted to have a proper fight with you who was able to surpass Asahina's status, but Inamoto tapped the collar around her neck. It was only slightly, but it was getting tighter and starting to bite into her neck. This thing gets a little tighter if I don't follow orders. I'm afraid of dying, too. I know you can't hear any of this, but I want you to die. Inamoto gripped the holy sword and started to walk away. There was no need to rush, since a single stab would kill her. Even if she had some skill, it would not matter because she was out of the event of skills. That is, if that concept could not be understood by her. Phew. And the moment the blow supposed to reap her life was delivered towards her heart, the tip of the blade was grabbed! That was indeed scary, but you should at least make sure your target isn't moving. Adel, who grabbed the blade with 2 fingers while being surprised she didn't even see it move, smiled bitterly as she had just recognized the situation. I thought maybe you were just hiding, but with the way you have been acting, it looks like conceptual resistance, is perfect. I guess the surprise was a big success. And now, she touched Inamoto's collar. Then Inamoto's eyes widened. It's not tight anymore. Did you just? Kilo told me about that. You don't want it off, do you? So for now, I just stopped the obedience function. Adel, who could use fairy magic with precision, smirked and said that it was a piece of cake. Inamoto, however, did not relax the force she exerted on her sword. She was about to deliver a swift kick, so Adel let go of the sword and stepped back. Oops, you don't want to stop fighting, do you? I didn't expect anyone other than those I know to have conceptual resistance. I am grateful for meddling with the collar, but even though the fear of suffering and death is gone, my shackles still remain, so the enforcement still remains. Unfortunately, I must comply. For whatever reason, Inamoto continued the battle. Even if the effects of the Holy Sword attribute did not work on Adel herself, she simply shifted to her original way of fighting now that the constriction was no longer forced on her by the collar. She also activated the Holy Sword attribute, and this time she disappeared under Adel's recognition. In the snowfield, with no sound and no sign of her, Adel stood alone, but there was no impatience in her expression. Oh, it's like an enhanced version of concealment, isn't it? TSK, what kind of intuition do you have? Adel intercepted Inamoto's sword, which suddenly appeared from the side that was already positioned for an attack, instantly and flicked it away. Inamoto started to deliver it in the same manner as before, but this time in a barrage of blows. Chapter 122.2 Whoa, there, psst, nope, not there. But it never hit. The moment she is attacked, Adel could see Inamoto even if for only a very short moment to do event recognition. So, her idea was to prevent it in that tenth of a second world by using status adjustment. And the situation only got worse for Inamoto. Okay, it's over. Having pinpointed the range of Inamoto's presiding event control, Adel grasped the space there, event control space, surrounding Inamoto, who was about to slash her from behind, was deactivated, and her figure appeared. No way. You can do this too? Can't help it, I just can. And now I guess this is checkmate. Dash. Ha, I didn't expect to lose so easily. On her neck was the Adel's sword. Watching Inamoto's method of attack, Adel believed that she was using event recognition, temporary, to remove her existence, so that if she stopped only the surrounding events, she would be invisible to recognition in the space around her. Inevitably, the actions in that space become invisible. Of course, it would be invisible to the Adel in that space as well. It was a way of fighting hidden in their event of that space. However, as a dimension fairy, it was only effective early in the battle until Adel managed to recognize, or at least grasped that space. As a result, she was able to rewrite the entire space, making it impossible for Inamoto to use the skill. However, Adel also had her share of burdens, and she frowned slightly from the headache which was a result of her ability. I guess it's not the same as Arena. I was too busy trying to stop it. So, do you want to give up? I can take it off you now without any problems, you know? You already know why I am actually wearing it, don't you? And by being able to operate the collar, you should know about that. It should never be removed. Not only will that destroy you, it will definitely destroy half of this continent. Inamoto's will remain unbreakable, and it was impossible for her to lose her uncontrollable will to fight, and for her, removing the collar would be equivalent to killing herself. Another factor was that Asahina was the only one who could create a collar with this property. Herself would not be able to resist, whether her will was bound or not by a different collar. However, Adel would not allow that, regardless if Inamoto wanted to. Kilo asked me, you know. What? She wants me to help you if I can because you have taken on something that should not be in this world. She wants you to laugh like Mika. You know this, don't you? You can't fool Kilo's divine eye with ordinary concealment. Even if it didn't show up in your status, she would be able to feel that existence. She's been thinking about you for a long time now, you know. At these words, Inamoto somehow understood and let out a tired smile, as if she gave up. I see. I'm not brave enough, so I'm going to make a wish. I don't have the courage, so hopefully you can take my place and kill me, or rather, I can't say no to this, right? You don't understand. You don't know what it's like to be a fairy. So let me tell you. Adel slowly placed the holy sword on her collar. Inamoto's face twitched, and Adel grinned. You see, fairies like happy endings. She moved her sword. Cash in. The collar fell off. Dokkan. Inamoto's body pulsates as if something were crawling up from the depths of her spirit, and she felt as if she were being violated. Run. Run away. Chapter 122.3 I won't run away. I'm standing here to help you, you idiot. Instead of the purple color that her body seemed to have been infused with, her eyeballs turned black. The holy sword and the holy armor also turned black. The dense black magic attacked Adel like a storm, but she quickly blocked it by using her holy sword as a shield, although her body was blown away by it. Immediately getting up, she looked at Inamoto and saw the real Inamoto, turned her blank eyes toward her. Her face was smiling, a smile that was far removed from reason. She howled, as if to make its birth known to all. I guess I finally found a clue. I'll have to call Testaniko-san later. She activated fairy eyes, and looked at her, the real Inamoto. Inamoto Setsuna, 21, LV 4680, race, human. Awakening plus, Demon plus Sacred Sword, status X 10,000, HP 608402755000608402755000, MP 131, 040,120,000,131040068120000. Act 3, 257,766,300,000. DF 353681110000. Make 63997457700000. MDF 522000054000. INT 5500. SPD 7040108700000. Unique skills: automatic recovery, holy sword, automatic translation, item box, holy armor, demon transformation, super recovery. Skills: sword arts, X, concealment, X, taijutsu, X, appraisal, dash, throwing technique, X, 4 attribute magic, X, dark magic, X, title, hero, otherworlder, blessed by the goddess, demon. Demon destroys reason, and traps the user in an urge to destroy and slaughter. Status X 1000 times and greater correction is added. Darkness magic. Demon King attribute magic that only demons could use. Rank and power depended on status. Super recovery. Heals instantly, even if severely injured or missing a limb. The function of the collar sealed the skills that had been persistently concealed. Demon, huh? If all the demons in the past had this skill, it would certainly be impossible for anyone but a hero to deal with them. Even a hero would never be able to win against them unless the hero level was raised, which would be hard to do with just the holy sword attribute alone. And being a hero with that skill would be the worst possible combination. So the worst possible combination, I guess it's the first time in the history of the world that the worst possible combination ever happened. I'm glad I left that place immediately, because the thing will fight for real without the slightest thought of any damage caused to the surroundings. Excellent. This was the first time I had fought a serious opponent. And I haven't fought someone with a higher status than myself since the goblin I defeated in my first battle. Gua.gugii.geeee. Inamoto-san covered the black-tinted holy sword with more dark magic and pointed it at me. Looking at the black magic, that looks like Mr. Problem Child's curse. It seems to have a bad status effect when it cuts me, so I guess I should avoid it. Then this one light, be the power to dispel the darkness. I clothed my holy sword with holy attribute magic. The effect was nothing much, just an increase in resistance to bad status effects against me. The rest will be taken care of by my spirit and perseverance. I'll use fairy magic to change my status gradually. My goal was to get the demon out of Inamoto-san. If possible, I would like to recover the skill in some way, so I wonder if I could remove it or capture it or something. Well, I should give it my best shot. The two of them faced each other and held up each other's holy sword. In the white terrain, the air began to distort as the snow evaporated with just the aftermath of their magic power. Then, they kicked and shattered the earth in a wide area to dash at each other and came into close contact. The moment the swords clashed, a pillar of light and darkness pierced the heavens. Chapter 123.1 Demon vs. Fairy. And further ahead, it's Arena that's Adel is fighting. And it looks like he's going all out, too. The moment the split-body Adel's program ended at Lavale Rad, a white and black light pierced the distant sky, obliterating all the clouds in the area, including above Lavale Rad. The sky instantly became clear and blue, and soon after that a tremendous roar from far away reached us. It was as if every single shot were aimed at Lavale Rad, chipping away at the mountains that stood in its way. Mika had no idea who Adel was fighting. But, Adel, you've done it for the first time. Are you sure? What do you mean, Kilo? Who is Adel fighting? To these words, Kilo replied, lowering her volume as much as possible. If I am not mistaken, she is fighting Inamoto-sama with the slave collar removed there. Demon, her. What? Why? Why is Sakan in demon form? Don't shout about it, too loud. If people hear you, what would happen? Lavale quickly approached and pressed Mika's face to her chest, covering her mouth. It seems that a momentary touch of softness succeeded in suppressing her emotions. We all formed a small circle and the girl's private conversation began. Kilo told Adel that we were going to solve Inamoto's problem. I don't know why a demon's skill was attached, but Adel promised to get rid of it, so that's what happened. But I can't believe that a brave man could become a demon and that it would be Sakani. Wonder if even Adel would have trouble winning. That's true. But even if we go there, I think it will be extremely difficult to win, and we might even lose. Even with my evolved power, I wouldn't be able to support them. The trouble with Inamoto is that, unlike the other heroes, she is one of the 5 who, defeating the Demon King as a demon, with status unmatched by the others. From the perspective of Mika and Lavale, who knew a little bit about the demon, it was nothing but fear. I'm sorry I just said that. Don't worry about it, Kilo. I'm sure Adel would have done it herself anyway. It was absolutely the right thing to do in the first place. I'm going to go with the Pope and calm the people down. I have to explain this to them without mentioning demon. Of course, it is easy to imagine that if it were known that the demon, which was supposed to have been destroyed in this generation, existed, the story would surely spread from Lavale Rad to the rest of the world and cause great panic. Fortunately, the fairy magic of Quad has shut out all sound and air tremors from the public, but Arena said that if there is another light like the one we just saw, the anxiety will increase. Hearing this, Kilo thought for a few shuns, then immediately nodded her head and stood next to the Pope to begin her speech. Seeing this, Arena also turned to Lavale and the others. I'm going to be in sync with Adel to provide thought support, so I won't be able to do anything for a while, but is there anything you want to say? Good luck. Arena nodded broadly, sat down and closed her eyes. Chapter 123.2 Duh. You have no sense of reason, but you keep attacking and aiming for where people are. Gee, shut up. With each blow, the earth cracked open. The mountains were shredded, and the trees were obliterated as we fought. I was able to handle the attacks of Inamoto, or rather, this damn demon, but it just kept coming. This demon is gradually moving toward Lavale Rad. I blocked that path, but it keeps trying to force its way through. Moreover, since a while ago, dark magic has been pouring down on the earth every time the demon swings its sword, and the whole area is becoming contaminated. That soil contains poison that instantly kills trees and grass, and the air is becoming stale, making the environment less and less hospitable for living creatures. It's a status-dependent magic, so its power is the sum of all those numbers. My holy attribute magic can't completely dissipate it. I thought about trying fairy magic, but their demoness skill was not something that could be erased. The moment I imagined erasing it from the status, I felt a shock as if I had been hit on the head with a baseball bat. It's impossible. to erase. Now I'm being pushed to the mountain where Lavale Rad is located. All kinds of demons were along the way, but the aftermath of our attacks blew them all away, which also changed the terrain so much, so it was just the two of us now. And in my head, my best buddy comes to the rescue. Adel, I'm done over here. I'll support your thoughts. Connect to me via sync. 2. Multiple thoughts. Got it. I repelled a killing sword blow and kicked Demon's face up into the air, and immediately used fairy magic to switch to multiple thoughts with Arena, who was in synchronization. This increases the accuracy of my fairy magic. This will make it a little better. Huh? Now let's go, buddy. Fairy magic. I imagine half of myself. 10 Adels appeared around me, all of them having half my stats. They can use my skills for a short time. My head feels heavy, like a rock was stuck on top of it. But my strength has improved. The Adels were equipped with copies of her holy sword made with fairy magic, and all their stats were focused on AK and SPD, attacking the demon from all directions. It repelled some of our attacks, but I managed to cut off its extremities, so it rolled on the ground. Before it could regenerate its limbs with super recovery, I used fairy magic to grant retardation to the holy sword and went on a strategy to purify it like I did with the elder armor. How about this? From high in the air, a slash full of energy from the holy sword flies out and engulfs the demon's body. The light caused the curse that had enveloped the entire area to vanish, and in the aftermath of the attack, another mountain was chipped away. Oh no, I almost destroyed Lavale Rad. Phew. Did we beat it? Well, how about Demon's all-out swing, coming out from behind the smoke, came at my face, which was momentarily unprotected. GGH. The holy sword took an impact that would have easily blown away even a mountain, and I was blown away, toward the mountain. I tried to mitigate the impact by using fairy magic at the landing point, but I was still struck with more than enough force. Adel. It's okay, it just hurts a little. But I see. Demon was alive and well. Her limbs regenerated, her HP did not decrease at all, and their demon possession was impossible to purify, as if to say you can't stop it without completely annihilating it. Oh, I feel a little pain in my shoulder. Well, I can heal it instantly. The Adels also reached their time limit and disappeared. All that remained was a dull ache in my head. Well, I'm in trouble. Looks like it can't be purified. Unlike that madness, what do we do? I guess I was a little wrong. I could defeat it if I attacked going all out, while preparing myself to bleed all over my face, and then be hugged and stroked by Arena without waking up for a few days. But that would not save Inamoto-san. In her current state, she is completely helpless. The only way to save Harry didn't want to do it. But I had no choice but to use that move. Arena, can I ask you to take care of me for a few weeks because I'm really going to use that? Oh, you're going to use it? I mean, is it really that great? I lost once. Yeah, well yeah, I can't help but hesitate when I think about all the people seeing me in my most ridiculous state, but yeah, I'll use it. I'll give you a whole lot of love, okay? Yeah. I think I'm going to run out of sync, but I'm sure it'll end when it goes off, so I'd appreciate it if you'd head this way. Okay, I'm ready. Let's leave the rest to Arena. I put away my holy sword and face the demon, who is laughing and staring at me in the distance with no hands. All I have to do now is to create a new, unique skill. That alone is already enough to blow my ego out of the water, but this time it will go even further. And if I activate it the moment I create it, either way me of now will be gone, albeit temporarily. I let out just a few more Adels one more time, and let them rush the demon to stall it. I only need to hold them for a few dozen seconds, during which time I'll finish. Chapter 123.3. Here I go, Adel. Imagine. Innocent child dream ideal pure joy freedom caring. All condensed, mixed, concentrated, squeezed into one drop of love. Let it drip onto the being, I, and permeate in the blink of an eye. Activation. With a puff, all the magic power is released as 7-colored smoke, and then it is sucked into a young girl's eyes, swirling around. The rainbow in her eyes spun violently in time with it, making a gurgling sound. Her height was now shrunk to 100 centimeters, and her hair grew to the point where it almost touched the ground. Her ouge also grew longer, and 6 fairy wings appeared from her back. She is dressed in pumpkin pants and a one-piece dress with fluffy lace, also a brooch on her chest as proof of her fairy banquet. Soon, the entire 7-colored magic power cloud was absorbed into her eyes, and with that, their young girl was ready, so she awakened. Enantildantanhehe. The little girl stretches wide and smiles shyly to herself as she almost falls over. She then looks around only to find the Adels that were fighting the demon. Entilda, me. With those words, the Adels disappeared. The demon was surprised at their sudden disappearance, but soon noticed the girl's figure and came charging at her with its holy sword held out. The girl was approached quickly, and the demon swung her sword at her, but Tilda. With a popping sound, the sword turned into war came, before it hit the little girl in the face. The sword comes down from above and pierces the ground behind the little girl. Tasty Tilda. Gi. Even demon, who had lost all sense of reason, was taken aback by the sight of the little girl eating the cotton candy that had stuck to her face, perhaps aiming for that point. To Tilda. The little girl latches onto the demon's body and climbs up on its shoulders. Then, she puffed her chest out over demon's head and made a good show of it. Demon tried to grab the little girl with her hand, but the moment it touched her, it became unable to move its body. The demon had both ears wrapped by the little girl's hands. From there, the magic power created by fairy magic power flowed and temporarily manipulated her brain. The little girl dexterously looked into Demon's eyes in that state, and after their eyes crossed each other at short distance for a few seconds, the little girl smiled and got off Demon's shoulder. Then, while singing and dancing, she activates fairy magic. She invokes a number of herself, all of them drawing a circle while dancing to their groove. Immediately, the earth within a radius of several hundred meters began to float. Then, the raised earth was remade as a reflection of the young girl's groove. The figure expressing its joy by flapping its wings a lot is rightly a fairy. But at the same time, she is also a wonderfully adorable human little girl. That is why those around her will later refer to Adel in this state as little fairy girl, the one who paints everything with love. Chapter 124.1 Little Fairy Girl. Amafu Tilda. Gigaga. There was an unusual sight. A vast lake seemed to have sprung up on the floating earth, but its contents were all filled with melty honey juice. The grass growing around was all candy work, even though it still felt like grass. The leaves on the trees were actually thin snacks. If you picked up one fluttering about to eat it, your mouth would enjoy a delicious combination of exquisite saltiness and crunchy texture. And then there was one hut made of cookies and chocolate. Every single small detail was made of sweets, including the metal fittings. A huge film of magical power enveloped all of them, creating a warm place in the middle of winter. In the midst of all this, under a tree with several thin snack leaves dancing around, there, little fairy girl was having tea time with the demon, who was perfectly strapped to a chair. To describe little fairy girl's current state, all status, level experience, and skill gained up to that point are all put into int, and unique skill, using fairy magic. Also, she was created by erasing her original human ego. Adel 3LV1. Race, Dimensional Fairy. Awakened ++. Little Fairy Girl. HP 100/100. MP 100/100. 8TK1. Def 1. Make 1. MDF 1. INT. Cannot be displayed. SPD 1. Inherent Skill. Revised Fairy Magic. Revised Fairy Eyes. Revised Spatial Magic Manifestation Dependence. Limited Little Girl. Skill, Song, X, Multiple Thoughts, X. Title, Embodiment of Love. Revised Fairy Magic can cause any and all phenomena to occur at will, ignoring all burdens. The power and effects depend on int, and once activated, they are detached from the concept of destruction. However, it cannot be used as a means of attack. Revised fairy eyes can read all her opponent's true intentions. Limited little girl. Abandoning all ego, allocating all experience, status, and combat-related skills to elevate. Fairy magic. Fairy eyes int multiple thoughts. Forced duration time, 2 weeks after activation. The embodiment of love. One who lives overflowing with love for someone else, one who can make anything happen. Everything was for their little fairy girl. She was now so weak that she couldn't even defeat a single bug. But no matter how strong anyone may be, they will never be able to beat her. The demon, who was completely immobilized on her chair, was in a constant state of agitation, but the chair did not even twitch from its position, nor did the shackles of candy from the chair. The little girl approached Demon with her cheeks puffed out, and scrambled up onto his lap. Their eyes meet. Going mad is a no. New tilde mu tilde 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 tilde. Chapter 124.2. Demon's body relaxed, and she was unable to resist. Demon's body quickly regained its original human color, and at the same time, Inamoto's mouth began to eject a black mist. Momo. With a pop, the last of the blob came out, and the little girl grabbed it and started running at a trot. When she reached the lake overflowing with honey juice, she rolled it up, kneaded it, and threw it in. Round and round and round and round tilde. As she twirled her finger, the lakes began to form a huge whirlpool, swallowing the black blob. When it reached the center of the vortex, all the honey juice in the lake condensed at once and swallowed the black blob. The blob dissolved and became one with the honey juice. The little girl made a gesture of holding her hand and squeeze. In an instant, that enormous volume turned into honey-flavored candy. The empty lake remained, and there, fairy magic was applied again, this time to fill it in the blink of an eye with water pouring out of nowhere. The little girl was so pleased to see this that she threw the candy into her mouth and ran towards Inamoto again, tottering. "Yuki, where am I?" "Oh, you're awake?" She was asleep in a chair. In front of her was a cup of tea, probably freshly brewed, with steam rising from it. And right in front of her, a woman she didn't recognize was holding a young girl with wings that looked vaguely familiar, and they were eating snacks together. "I was supposed to be fighting as a demon, right? But I don't have demon in my status. Show the heck did I lose?" Inamoto had her doubts, but decided to talk to the girls for now, and they greeted her with smiles. "Good morning." "Oh, yeah. I can't quite grasp the situation, but good morning." "Who are you?" "This girl asked me to pick you up." "My name is Arena. Nice to meet you." "Oh, that's so nice of you, but what the heck is this place?" "This." The young girl then offered her a clear, amber-colored candy. "What is this?" She thought. "I was listening to her story earlier, and she told me that she sucked out your demon part, processed it into candy, and ate it." "That's what it looked like, right?" "What?" She turned her attention to the little girl, who hugged Inamoto, shaking her auburn hair. She gently hugged the little girl back, put her on her lap and started patting her head. She thought they looked like a mother and daughter, but she still couldn't quite grasp what was going on. Could all this actually be real? "Well, I heard that this place is a magical recreation of your ideal, is that right?" "Yeah." When she looked around again, she saw that everything she had hoped for was there. All the things she couldn't have wished for, everything that constituted her ideal. "Ha, what is this?" "This is all made out of sweets," she said. "It seems to be this girl's taste." Chapter 124.3. I looked at the young girl who had made it happen using appraisal. I looked again at the scenery and let out a cry. What a ridiculous, self-satisfied, tremendous bundle of love. Did you read my true intentions, trapped deep in my heart, and create this place? It's not convenient, not at all. The ugliness of people and the fear of demons in this world, which is even harsher than the other world. It is no exaggeration to say that the existence of this young girl is a miracle. Even if it was the effect of a skill, the fact that she can do so is a deviation from the creature. If that's the case, there is no way we can win. No one can maintain their will to fight in front of such an unfair method. I can't do that. I can't hurt the one who gives me such happiness, the one who embodies my ideals. Well, I also don't think I'd be willing to fight against a girl who can do such a wonderful thing. In the midst of this exchange, the young girl, perhaps bored, gets up and goes to knead Arena's cheek between her hands, expressing her intentions. Arena, play, sorry, I'm still talking to the big sister a little more. Okay? Yeah, okay. Pure to the point of purity, innocent to the point of innocence. A being who is moved by desire, but who serves, loves, and personifies the people she loves. For her, it didn't matter what I had to say about my existence. She just wanted to play, laugh, and be happy. Inamoto, who had been watching her, stood up, grabbed the little girl, and pulled her onto her shoulders. The little girl's 7-colored eyes lit up with joy. Okay, I'm done talking. Let's play for the rest of the day to thank you for making me happy. Really? Are you sure? I'm okay now, so go ahead and have fun, okay? Yes. Come on, Sechin. Sakurada-san's knowledge. Huh? What should I call you? Adel. That's a good name. Well then, Adel, let's have a drink until the sun goes down, shall we? Yes. Arena linked up with Lavale, who was watching the whole thing on sync, while the two of them ran around on the candy lawn. Lavale acted as if she were extremely calm, but Arena sensed her thoughts through synchronization. She could tell how upset Lavale was and laughed bitterly. I didn't expect her to be that ridiculous. And it's a heavy sentence to be forced to stay that way for 2 weeks. If it looks okay over there, I think I'll let her stay here for the rest of the day. Huh? I don't think that's a problem. I think it's fine. I'll ask around, but I don't think Kilo or Miko will say anything. I'm glad to hear that. Is there anything I can do for you? Don't worry. You stay there, I'll come over later. I'll be waiting for you. Then, she turned off the communication and looked back at them. She saw them coming together from the Candy Craft slide. It looked like they were having so much fun that Arena decided to join them. Let's forget about everything now and have fun. No one here wants to fight. Can I join you? Yes. What's the matter, Lavale? Your nose is bleeding? No, master is too precious. Chapter 125.1 Blood and Destiny. Ultimately, the wedding planned by Gautani was understandably cancelled, or rather, scrapped. There was the truth that he placed a slave collar on the Pope, and that the Cardinal, who had been his collaborator, was a tax-hungry pig. But the big thing was that Gautani himself recognized his own lack of resolve. The Pope apologized, saying that Miko and the others were all innocent. Miko regained her original power and status as a hero in Lavale Rad, and Kilo officially returned to Lavale Rad as a priestess. Since Inamoto's existence was not known to the people, it was treated as if she had never existed in the first place. The cardinals and bishops will continue to work as executives of Lavale Rad, and knights will be on duty 24 hours a day in shifts to watch over them. As for the treatment of Gautani, a dispute arose between Kilo and the people. The people argued that Gautani was a dangerous person who repeatedly spoke and acted in a manner unbecoming of a hero, and that he should be eliminated immediately. Kilo, however, was not so sure. What were you looking at? Do you really think that Gautani-sama alone is to blame? This incident is partly due to my weakness in not being able to face him in the true sense of the word. It is my fault that I gave in to power and did not overcome my fear. The people looked in disbelief as Kilo defended Gautani, who had been hung out to dry by Adel's broadcast. But Kilo continued. He had a dark heart. He was a 17-year-old boy, a mere civilian summoned from a world without strife. If such a child gets the power he has to fight a huge evil, kills a creature that has the same shape as him, kills someone who used to be a person, it is natural that his heart would break. People in this world have human death lying all too close at hand, so they have some tolerance in their hearts. But the heroes are different. From their peaceful life they were unreasonably thrown into another world where they were given power to defeat the Demon King. And as he was swept along, he killed and killed and killed, and his heart was about to break. Kilo says it was her own fault for not realizing that it had come out as a distortion. Certainly, if he had gone on like this, the distortion would have continued to grow and could have eventually brought disaster to the country. However, The hero doctrine is a light that can illuminate, no matter who you are. It should be the heroes who are illuminated by that light. I think we have forgotten something very important in our sanctification of them. That the heroes are also human beings with weak hearts. They are creatures who make mistakes. Kilo kneeled in front of Gautani, who was kneeling beside her, listening to his words. Gautani, still wearing the collar that the Pope had put on him, was unable to move. But Kilo released him. I forgive you in my name for everything concerning your country, and let me ask you once more. What? You said you would love me. You said you were ready to do so, but I felt something was wrong. Gautani-sama, do you know how the skills of a priestess are passed on? Do you know how? Method? Don't they just give birth and the skill is passed on? Kilo shook her head in response, and with a sad smile on her face, she replied, the skills of a priestess. The prophecy and the divine eye are passed on to the child in exchange for the mother's life. You're lying, aren't you? It is true. The moment the child is born, the mother draws her last breath and the skills are passed on. In other words, she is not even allowed to see her child's face. That is the fate of the blood of the Miko. Gautani was overwhelmed by Kilo's brazen, straight-faced way of telling a story that was the best-kept secret of all secrets. Normally, only those who are candidates to become Pope can know about it. And you have to be prepared. You must be prepared to lose the one you love after having a child born to you with love. Do you have that resolve? Chapter 125.2 I'm sorry I don't. The person you love will die if you have a child with him or her. Most people would refuse to take that risk if they had to. However, Kilo was born under the blood of a priestess who must do so. For so many years that we don't even know how many generations have gone by, many mothers and fathers have made that decision while shedding tears of blood. Naturally, Kilo's mother is the same. So did her father. Gautani did not want Kilo to die. He felt deeply sorry for Kilo's fate. That is why he cried and moaned, bowed his head and repented. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too for not accepting you properly. As they apologize to each other, the Pope looks at them and speaks to the people. One needs a strong heart to have great power. He was, at the end of the day, a man who could care for others. Still, power changes people. In his case, the power of heroism changed him. If the heart cannot endure and clings to power, only great sin and destruction await. Records say such things have happened many times to the past heroes. It is said that each time it happened, the country was destroyed. That is why we must not misjudge what we believe in. The Pope said, what we believe in is the very teaching of heroism itself. The thoughts left behind as a guide to the future created by the first priestesses and heroes must not be distorted by the power of the heroes. Let us all read the Bible again and think about it once more. We are living in a period of peace that was built on the sacrifice of the heroes, boys and girls. The heroes will be punished accordingly, but not to the death. Now disperse. With the Pope's words, everyone returned to their homes and lodgings. The Pope decided to take a break from his daily routine for a while to give the people time to think. He was also very tired and dizzy. Armani supported him from the side. I'm sorry. No. Please take care of yourself. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, please Kilo. Yes. The eyes of father and daughter met. Sadness or joy? It was hard to read it from their expressions, but they certainly felt something in each other's eyes. I myself do not begrudge the heroes, but I can't leave him in La Valrad. Yes, he's better now, but I don't think people will be convinced. When he settles down, we might need to deport him as soon as possible. Is that clear? Yes, I understand. Good night, father. Oh, good night. After watching the Pope leave, supported by Armani, Kilo takes Gautani's hand and makes him stand up. Then she brings him in front of Mika. Gautani. Sakura, I see now that I'm an asshole. Sorry. It's okay. We're classmates. I gave you a shot, and I punched you for Kilo's share. I'll make it all go away. You won't do anything stupid again, right? Yeah, Kilo. The three of us are going to stay up all night drinking. Yes, I'm going to check on her. I'll go with you to Mika's place. Mika nodded, then clasped Gautani's shoulders and whispered in his ear. I also wanted to apologize to you, and all the other heroes, for fighting for me. So I've decided that if there's a crazy fool out there, I'm going to beat him up, you know, to bring them back to their senses. Just like how you beat me. That's right. She laughed and patted Gautani on the back, whereupon Quad smiled at her with a few bottles of the wine he created with fairy magic. Well, it's a bit old-fashioned, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Please try some. Really? Come on Kilo, Gautani, let's drink. Yes, yes. Mika likes to drink as much as Lavale. I've been doing most of my training for the past 6 months. Chapter 125.3. You seem to be all right now. Oh, your half is back. As soon as the 4 of them walked away in a friendly manner, Adel's split body flew down to Lavale, still in her fairy form. After all, Kilo didn't convert everyone to the fairy religion on that spot, did she? If you show such an impactful image with the appearance of a fairy and then do such a thing, the heads of everyone in the whole nation would boil. Lord the third. Well, never mind. I'm going to disappear now, but shall I send Lavale over there before that? I think I can do that, since the main body has become a huge presence. Oh. Then I'll have to ask you to take care of it. The half-body then touched Lavale and transferred her to Adel's main body using spatial magic. After confirming this, the half-body disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving nothing behind. When Lavale arrived at the Forest of Sweets, she saw a huge slider while feeling a sweet aroma. Inamoto came down with a little girl from there. Lavale was surprised to see Inamoto smiling like never before. A big difference from a week ago. Another ridiculously peaceful place. The terrain far below is a wretched mess. It's all because Adel felt Sakan's wish and built it. Then Arena approaches and rests her head on Lavale's shoulder. Arena, who is in SAT mode, seems to like doing this to Lavale for some reason. Lavale's cheeks blush a little. I see, and you're in a dream world with a little girl, aren't you? How I envy you. Shall we go too? The 3 of us were playing together earlier. No, that's okay. Ah, oh? Then the little girl, Adel, spotted Lavale and pointed at her. Inamoto, caught up at the moment, saw Lavale who waved back. Then Adel came running toward her, her ouge swaying around. La tilde vale tilde 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 apu. Oops, you became little again, my lord. I love you. I've changed. Tilde. Precious. The little girl lifted her face from Lavale's chest. Lavale caressed Adel's head, who was smiling like a sunflower, and rubbed her head against Lavale comfortably. Lavale looked at Inamoto, who was not wearing armor or a sword, but was dressed in simple clothes of this world, and smiled at her. You too have changed your mood since the last time I saw you. Thanks to that girl, I've been freed from the things I was entangled in. I'm now excited because I lost all of my adolescence to the hero. Inamoto smiles as she says this, and for her, there is nothing to do now that every single reason to fight is gone. It had been several years since she had been freed from the collar of slavery. Q tilde, naive, pon, hungry tilde. It's that time already. The sun was already setting. Have you been playing so long you've lost track of time? Yes. Okay, let's all have dinner together. Adel, do you know how to cook? Leave it to me. Lavale, with her shoulders on the floor, and Arena and Inamoto on either side of her, holding her hands, boasted with her nose in the air. I'm so excited. I'm so excited right now. The 3 of us all laughed and said, yes. And Adel laughed with a look of genuine happiness on her face. The 4 of them sang a song called Sunset 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 as they cooked a meal at the House of Sweets and sat around the table, tucking into a warm stew. Inamoto cried a little during the warm meal, but everyone agreed to keep it a secret, which made her smile again. I want to sleep looking at the sky tilde. I guess Master likes to look at the stars the best. Then so be it. Adel is quite romantic, isn't she? That's one of the best things about it. We pulled the futon from the hut onto the grass, and the 4 of us laid down side by side, with Adel sleeping on top of Lavale, still holding hands from both sides. We talked about trivial things until late into the night, feeling that the stars we saw that day were the most beautiful we had ever seen, thanks to the clear, cloudless skies. Lord, what meat is this? I don't know tilde. No, don't say that with such a big smile. When I later asked, it turned out to be meat that was randomly taken out from storage.